From the rolling plains of Dixie to every orange and blue corner of the Southeast, game day begins with the Tiger Tailgate Show presented by Conecuh Sausage. Conecuh Sausage is a game day favorite and always great on the grill. Pick up a pack at your local grocer or visit the new Conecuh gift shop in Evergreen, Alabama. Coming up, special guest, a look around Auburn athletics, and a check of all the day's action across college football. Featuring Ronnie Brown, voice of the Tigers Andy Burcham, Jason Campbell, and Stan White. Now, the host of the Tiger Tailgate Show, Brad Law.
Alabama has won 19 straight home games, and the Crimson Tide are a 22-point favorite today. But Auburn believes, and it's not a whimsical, unfounded wishing. At the heart of Auburn's belief is concrete evidence. Over the last 5 games, the Tigers have rushed the ball at a pace that would rank 4th nationally. Over the last 3 ball games, the average rushing yardage against Auburn would be the best in the country. Coach Cadillac has served this program using the humble refrain, serve, discipline, believe. These Tigers believe, and they have every logical reason to do so. Hello, everyone. War Eagle, and welcome to not just another Saturday of Auburn Tiger football. This is the Iron Bowl. Here at the University of Alabama at Tuscaloosa, they're used to winning. The Crimson Tide boasts the second longest home winning streak in the nation, and over 100,000 fans will show their collective tooth at the Tigers in this greatest rivalry game in college football. Auburn's been playing under another mantra as well, fight or quit. You can bet your beat Bama button which one the Tigers will do today. Now it's time for the first word from the Auburn locker room. Here's Andy Burcham with interim head coach Carnell Williams.
Now that our school's pretty good, both offensively and defensively, isn't it?
Offensively, man, they're a big physical bunch. They got one of the best quarterbacks in the country. Wow. That guy's accurate. He's calm. He's collective. He run the show. He's poised. God, I love that kid, man. He have a chance to be special. Running backs, man, with Jamar Gibbs. So it's gonna be a challenge for our defense. Receivers are good. Tight end, they're doggone good, man. Defensively, man, they strike. We know about Will Anderson. We know about the linebackers, the D-line, the secondary. They come down here. They fight. They're gonna make you earn everything. But with all that said, that's what you want as a competitor. You want to play the best. And that don't intimidate myself or the players at all. We the 2022 Auburn Tigers, and we're going in Bryant-Denny Stadium, and we're going to fight, compete, scratch, claw, and we're about to see what happens. But I know these guys are not going to back down, and we're looking forward to this challenge.
Listen for Andy's complete conversation with Coach Williams 30 minutes prior to kickoff, presented by Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Alabama. We are live at Bryant-Denny Stadium in Tuscaloosa. Brad Law, Andy Burcham, Stan White, Ronnie Brown. Guys, we are very blessed to be able to be a part of this rivalry. What a great day across college football from coast to coast with rivalry games, and there's none better than what we will witness today. And Andy, it's a special day for a lot of reasons. Carnell Williams becomes the first African-American head coach in the Iron Bowl. It's an Auburn team with a great deal of confidence and belief, and as we mentioned, with every reason to do so, having won a couple of games in a row, and they've developed an identity of late as they come into this Iron Bowl.
Well, it's a certainly more unified team that comes here. It is a team offensively that has found itself as it comes here. It is going to be ground and pound and run the football against a really good Alabama defense here today. That's what Auburn, I think, should have been doing all season long. It's certainly what Auburn has done best. In addition, Ronnie, Auburn defensively has played better of late. And I don't know if they feel freer to play better defensively. They've certainly done better against a run attack. They will be tested in both today against a very balanced Alabama offense.
Yeah, Andy, I agree. I mean, and when you look at it, this team has taken the identity of head coach Carnell Cadillac Williams. His 2 words for when he started this interim process is serve and believe. We're seeing a team that believes in serving one another, but also believes in themselves as individuals and as units. And so we're starting to see that. Like you said, they've created an identity on the offensive side in terms of running the football and doing it with authority. And so that's been pretty good to see. But defensively, you're looking at a group that's flying around, that's making plays, that looks and seems to be having fun while they're doing it. And so, Stan, I think that's one of the biggest things that you can see in the difference since Coach Lack has taken over is, he's taken ahead of this program, but at the same time, he's leaned on those within the walls of not only the athletic complex and the fan base, and let everyone know that, hey, man, like from a humility standpoint, there's a lot that I know that I don't know, but as a leader, I'm fine with acknowledging that and leading these young men and making it okay to acknowledge those things. And I think they've taken the identity of that, believed in themselves, and now they're playing inspired football.
Yeah, and the one thing you got to love about Carnell Williams is he gives ultimate respect to his opponents, but he also states clearly that we're not afraid. We're coming in here. We're going to fight. We're going to scratch. We're going to claw. We're going to do whatever we can to come out of here and shock the college football landscape. And that's what I think a lot of people nationally would feel. It would be a huge shock for Auburn to come in here and win this game, and first time since 2010 at this stadium. And so, but he's got these guys playing hard. They're believing. They're playing as well as they played all season long. I look at defensively, Auburn's defensive front has really come on with Colby Wooden, Derek Hall, Marcus Harris, Jason Jones, Marcus Bragg. But also I look at the secondary. Nehemiah Pritchett had his best game last week against Western Kentucky. DJ James has been solid all year long. And I think Jalen Simpson playing a little bit more at safety has helped them as well because of Puckett's injury. So, yeah, I think these guys are playing with a chip, and they're going up against what you would consider Goliath, even though this is really not this is not an SEC championship appearance year for this Alabama team. But I think they're coming in here with a little chip on their showers.
There's no question. I'm being bear hugged back here, guys, so I'm sorry about that. We're going to talk so much about this game, but we don't want to leave behind what we've seen. You mentioned the unity and the passion the last couple of weeks. There's a simplification that has happened from an X's and O's standpoint, and sometimes we make the game more complicated than it really is, Stan, and we've seen a simplification produce results on the field.
Yeah, especially offensively. I mean, you're seeing a lot of you see a lot of 2 and 3 tight end sets with Auburn most of the year, but you're not seeing a whole lot of razzle-dazzle plays. You will see some methodically during the game, but you're seeing a lot of pro-style looks, toss sweeps, downhill running attacks. The offensive line is it seems like the last couple of years, guys, the offensive line is always a bad talking about them. Like, okay, no protection, no. They you know what? You got to give them credit. The last couple or 3 weeks, they've done a really good job of getting some push. Allowing Bigsby and Hunter to be able to hit those holes, and also Robbie Ashford. Utilize his strengths. That's what they seem to be doing a lot more. Is let's make it clear. We're blunt about, hey, the passing game right now has not been the best. Well, utilize him in the running game more.
Yeah, and he's been a tremendous weapon. I think you may see more of him today in that regard. Lots more on this game coming up and a loaded Tiger Tailgate show today. Let's talk about what's on the menu. It's presented by Whataburger and some former Tiger greats Rod Hood, Quentin Reese, Lee Zimba, all part of memorable Iron Bowl victories among our special guests coming up today. Today at Whataburger, they're serving up the sweet and spicy bacon burger, the all-time favorite that's as unique as it is tasty, with 2 beef patties, bacon, grilled onions, mustard, American, and Monterey Jack cheese, and, of course, Whataburger's sweet and spicy pepper sauce. It's a burger you just won't find anywhere else. The special guests begin a little bit later in this first hour. Stay with us. The Tiger Tailgate Show continues in a moment.
Conecuh Sausage is a product we all know and love, and it's the official sausage and hot dog of the Auburn Tigers. Conecuh Sausage is made from the finest cuts of pork, patented blend of seasonings, all natural casings, and smoked over a pure hickory fire for that true Southern flavor. Enjoy a crowd-pleasing Conecuh Sausage dog or premium hot dog while watching the Tigers, and make Conecuh part of your game day or any day. Conecuh Sausage is celebrating their 75th year at the Sessions family, making their premium smoked sausage in Evergreen, Alabama. Be sure to visit the new Conecuh gift shop right off I-65 at exit 96.
Hey, this is head coach Bruce Pearl. Here at Auburn, we revere our traditions. But it's the tradition of hard work that really speaks to me. It's about improving your game every single day and being the best that you can be. In the truck game, Ford has a tradition too. A relentless commitment to building smarter, tougher, and more dependable trucks. That's why I drive Ford F-150, the official truck of the Auburn Tigers. Learn more at buyfordnow.com.
Not all models, trims, or features may be available. Contact your dealer for more information.
Children's of Alabama reminds you that every child's head injury should be treated like a serious injury until a doctor says it's not. In fact, the CDC estimates some 4 million sports and recreation-related concussions occur each year. Even a minor fall or collision may be a concern. Symptoms typically include headaches, unsteadiness, confusion, or sleepiness. To find out what to do in case of a suspected concussion, visit childrensal.org/concussion and always dial 911 in case of an emergency.
Working unsafely around underground utilities could put you at risk for outages, injury, and loss of life. Don't risk it. Alabama 811 plays a vital role in taking the request to have the underground utilities marked. It's free, it's simple, it's the law. Visit al811.com for more info.
This is a 2-minute drill on the Tiger Tailgate Show, presented by Conecuh Sausage.
Brad Lawn, the voice of the Tigers, Andy Burcham. Andy, you and I both were on the men's basketball trip to Cancun this week. 2 wins for the Tigers, who stay unbeaten on the season. That was an interesting experience. The team got to have a little bit of fun. They got to play 2 neutral site games and come away with 2 neutral site victories.
2 very different victories as well.
Yeah.
Really a dominating win against Bradley. Auburn shot the ball extraordinarily well, perhaps the best all-around game that the Tigers have had. And then one night later against Northwestern and Big Ten officials, it was a much different game. Auburn did not shoot the ball very well and had to come back from 6 down in the second half. But a driving basket by Alan Flanagan with 31 seconds gave Auburn the lead for good. And then a defensive stop. And the Tigers come out at 6-0 and get ready for a big test tomorrow in St. Louis at Neville Arena.
I think it was important to see Auburn win 2 different style of games. As you mentioned, they won an offensive game in game 1 and won a defensive struggle in the second game. You're going to face teams with different identities and have to play different style games throughout the year. It's just going to happen. So for Auburn now to have experience winning games both ways, I think can't be understated.
Well, they've got to shoot the ball well tomorrow because St. Louis comes in averaging 87 points a game and a point guard that is averaging 10 assists per game in Uri Collins. It will be the toughest non-conference game that Auburn has had thus far by far.
We expect a huge crowd. We need another big sellout crowd at Neville Arena tomorrow afternoon, a 2 o'clock Central Time tip for Auburn and St. Louis. That's our broadcast that's coming up after today. We'll be on the air at 1:30 Central tomorrow for Auburn and St. Louis men's basketball. All right, more pregame coverage coming your way here from Bryant-Denny Stadium in Tuscaloosa. It's quiet now, but it certainly won't stay that way. This is the Auburn Sports Network.
Welcome to the land of opportunity, Alabama. It's a place where the jobs are plentiful with great pay, great benefits, and even greater opportunities to show what you can do. Whether you want to build the next great tech product, discover the next biotech breakthrough, or design rockets that touch new parts of space, Alabama is where your career can take off. Incredible opportunities in the fields of tomorrow: aerospace, bioscience, automotive, and IT. They're all waiting for you today in Alabama. Learn more at madeinalabama.com.
Jacob Hillman here with This Week in Auburn Athletics. Auburn women's basketball wraps up play at the Las Vegas Invitational this evening at 5:30 Central against Colorado State. Coverage begins at 5:15 Central on Tiger 95.9 FM in Auburn and everywhere on the Auburn Athletics app. Volleyball closes its regular season in prime time tonight against Arkansas at 7 Central at Neville Arena. The Tigers are in pursuit of their second NCAA tournament appearance in program history. Admission to the match is free. Number 13, Auburn men's basketball returns to action tomorrow against St. Louis at 2 Central in Neville Arena. Head coach Bruce Pearl previews the Billikens.
St. Louis, they are an NCAA tournament team. They'll compete for the Atlantic 10 championship. And we need an unbelievable crowd on Sunday for that game. That will be one of the best teams to come to Neville Arena this year. Period.
Auburn Sports Network coverage begins at 1:30 Central. To view full schedules and more information, visit auburntigers.com. For This Week in Auburn Athletics, I'm Jacob Hillman. War Eagle.
Head down. He's in. Touchdown, Auburn!
The game has changed, and the future of Auburn Athletics now demands a strong name, image, and likeness program. I'm Andy Burcham, and I urge you to support On to Victory, the name, image, and likeness collective for Auburn student athletes. Please take this opportunity to improve the lives of our players and give our teams the best chance of success.
Learn more at ontovictory.com.
Back on the Tiger Tailgate Show from Tuscaloosa. Listen, if you're looking for an easy, seamless transition to Auburn University, consider Southern Union State Community College. Conveniently located only a few miles from Auburn, Southern Union offers classes that easily transfer to the university. Endless opportunities are right up the road. Brad Law, Andy Burcham, Ronnie Brown, and Stan White with you from Tuscaloosa. And guys, a little different plan here for this segment. Stan White has been the color analyst here for the Auburn Sports Network for the last 22 seasons. And in my biased opinion, but it's also just an abject truth, there's none better at this than Stan White has been for the final 22 seasons. And today we announce that this is Stan's final game or final season with us on the Auburn Sports Network as the color analyst. Stan, I didn't like saying that, but we certainly understand it. Let's talk a little bit about arriving at this decision and some of the reasons why.
Well, thank you, Brad, and it's been an emotional time, and I'll try not to get emotional on the air. So, but I've done this for 22 years, and I've got a freshman in high school now. It's strictly a selfish decision. It's family oriented. I've worked with some of the best people, and I say work, I use that word loosely. It's been just a joy. But I've got a freshman. I've got kids coming up, and I look back this year, at the beginning of this year, I alerted you guys that this may be it because I've never been to a game with my kids, never been to a game with my wife of 18 years, and so they continue to want me to do it, but I figure, this is a time I need to step aside and pass the torch. And I look back over my time, 22 years, 200. I think this will be my 281st straight fall Saturday. And I never looked at myself as any kind of broadcast talent. I was just a football guy that knew the game. And the real talent was my three play-by-play partners, and that was Jim Fife and Rod and, of course, Andy sitting beside me. And they painted such a good picture. And these guys on the sideline as well with Quentin Riggins and, of course, Ronnie. And there's so many people involved. It's just hard to bring up everybody's name. But they painted the picture so well. And I was lucky enough to describe it, to describe the picture. And so tough decision, very tough, but I've loved every minute of it and still do.
Well, let me say this. There is talent there, Stan, and I know that it has grown in your 22 years in the radio booth and the 2 years that you and I spent together.
Yeah,
doing,
24 years. Yeah,
doing 2 years of tape delay and pay-per-view games. But you have developed, and Brad's absolutely right, you've developed into the finest color analyst that there is with the passion that you have for your alma mater and this football program, and just being able to describe some of the great games in Auburn history. I mean, you've been part of some of the classic Auburn games that will go down in history, and you've been a part of that with Jim and Rod, and fortunately for me, for myself as well. And I told you this last week when you delivered the news. As much as I will miss you sitting right there on Football Saturdays, I will miss just the camaraderie that we have on Football Saturdays and sometimes those Friday nights on the road at a meal. That's what I will miss the most. And I wish you nothing but the best. And with those kids coming up and your boys and your daughter as well playing ball, I know you're going to get a chance to be out there. I wish you nothing but the best, and I am so blessed to have been able to work with you.
Well, thank you. And I'm lucky as can be to get to help coach at where my kids go, John Carroll Catholic High School. Of course, everyone knows that, Pat Sullivan's alma mater, and a lot of those guys I stay up late with coaching, they're listening right now, and they know our motto is Cav Way, and I'm not going away. I'm just going away from the broadcast side of it, and I've just had such a joy and been very, very lucky going back to the 2004 season. My first ever season with Jim Fife. I mean, gosh, I grew up listening to the guy, and then I'm standing beside him, and then his untimely death. And then Rod comes in and has probably the hardest job of any broadcaster until fast forward many years later. And then, Andy, you have the unfathomable job of coming in, and none of you guys ever wanted to replace the guy ahead of you. You just tried to carry the torch, and that's what I'm hoping to pass the torch. I hope I've done those color analysts ahead of me a justice, and I hope I do the future ones justice. But, you go back and think about there's no one moment. I mean, you can go seasons and plays and whatever. I've been very, very fortunate to be a part of some iconic college football plays, not just Auburn football plays, iconic college football plays, and I was there to witness it. And so, I just happened to have a headset on and was talking. I looked at it, I was just talking to a couple of thousand Auburn friends, and that's the way I looked at it.
Well, as Jim and Rod would say right now if they were here with us, you're part of those calls. I mean, your voice is on those calls and will be forever. So, you had a headset on, but you were part of that moment for a lot of people out there.
Well, and I mean, not to cut you off, but I just want to, share the sentiments that Andy just said. It's been a complete pleasure, getting to know Stan, the man. I think we all have had a chance and an opportunity to learn who's Stan and to know the guy Stan, the football player of Auburn University and the quarterback. But it's been a complete pleasure, traveling on Friday nights. We've ridden together a couple times to a couple of the away games, and just to have that experience and get to know you as a person. I think everyone on the broadcast knows you bleed orange and blue. But one of the things that can't be replaced is your information and knowledge of the game. And you've been able to display that, for 22 plus years. And, I think you've grabbed the bull by the horns. You've set the precedent of, the guy following you, whoever that may be. And, you've done a tremendous job, even, in my short time sharing this space with you guys. It's been nothing but an honor to get to know you. And, obviously someone having young kids, I know the importance of being able to share those moments that you can't get back, but also appreciating what you've done, for Auburn, the fan base, and this crew. It's been, nothing short of great, and it's exciting to even get to know and hang out and continue that relationship that we've built over the last few years.
Well, I'm looking forward to coming to the games next year and heckling you guys a little bit pregame, like Quentin Riggins does sometimes, and making up for some lost time with the kids. I mean, it's you guys are family, and you always will be. And so I'm just looking forward to now going and sitting in the stands and listening to you guys and having that total experience for Auburn. Different experience, but total different experience for Auburn with the family and the kids, and making up for that time, because you guys know as well, it is a sacrifice. Yeah. You all have families in here. It is a sacrifice. But, I will tell you this. This is one of my most memorable times was and I go back to Andy, the 1999 LSU game in Baton Rouge when we were doing the tape delay and pay-per-view. That was one of my most memorable broadcasts because of the circumstances. And we could go on 2 or 3 segments about it, but that showed to me, I'm like, this guy gets it. Because we were under dire circumstances broadcasting a game. And you know what? We were able to get it done. Of course, Auburn won the game in Baton Rouge, but that's one of my, the picks, the kick six, the prayer and journey here, all that stuff. I those have fond memories, but it's the little things. Yeah. Those Friday night dinners and that family style camaraderie that we all had.
Bang 8.
That's right. Bang 8.
Well, I just got one request and a commitment from you as you continue your journey in coaching. You got to keep your playbooks, because as I,
that's a deal.
As I watch my kids and my son, I'm like, hey, I need some plays.
That's a deal. That is a deal. I feel like that's been my calling the last couple of years, and you guys know that. And Ronnie, I've seen your kid play. I hope he's wearing orange and blue one day. I can tell you that.
So we can go ahead and pencil you in for the first Tiger Tailgate show of the year next year on the stage?
Yeah. Absolutely.
No, seriously, Stan, thank you very much. And thanks to Tina and the kids, too, because they have sacrificed and they've allowed us to have you, and they've allowed the Auburn family to hear you and your insights, and for you to be a part of their Auburn football experience for 22 years.
And we will have an announcement on the successor to Stan in the coming days.
That's correct.
I think you're going to enjoy it.
Yep. So stay tuned for that. All right, we're going to break away, and we'll get back to some game talk, and we've got some special guests coming up for you. Quentin Reese, outside linebacker, defensive end for the Tigers, 6 minutes away when the Tiger Tailgate Show continues in a moment.
Nobody protects you from mayhem like Allstate. I'm a grill at your college football party. My full grease trap, that's something you clean? Now you're smoking your car and garage instead of your meats. And if you don't have the right coverage, fixing this could be a trick play. So bundle your home and auto with Allstate to save up to 25% and get protected from mayhem like me.
Bundled savings discounts will vary by state. Saving up to 25% is a countrywide average of savings off the home policy. Combining the multiple policy discount for having auto insurance with Allstate and the welcome discount savings at enrollment.
Recruiting plays a major role in team building. Recruiting also plays an important role in protecting my home from termites with Cook's Pest Control and the Citricon system. Termites eat the bait in the Citricon stations, then eagerly recruit other termites to also feed on the bait, thus eliminating the termite colony. Discover how affordable it is to protect your home. Call Cook's Pest Control.
Looky, 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 here comes Cookie, Cook's Pest Control.
The Auburn University College of Veterinary Medicine is the South's original veterinary medical program and the nation's 7th oldest. We are a leader in preparing students for careers in veterinary excellence, transforming animal health care and innovative research and discovery to improve the health of both animals and humans. Independent surveys of pet owners and referring veterinarians rank our teaching hospital tops in the nation. Learn more at vetmed.auburn.edu.
Who out there likes to eat chicken? Did you know that when it comes to chicken production, Alabama rules the roost? In fact, we're ranked 2nd in the country in broiler production. That's meat-type chickens, with nearly 2,600 poultry farm families raising more than 1 billion birds a year. Alabama's poultry industry adds more than $15 billion a year to the state's economy and provides jobs for almost 90,000 Alabamians. So be sure to prepare your favorite chicken dish this football season.
This is a 2-minute drill on the Tiger Tailgate Show, presented by Conecuh Sausage.
All right, we'll take this opportunity to check the Yellowwood scoreboard, and rivalry games are already off in the 11 a.m. Central window. Number 1, Georgia, looking to close out a perfect regular season, hosting rival Georgia Tech. Clean old-fashioned hate. Yellow Jackets need a win to get bowl eligible. It would be a huge upset, but the Jackets have scored first in this ball game, and as they play early in the second quarter, the Yellow Jackets lead the Bulldogs 7-3 in Athens. Also today in Clemson, 8th-ranked Tigers hosting South Carolina. Gamecocks fell behind 14-0 after one quarter. They have punched in a touchdown early in the second. 14 minutes to go in that first half. Clemson leads South Carolina 14-7. Gamecocks looking for back-to-back major upset wins to close out the regular season. Outside of the SEC today, you've got Michigan and Ohio State. They call it the game in the Horseshoe. Ohio State leads 10-3. Buckeyes with the lead late in the first quarter in Columbus. Outside the top 25, Oklahoma State and West Virginia tied at 7 early in the second quarter in Stillwater. Also in the Big Ten, Maryland leads Rutgers 7-0 as they play early in the second period in College Park. Liberty is 8-3, playing host to 4-6 New Mexico State. It's New Mexico State with a 14-7 advantage midway through the second quarter. Army leads UMass 21-7 early in the second. South Alabama closes its regular season at home against Old Dominion. Jags looking for a 10th win on the year, tied with Old Dominion at 10 early in the second quarter. And Georgia State in Sunbelt action leads Marshall on the road 10-0 midway through the second. All right, we will talk to Quentin Reese on the other side of this local timeout. It's Auburn and Alabama from Tuscaloosa. This is the Auburn Sports Network.
War Eagle, a tradition that can mean hello or goodbye. It's our battle cry, our family. It's what Auburn is all about. Ford Motor Company has a powerful tradition too, an unwavering commitment to build smarter, tougher, more dependable trucks. Ford F-150, it's a truck I drive and the official truck of the Auburn Tigers. Visit buyfordnow.com or your local Ford dealer. Tell them Coach Pearl sent you.
Not all models, trims, or features may be available. Contact your dealer for more information.
Are you looking to advance your career without putting your life on hold? Consider the flexibility of an online MBA at Auburn University's Harvard College of Business. Ranked among the nation's best by U.S. News and World Report, our 100% online MBA program provides the flexibility you need to pursue a degree while maintaining your personal and professional life. Learn more at harvard.auburn.edu.
North American beavers are excellent swimmers, but on land, they waddle about clumsily. That is until they spot the yellow tag on a stack of Yellowwood brand pressure-treated pine. Their instincts kick in, and the colony springs into action. Just like that, these master builders make off with their newfound building materials.
For 5-star backyards, Yellowwood brand pressure-treated pine. If it doesn't have that yellow tag, you don't want it.
We always picture the SEC student athlete for their speed, their vertical, their agility. But it's time we picture them for more. For their campus voice, their community outreach, and for the simple fact that 20 years later, they're still someone's pride and joy. More than students, more than athletes. In the SEC, it just means more.
We are back in Tuscaloosa for the Tiger Tailgate Show, and we thank everyone who registered online for the Kickoff Kid contest throughout the season at Jordan-Hare Stadium. It was brought to you by Berkshire Hathaway Home Services. Brad Law and Andy Burcham with you from Bryant-Denny Stadium, and joining us now is Quentin Reese, who in his Auburn career had 167 total tackles, 13.5 sacks, 4 fumble recoveries, perhaps none more important than one on the floor of Jordan-Hare Stadium during the 1997 Iron Bowl, the one that helped set up Jared Holmes' game-winning field goal. Quentin joins us now. Q, thanks very much for being with us. War Eagle.
War Eagle, good afternoon, guys.
Hope you're doing well, and we appreciate you taking some time to talk about some fond memories there in those late 90s, some Iron Bowls that were just barn burners, some amazing games. Give us your take on the Iron Bowl, Quentin.
The Iron Bowl, man, it's a game like no other. That's one of the things that you go to Auburn or Alabama for, to play in that ball game. And I was fortunate enough to be a part of it. I think we had the last Iron Bowl that was played at Legion Field, which is here in my hometown. So it's always special to be around the Iron Bowl.
Quentin, this is Andy Burcham. Let's go back to the 97 game at Jordan-Hare Stadium. As I recall, Auburn was a pretty heavy favorite going into that game. Alabama really played well that day. It had a chance to kind of whittle that game away, take the clock away. So take us through the play that kind of turned it around, the big hit by Martavius Houston, and give us kind of your vantage point on that play.
I mean, that was just it. It was a huge play by Martavius. I think they threw a little screen pass or a swing pass out to one of their backs out of the backfield. Martavius closed down that alley and jarred that ball loose. And, you know, we always talk to run to the ball, play to the whistle, and I was just in the right place at the right time.
Who did you fight off to get to the ball? Did you fight off any of your own guys to get to that ball?
Ah, man, I wish I remembered. I just wanted to get the ball. I just know we had to get the ball and get a chance to win the ball game.
Was there any doubt, Quentin, when you recovered that ball that Auburn was going to go down and score and win the game?
Not at that point. Not at that point, because the energy that we had from that turnover, I think it pretty much catapulted our team, and we knew that we was going to go down and win that ball game. We weren't going to be denied after that.
Where were you when Jared Holmes kicked the field goal to win it?
Somewhere bite my nail, probably. But, man, I think we probably was hand in hand. We probably was hand in hand on the sideline, just spraying them and pulling them through.
Quentin, what did it mean to you as a guy out of West End and high school there in Birmingham? And you mentioned you're back in Birmingham now, so you know you're a state of Alabama guy. What were your memories of the Iron Bowl growing up as a kid and then being recruited and ultimately coming to Auburn? How special was it for you to be a part of the rivalry?
It was always good, and to be honest, I really didn't understand the magnitude of it until I got older. But growing up, I lived in West End, maybe 2 or 3 miles from the stadium, but my aunt lived over in that Smithfield area, and we were either parking cars or we were selling Cokes or peanuts in the stadium when I was younger. And it really didn't know the magnitude as a young kid. But as I got older, you know, it really sinks in then.
Talk about the defense that you play. I mean, there's some big names, including yourself, that's part of that defense. Jimmy Brumbaugh, of course, now, who's Auburn's defensive line coach. Takeo Spikes, who we get to see every Saturday now on the SEC Network. I mean, that was a really special defense for the Auburn Tigers.
Yeah, we had one heck of a group, and we had some unsung guys as well, like your Ricky Neals and your Ryan Taylor, Brad Ware. Mm-hmm. We had some really good guys, and we was always taught to be disciplined and trust your teammates. And what I see now out of the great teams, I see that a lot of times kids trying to make plays. But if you play your discipline, play and be disciplined in your technique, your plays are going to come to you. And that's kind of how we played ball. We was patient, and I knew that I had Shaquille and Rick and Neal behind me. Do my job. We're gonna get them down.
Quentin, you were an all-state player at West End, and I know you played some linebacker, but did you play more offense than defense?
Well, back then we didn't come off the field. We played everything.
Yeah.
We played everything. Played offense, defense, special teams, and it was just the way it was. And I know now you have one-way players, but we didn't have one-way players. We played ball.
Well, I just wondered if you were recruited by any other schools as an offensive player, and kind of the conversation about playing defense at Auburn, or if that was the plan from the get-go.
I'll go ahead and spill the beans. I was recruited as an offensive player at Auburn.
Yeah.
But once I got there, Coach Witt kind of grabbed me by my shirt, and I never ran around once I got to Auburn.
Yeah.
He tried to do the same thing to Ronnie Brown.
Yes, he did.
And move him to linebacker, but Ronnie stayed on the offensive side. Quentin, let me ask you, what did it mean for a guy from Birmingham to get to play an Iron Bowl there at Legion Field, for someone that grew up, as you said, in the shadows of Legion Field?
Man, it was just amazing because we played our high school games at Legion Field. So I was at home, and I got a lot of teammates that were from other parts of the Southeast and was able to kind of show them around the stadium and really understand what the old Gray Lady was about. It was the history of Legion Field and the history of right there in that Smithfield community where it sits. And it's just always good. And it's like bringing all my teammates to the house.
Love that. Quentin, talk about what you're up to these days.
I'm doing some, I'm a licensed builder here in the state of Alabama. I'm doing some remodels, and I buy and sell homes and stuff like that, doing a little real estate investing, just keeping it busy.
What do you expect out of the Tigers today here in Tuscaloosa?
I expect for a hard-fought game. I love the energy that Coach Cadillac is bringing to the team, and with that type of energy, you never know what'll happen. All records go out the window as usual for this game, and with them playing with nothing to lose plus a chip on their shoulder, I think they can get dangerous and they can surprise some people today.
Yep, no doubt about it. Quentin, thank you very much for your contributions to Auburn football when you played and beyond, and we appreciate you being a part of our Tiger Tailgate show today. Enjoy the game. War Eagle.
All right, thanks for having me. Thank you, War Eagle.
You bet. Quentin Reese, a terrific standout offensive linebacker, defensive end for the Tigers. And, boy, Andy, those late 90s teams. Man, you're right. There's some stacked defenses on those squads for sure. Of course, that 97 team went on to the SEC championship game, won the Western Division, and should
have won the SEC championship.
Should have won. You're right.
Yeah.
Had a and one of the great memorable Iron Bowl victories, and Quentin Reese was a huge part of it. All right, 6 minutes from now, game picks, point values doubled.
Hello.
And the race is a little tighter than it was.
Tight.
Yeah, a week ago. So that's coming up when the Tiger Tailgate Show continues in a moment. When we say we're an everything school, we mean it. Since 1872, Auburn University graduates from the College of Agriculture and the Samuel Ginn College of Engineering have built on the land-grant mission to drive economic development, improve quality of life, promote social well-being, and enhance national security. Celebrating 150 years, come see why Auburn's College of Agriculture and Ginn College of Engineering continue to be pillars of the past, pioneers of the present, and foundations for the future. Visit auburn.edu.
things we take for granted, ordinary opportunities for parents and their children, can be a foster child's extraordinary. You have the power to do something positive that will change the life of a young person right here in Alabama. Open your heart and open your home to a foster child today. For more information, visit www.dhr.alabama.gov or call 1-866-64-AL-KIDS. Brought to you by the Alabama Department of Human Resources, the Alabama Broadcasters Association, and this station.
And we're back with breaking news. Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any Coke fan, so make sure you... Jim. Jim. We're on the air.
Ooh, yes, this tastes like the best Coke ever to me. Your thoughts, Jen?
Well, can I have a sip?
Jen, we're in the middle of reporting the news.
I need to try it first. Most creatures blend in with their natural surroundings. However, one North American beaver colony is doing anything but. This group, having discovered new Yellowwood Protector semi-transparent stain and water repellent, has coated their lodge in a lovely smoky grey colour. Modern look and powerful protection, backed by the yellow tag. Well done.
Introducing the first stain worthy of the yellow tag. Yellowwood Protector semi-transparent stain and water repellent. Find a dealer near you.
This is a 2-minute drill on the Tiger Tailgate Show, presented by Conecuh Sausage.
Brad Law and Stan White with you for this 2-minute drill. Stan, you were in 4 Iron Bowls as a player, and this will be your 22nd as a radio broadcaster. I guess a couple more on the TV side of it. Compare the nerves and the energy when preparing for an Iron Bowl as a player with that of preparing as a broadcaster who's still heavily invested.
As a broadcaster, it's much easier, obviously. Yeah. It's, when you're a player, it's like the week. We used to play when we had a week off. So we had, literally 2 weeks before we played, except for my senior year, maybe. I think that was when we went to no week off. And it seemed like the time just crept by. I mean, it literally seemed like it was a month before we played the game because it was just the intensity and everything. So you do what you can to try to get in a routine so you don't get out of it because you don't want to play the game on a Wednesday. Yeah. And so, it was just, growing up in Alabama, growing up in Birmingham, it was just an amazing experience to be able to play in 4 of them. 3 of them at Legion Field. Well, my freshman year, redshirt year, I was at Auburn, first year, 89. Yeah. And then 3 at Legion Field, and my senior year at Auburn to be able to cap off that undefeated season. Just one of the most memorable sporting things I've been involved with ever in my life.
Is it possible to pick a favorite moment? 02, nobody gave Auburn a shot, and they came in here and dominated the game. 04, you capped the perfect regular season. 10, you have the comeback. I mean, this building alone has seen some pretty incredible Auburn victories, and you've been a part of them.
Yeah, the 02 one didn't result in a championship for Auburn, but I think it was one of the best underdog stories with Trey Smith coming in here and these guys being hurt and Trey Smith being number 3 down the pecking order. They win 17-7 behind a great defensive effort. The comeback in 2010 is hard to beat as well.
Yes, it is. No doubt about it. All right, plenty of more Iron Bowl memories to share as we get closer to this year's edition of the Rivalry. This is the Auburn Sports Network.
North American beavers are excellent swimmers, but on land, they waddle about clumsily. That is until they spot the yellow tag on a stack of Yellowwood brand pressure-treated pine. Their instincts kick in, and the colony springs into action. Just like that, these master builders make off with their newfound building materials.
For 5-star backyards, Yellowwood brand pressure-treated pine. If it doesn't have that yellow tag, you don't want it.
The Alabama Manufactured Housing Association is a proud sponsor of the 2022 Auburn Tigers. Since 1968, the Alabama Manufactured Housing Association has led the way for the manufactured and modular housing industry. Manufactured and modular housing provides safe, innovative, and affordable housing solutions for nearly 500,000 Alabamians. To learn more about AMHA or to find an authorized retailer near you, visit alamha.org.
Hey, I'm Charles Barkley. Call for a Redmont and water at bars and restaurants throughout the great state of Alabama. Redmont Vodka, available at select ABC stores and package stores. Redmont Vodka is 8 times distilled, gluten-free, and is made from non-GMO corn. Looking to support a local business? Redmont Distilling is Alabama proud and minority owned. Learn more online at redmontdistilling.com.
Thank you, Auburn, for over 40 years of business. Since day one at Guthrie's, we've been serving up the best golden fried chicken fingers, hand-chopped coleslaw, crinkle-cut fries, and our signature Guthrie sauce. Often imitated, never duplicated. We have 4 Auburn locations to serve you, including South College and our downtown location off East Glen Avenue, which is open until 3 a.m. every night. Fresh, hot, and fast. That's the Guthrie's promise. To find the nearest Guthrie's to you, visit Guthrie'sChicken.com.
And we are back on the Tiger Tailgate Show from Bryant-Denny Stadium in Tuscaloosa, and we have our full crew joining us here. Brad Law, Andy Burcham, Ronnie Brown, Stan White, and Jason Campbell we have by phone from an undisclosed bunker somewhere, still recovering from, I don't know, how many Thanksgiving plates did you wind up having, Jason?
Good morning to you too, Brad Law. Better known as Nick Wolf. But
that's a great rock band.
I like that.
Sure.
Yeah, I had a great Thanksgiving. Wife had surgery on Wednesday, so, of course, I just been kind of, taking care of her. But other than that, I still found a way to eat good. And, Ronnie, I did have a little bit of cranberry sauce, but I kind of replaced it with turkey gravy this time on my dressing.
There you go.
That sounds good.
I mean, that's pretty good. All right. Well, Stan went 1-3 last week.
Oh.
So
I'll let everybody back in it, right?
Yeah, you have a flair for the dramatic, that's for sure. So Stan's in the lead, 32-15. Andy is in second. Somehow he's 31-15. I don't know. That's questionable math. It's a half game.
So his
difference.
winning percentage, my winning percentage is just a hair better.
Just
right?
a hair better, yeah.
Okay.
Ronnie at 28-19, and then Jason at 28-19 as well. So Ronnie and Jason fighting for third place. We have 5.
Going for Slim last week.
Yeah, right. Not sure what he said. I'm just going to agree with it. All right, we have 5 games this week, and point values are doubled. So we're coming right down to the wire here. These are Guthrie's game picks. Guthrie's thanks the Auburn family for over 40 years of business. Since day one, fresh, hot, and fast has always been the Guthrie's promise. Visit the Guthrie's nearest to you. Find it at Guthrie'sChicken.com. Let's get it started. 2 o'clock today, SEC Country. Kentucky hosts number 25, Louisville. Cats are a 3-point favorite. Stan, we'll start with you.
Since we got 5, I guess you want shorter answers. I'm
fine.
going to go with I'm going to go with Kentucky. I think Kentucky gets it done.
All right. Andy.
Kentucky.
All right, we don't want that short of answers.
Okay. I think home field advantage makes a difference in this rivalry game. Louisville has played better down the stretch of this season. I think Kentucky.
All right.
Kentucky. Okay, so that was too long?
Yeah, it was
Fine.
too long.
Okay.
Somewhere in between.
Good Lord.
Ronnie, what do you think?
All right, I mean, I don't have much opportunity to catch up. So, obviously, the two of these gentlemen have chosen the same
Glad
team.
you said gentlemen.
So I'm going to go with Louisville and Malik Cunningham. And so hopefully they can pull it out. Hopefully the defense can stop the run. But
Jason, what do you think?
Well, I like this game just because both quarterbacks, when you think about Louisville, they have a quarterback that kind of resembles LaMarcus, but at the same time,
Lamar Jackson.
Lamar Jackson. Yeah, Lamar Jackson. Yeah, Lamar Jackson.
Or LaMarcus.
Yeah, Lamar. So I'm going to go with Bluegrass, Kentucky.
All right, Kentucky, he says. Tryptophan's still wearing on him a little bit. All right, at 2:30 today up in Corvallis. Sneaky good game here. Number 9, Oregon at 19th-ranked Oregon State. Oregon's a 3-point favorite, but they're on the road. They've had the upper hand in this rivalry of late. Jason, we'll start with you this time.
I'm going to go Oregon in this one. I think they got more to play for. Try to play for the Pac-10 championship.
Ronnie.
I'm going to follow my roommate and go with Oregon. I don't know what's going on with Bo Nix. I guess he's been a little banged up the last couple of weeks, but I'm going to take Oregon as well.
Going for the Pac-10 or the Pac-12 championship?
Andy?
I'm going with Oregon.
I've been to Corvallis this year. I will go to Washington later on this year. I'm going to take, and that has nothing to do with my pick.
Right.
I just thought I'd say that because it sounded cool.
So we get the travel update from Andy.
Yeah, I'll take Oregon State to win this game at home.
Oh, he's going with the Beavers. Stan, what do you think?
I'm going to go with Drew too because I like the pick. He's going to Washington and to Corvallis. I'm going with Oregon State as well.
Very good. Where are you going in the offseason? You got any big plans?
Not Corvallis, but
Yeah. All right.
Close enough to take Oregon State.
6:30 tonight. Notre Dame ranked 15th. They're 8-1 over their last 9 games after an 0-2 start. At 6th-ranked USC, Trojans 4.5-point favorites at home. Ronnie, we'll start with you this time.
I'm going to go with the USC Trojans. They look pretty good. They played intentional football the last game that I watched. So I'm going to go. They look somewhat of like the old USC Trojans.
Mm-hmm. Stan?
I will too. What's their quarterback's name? Williams, Caleb Williams.
Yep.
He's playing well. He's playing at a high level. I like SC at home to keep their playoff hopes alive.
Jason?
Yeah, I'm going to go on the branch with this one. I'm going to stick with USC. Branches are stronger than limbs, so I'm sticking with the USC Trojans.
Well, I've got to pick at least one that's different from Stan to have a shot here, right?
That's correct.
I'll take Notre Dame.
I'll go with
You're going with the Catholics, huh?
Right there.
All right.
Jason's on the branch. Andy is on the limb. Now we go 10th-ranked Tennessee at Vanderbilt. Tennessee's a 14-point favorite, but Hendon Hooker's out. Their starting quarterback is a no-go. Vandy's won 2 straight games. A lot of confidence for the Commodores. Andy, we'll start with you this time.
Well, Hendon Hooker wasn't the issue last week when they lost to South Carolina. I mean, they couldn't stop South Carolina. And Spencer Rattler had his best game, whether it was at Oklahoma or at South Carolina in their last game. If we were picking just this point spread, I would definitely take Vanderbilt.
Yeah.
I think
We should pick point spread.
I think Tennessee finds a way to win this game, but I will not be shocked at all if Vanderbilt doesn't win its 3rd straight game.
All right, Jason, what do you say?
So are we picking point spread or are we
No.
picking?
No, straight up winner.
Oh, shoot. That's too easy. Tennessee.
I love the real. It's so real. Stan.
Is Vanderbilt going for bowl eligibility? I think they are.
I don't know. They're going for a 3rd straight SEC win in a long time.
They're going for bowl eligibility, but I'm still going to go with Tennessee.
All right. Clean sweep. Ronnie? Yes, they are, by the way, going for bowl eligibility.
Yeah, this is a tough one. I want to go Vanderbilt. Everything's telling me go Vanderbilt.
Do it. What's it going to hurt? Yeah, what are you going to lose?
But I mean, they're a 14-point dog, too. Hey,
You got nothing to lose being last place.
Slow down. Hub says the person I'm tied with. But I'm going to go with Tennessee on this one as well, guys.
Very good. Yeah, like, this is awful. You try it. All right, Apple Cup, 9:30 tonight. Washington ranked 13th, up on the Palouse to take on Washington State. UW a 2-point favorite. Huskies on the road, or do the Cougs get the upset? And who hasn't started? I think everybody started the picks here, so we'll go back to Stan.
Yeah. So it's Washington at Washington State.
Yes.
Here's why I'm going with Washington.
Okay.
They went on the road and beat Oregon in UGA. So I'm going with Washington.
All right, so Stan's going Huskies, going with the Dogs. Andy, what do you think?
I'll go ahead and take the Cougars to win the game at home.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, I'll take the Cougs.
There you go. Going with the home team.
There
Ronnie,
we go.
What do you think?
I think I'm going to go with the home team as well.
All right, going with the Cougs.
There you go, Ronnie.
All right, Jason, you got like 40 seconds. What you got?
Nick Wolf.
Well, ain't no fun that everybody finishing the same as last, so I'm going to go with the Washington Huskies.
All right, for reasons I don't quite comprehend.
I don't understand that.
That was so dramatic.
Listen, but we appreciate it. All right, Jason's going to stick around for the next segment. Give us some thoughts on
I'm
this.
still full off red velvet cake.
Don't have a clue what he just said.
He eating some fat-free red velvet cake.
Listen. Thank you for the translation.
Stay with us. The Tiger Tailgate Show continues in a moment.
Thank you, Auburn, for over 40 years of business. Since day one at Guthrie's, we've been serving up the best golden fried chicken fingers, hand-chopped coleslaw, crinkle-cut fries, and our signature Guthrie sauce. Often imitated, never duplicated. We have 4 Auburn locations to serve you, including South College and our downtown location off East Glen Avenue, which is open until 3 a.m. every night. Fresh, hot, and fast. That's the Guthrie's promise. To find the nearest Guthrie's to you, visit Guthrie'sChicken.com.
Putting together a winning drive
30 long from the shotgun.
takes focus, determination,
Fires the snap, dropping back.
And that powerful form of energy,
Scrambles to his right, looking downfield.
called belief.
Launches it toward the end zone.
That belief in a team, in a community of fans, in each other.
Touchdown!
That powerful energy connects us all. Alabama Power is a proud supporter of the Auburn Tigers. Power for a better Alabama.
Kia of Auburn is happy to connect the Kia brand to the Auburn fans. Our winning lineup has something for everyone at almost any budget. SUVs like the Telluride, Sorento, and Sportage. You prefer a sedan? Check out the Rio, Forte, Soul, or the Sporty Stinger. And don't forget our new multi-purpose vehicles, the Carnival, or our amazing hybrid or electric vehicles. Kia of Auburn is a proud supporter of Auburn Athletics. Kia of Auburn, where you're always number one. Whoa, Rico.
We've all fallen into boring routines. We just keep doing what has to get done. Isn't it time to escape the old routine and make time for yourself? Make time to go out with old friends. Make time to add excitement back into your life. Make time to feel like a winner again. Life is more fun when you live it. So what are you waiting for? Escape every day at Wind Creek Casino and windcreekcasino.com.
This is a 2-minute drill on the Tiger Tailgate Show, presented by Conecuh Sausage.
Every year, we partner with the Alabama Education Association, and we talk about the Be a Champion and Read contest, and there's one winner chosen out of hundreds of applicants all over the state to win a very special Iron Bowl experience, and this year's Auburn winner is Mr. Tahid Sabir from Tuskegee Public School. Tahid, War Eagle, and congratulations.
Thank you.
How many books did you read as a part of the Be a Champion and Read Challenge?
I don't know. 6.
All right, 6 books. What do you have a favorite?
I read a lot of car books.
Yeah, a lot of car books. Very good. And is that the kind of book that you typically like to read? Yeah. When you found out that you were the winner, tell me about that day. What happened? How did you find out?
Well, the day I didn't know that I was gonna win. But I had on a Alabama sweater, and my teachers they came and took it off of me.
Well, that's good. Those are good teachers. That's yeah, they did the right thing. Susan Brown is with us today as well from the Alabama Education Association. Susan, this is such a special contest, and so many of these school-age kids are in the running every year. This is a special day for Tahid and for AEA.
Oh, yes, it's exciting. We're happy to be here, and we're excited that we could do this for all the public school students in the state of Alabama. K through 6 are eligible to participate.
Be listening for an opportunity to enter next year to the Be a Champion and Read Challenge. Tahid, thanks very much for stopping by. Enjoy the game today. War Eagle.
War Eagle.
All right, Tahid Sabir from Tuskegee Public School, the winner of this year's Be a Champion and Read Challenge. This is the Auburn Sports Network.
AuburnTigers.com is the official website of Auburn Athletics. Read the latest feature stories on your favorite Tiger teams. Get critical game day info. Search videos and audio. Find how to get connected through social and digital media or by joining Tigers Unlimited. Shop the AU Photo Store or just find the next event on the athletic calendar. Plus, all athletics broadcasts are streamed free at AuburnTigers.com/watch. AuburnTigers.com, the official online home of Auburn Athletics.
Conecuh Sausage is a product we all know and love, and it's the official sausage and hot dog of the Auburn Tigers. Conecuh Sausage is made from the finest cuts of pork, patented blend of seasonings, all natural casings, and smoked over a pure hickory fire for that true Southern flavor. Enjoy a crowd-pleasing Conecuh Sausage dog or premium hot dog while watching the Tigers, and make Conecuh part of your game day or any day. Conecuh Sausage is celebrating their 75th year. The Sessions family making their premium smoked sausage in Evergreen, Alabama. Be sure to visit the new Conecuh gift shop right off I-65 at exit 96.
Who out there likes chicken and eggs? Both are protein-packed and loaded with essential vitamins and minerals to keep you healthy and your immune system strong. Start your morning with a delicious omelet with all your favorite fix-ins. Or have some grilled chicken for dinner. Here in Alabama, we produce almost 500 million eggs a year. You just can't beat that. However you choose to enjoy chicken or eggs, remember, they're good for you and great for Alabama.
Kia of Auburn is happy to connect the Kia brand to the Auburn fans. Our winning lineup has something for everyone at almost any budget. SUVs like the Telluride, Sorento, and Sportage. You prefer a sedan? Check out the Rio, Forte, Soul, or the Sporty Stinger. And don't forget our new multi-purpose vehicles, the Carnival, or our amazing hybrid or electric vehicles. Kia of Auburn is a proud supporter of Auburn Athletics. Kia of Auburn, where you're always number one. Whoa, Rico.
Taking you neath the sun-kissed sky outside Jordan-Hare and across the SEC. It's time for another hour of the Tiger Tailgate Show presented by Conecuh Sausage. Conecuh Sausage is the official sausage and hot dog of the Auburn Tigers. Straight ahead, more special guests and matchup analysis as we move closer to kickoff. Here's Brad Law to start another hour of the Tiger Tailgate Show.
And some folks are starting to file in now to Bryant-Denny Stadium as we approach 2 hours before kickoff. Joined now by Stan White here in the broadcast booth and Jason Campbell by phone. And we talk about this game today. Guys, when you start talking about matchups, let's talk first about the Auburn defense. And Jason, Colby Wooden, 30 tackles for loss in his career, the 8th most at Auburn since 2000. He had a career high 11 tackles in the Iron Bowl last year. In this style of offense that Auburn plays today against Alabama, Colby Wooden and his versatility going to be key again for the Tigers.
Oh, yeah, no doubt. When you think about Colby, he's a big, strong guy. And today we're going to need the strength because Gibbs is a great runner. And, they're going to try to do everything they can to run the football. And but you also have the next element, which is Bryce Young. And Bryce Young is a dynamic passer, but he also can beat you with his legs. So even when you're rushing, you can't get out of your rush lanes and just allow him to get outside the pocket and just make plays. So he's just as good as a passer outside the pocket as he is inside the pocket. So today is all about the key for Kobe and those guys up front. But Kobe is definitely going to be a big reason that we're able to stop their run game.
Stan, Owen Papo's health this year. His health and his consistency may be the headline for this Auburn defense. When he announced he was coming back, he missed half the season or more a year ago. His consistency this year has been a big part of the Auburn defensive story.
Yeah, and you could tell after that Penn State game last year up in Happy Valley that he just wasn't 100%, and he is this year. And that's the challenge that a Bryce Young brings to you. He's the master at extending plays and seeing downfield, and he's not a big runner, but he can run. He's just so elusive, and he's not a very big guy at all. He's listed 6 foot 194. I would argue he's probably more 5'10"ish, but he is a phenomenal football player, and he really has good vision. So Owen Papo, it would not shock me at all for Auburn to run a spy a lot today on defense. Rushing 3 and 4 at times, maybe at 4 with a spy as well, because you allow him to extend plays, and it's going to hurt you. I mean, Auburn's defensive backfield's played pretty well this year, but it's hard to guard a guy for 8 or 10 seconds, and that's what Bryce Young, his skill set delivers extended plays, and then he can beat you with that. So you've got to be able to put pressure on him and not allow him to get out of the pocket.
Jason, in the next 5 or 6 minutes before we lose you for the day, what your memories of playing in this stadium? You quarterbacked that 0-2 game where the Tigers just were given no shot to come in here and win. You quarterbacked the game again in 2004 where you finished off the perfect regular season, fell behind early, and then the offense really clicked in the second half. Give us your Iron Bowl memories from Tuscaloosa.
Yeah, this is one of my favorite games of the season. Anytime you talk about the Iron Bowl, it gives you chills. It makes the hair stand up on your arms. You get ready to play, and as soon as you get off the bus, actually the night before you get to Birmingham, you can already sense the feeling of the environment. And for me, going to 2002 probably was my favorite, was just because no one gave us a chance. Ronnie and Carnell both was hurt, and Trey Smith was our running back that week, and they have the 9th-ranked team in the nation. They was top 10 and number 1 defense in the nation, and we went in there and our defense attacked them really hard, and offensively we just kind of went at them. We had a very efficient passing game, and then Trey Smith hit some big runs in the middle. We was able to get Robert Johnson for 2 touchdown passes in that game, and we win that game 17-7. And that was my favorite. And in 2004 to close out the season undefeated, We knew we would get their best shot. Came out, we was down early, and at halftime, the seniors kind of took over the locker room and came out in the second half. And I don't think we punted, and I think our defense, they stood up and stand as well. So, it was a great environment. It's one of the best in college football to play in the Iron Bowl. And like I said, nothing else has to be said. Like Lack was saying earlier this week, you don't even have to say anything for this game to get you ready. Like guys, you just wake up on Monday and really prepare to get themselves to go out there and play their best on this today.
That 2002 game, Jason, Cooper Wallace came out, played some fullback. That was a game plan shift. Do you remember? I know it's been 20 years, but do you remember any other major drastic changes to what you guys had done offensively going into that week?
Yeah, I remember I ran the ball a little bit more that game. Some of it was on scrambles, but then we also had some design quarterback draws. But most of it was, checking at the line of scrimmage. I did a lot of checking at the line of scrimmage, whether it's run game or pass game. And, offensively, we want to make sure that we stayed in third and short, where we got ourselves an opportunity to be efficient and stay on the field and kind of run the clock. I remember all week, Coach Petrino talking about just, drowning out the clock, keeping their offense on the sideline, and us just staying efficient, but just getting points and make sure we get in the red zone that we're getting points. And, we got down there 3 times. We got 2 touchdowns and a field goal. But overall, though, we want to make sure we protect the football at all costs. But at the same time, it was about us being more physical than them. We wanted to go out there and take the punch to them because we was at their home plate, and we understood that we couldn't let them come out and punch us in the mouth first. We had to beat them to the punch every play, and that's similar. That's the style of football we came out and played was. And, we was the hammer that day and not the nail.
Well, and I remember that one very well. That was the second time ever in a century to be played in Bryant-Denny, the 9-0 victory in 2000, and that was 2002 was my second year doing the broadcast. Remember Robert Johnson having that touchdown catch, and then Cooper Wallace, and then Trey Smith gets off on a one up the middle to kind of ice that game, Jason. But you mentioned something. I want you to allude to it. Is the game plan that week was to play a shortened game? Was that the whole thing the whole time? Is try to just bleed the clock, keep them on the sideline, and just win a short, physical type game?
Yeah, it was definitely win a short physical game because we knew if we could do that, our defense could attack their offense. They was a triple option offense with Tyler Watts at the time, and sometimes they would come in and hit a little play action pass. But we knew if we could bleed the clock and that we could get to third and short, so we were able to hit those quick slants and little option routes and everything. We could stay on the field. It limited their opportunities to score because they wasn't a high-powering offense, but they was a very physical, strong offense. But we knew we could stop them on defense, and that was the game plan. And I just remember that all week we came out, I believe the second or third play of the game, where we ran a play-action pass where I hit the ball behind my back. We was able to get Anthony Mitch down the middle of the field. I think that kind of opened up things early in the game because they knew we would come out and take shots. And then from that standpoint on, we didn't see a lot of 8-man boxes because they figured that, okay, without running Carnell, that we may pass the ball a little bit more. But we still stuck to our game plan where we still was efficient in the run game and in the passing game. And we was real well balanced and kept, like I said, and just kept bleeding that clock.
It doesn't sound all that dissimilar, Jason, from a game plan that Auburn might try to implement here today. Come out and be physical defensively, a team that's playing with more physicality and aggression of late defensively, especially against the run, and then an offense with a really strong ground game that can grind out time-consuming drives.
Oh, yeah, most definitely. Today has to be that type of game plan for us. Like I said, we've had over 1,200 yards rushing over the last 5 games. And when you think about it, we were 5 of 14 last week on third downs, and that was our best since the Mercer game. So we understand in order to win this football at the end of the day, we have got to play tough in the trenches. We've got to be able to get first positive yards on first down, running the ball, but also find a way to get Robbie outside the pocket on some bootlegs, some nakeds, to keep their backside on it so they're just not flowing so fast. And he's going to have to be efficient in third and short in the passing game.
Really good stuff, Jason. We appreciate it. Hope you enjoy it, and we look forward to talking to you again soon. War Eagle.
War Eagle, I'm back to my red velvet cake. See y'all.
anything but red velvet today. I mean, you can't have anything red around today, but, look, to each his own. All right, the Tiger Walk Report is presented by Hibbett and City Gear. They have all the hottest brands, Nike, Adidas, Jordan, and more, including all the latest releases. Check out a Hibbett or City Gear store near you or visit Hibbett.com. Hibbett, a proud supporter of Auburn football. Tigers have yet to make their way onto the field here at Bryant-Denny Stadium, and that means that Tiger Walk is wrapping up now, and a solid contingent of Auburn fans who believe, a big important word here as the Tigers get set. Seeing plenty of orange and blue in the stands already, too, by the way, incidentally, on this Iron Bowl Saturday. Stay with us. Auburn will be making its way onto the field soon. And on the next segment, we're going to talk to a guy who had another large role in a large Auburn win here in Tuscaloosa. Lee Zimba comes your way in 6 minutes. That's as the Tiger Tailgate Show continues in a moment.
People take their chili seriously. At Whataburger, we also put chili on a pedestal made of 100% fresh beef. The new Whataburger Chili Cheeseburger, made to order with our own chili on 2 all-beef patties, melty cheese, onions, mustard, and crunchy corn chips. This is chili elevated to burger height. Introducing the all-new Chili Cheeseburger from Whataburger. Just like you like it. For a limited time at participating locations.
The Edward Via College of Osteopathic Medicine in Auburn is dedicated to its mission of transforming medical students into caring, compassionate physicians. VCOM partners with Auburn University for student activities, shared learning experiences, and research opportunities. Students are instructed in a hands-on learning environment by outstanding faculty members that are dedicated to student success. VCOM is working to improve the health of Alabama's citizens by increasing the number of primary care physicians throughout the state, especially in rural and underserved areas. Find out more at vcom.edu.
We've invented a new messaging system using the crisp sounds of Bud Light. Crisp Code, Lesson 86. This is how you say, gee willikers, it's a hot one. Let's cool down with some Bud Lights. That's it for today. Bud Light, crisp. Enjoy responsibly. Bud Light Beer, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Putting together a winning drive
3rd and long from the shotgun.
takes focus, determination,
There's the snap, dropping back.
and that powerful form of energy
Scrambles to his right, looking downfield.
called belief.
Launches it toward the end zone.
That belief in a team, in a community of fans, in each other.
Touchdown!
That powerful energy connects us all. Alabama Power is a proud supporter of the Auburn Tigers. Power for a better Alabama.
This is a 2-minute drill on the Tiger Tailgate Show, presented by Conecuh Sausage.
All right, we'll take this opportunity as the Auburn Tigers do make their way onto the field here at Bryant-Denny Stadium in their navy blue warm-ups for the annual Iron Bowl. We'll check the Yellowwood scoreboard. Top-ranked Georgia scored a touchdown in the second quarter. They take a lead over Georgia Tech at halftime. Bulldogs on top of the Yellow Jackets 10-7. South Carolina got a couple of touchdowns on the board, still trailing number 8 Clemson 23-14 late in the second period. South Carolina hit a long pass play down to the 1-yard line. 2 plays later, Spencer Rattler threw a pick in the end zone. He threw it into double coverage, so the Tigers avoid disaster there. Clemson leads South Carolina 23-14 just before the half. Elsewhere today in Columbus, Ohio, number 3 Michigan has taken a lead over number 2 Ohio State, 17-13. J.J. McCarthy, a long touchdown pass to give the Wolverines the 4-point lead, and the Buckeyes trying to answer now as they work their way down the field, and they have answered with a long touchdown pass from C.J. Stroud. Now 19-17 Buckeyes with the extra point pending late in the first half. Outside the top 25, Oklahoma State leads West Virginia 10-7 at halftime in Stillwater. It's Maryland shutting out Rutgers 17-0 at the half in Big Ten country. Old Dominion leads South Alabama 20-13. They've gone to the half down in Mobile. Jaguars looking for a 10-win season if they can pull off that victory today. It's New Mexico State leading Liberty at halftime in Lynchburg 28-7. James Madison over Coastal Carolina at the half 20-7. And East Carolina leads Temple 7-3 early in the second quarter. All right, we'll talk with former Auburn offensive line mainstay Lee Zimba, part of that national championship team. Straight ahead, this is the Auburn Sports Network.
Be sure to collect a piece of Auburn history with the 2022 Auburn Football Yearbook. Get your copy for just $10 in and around Jordan-Hare Stadium on game days. Special features include senior spotlights, opponent profiles, and introduction from University President Chris Roberts, plus game day information. Look for digital game programs before every game, home and away. And buy the Auburn Football Yearbook for just $10 in and around Jordan-Hare Stadium.
The Edward Via College of Osteopathic Medicine in Auburn is dedicated to its mission of transforming medical students into caring, compassionate physicians. VCOM partners with Auburn University for student activities, shared learning experiences, and research opportunities. Students are instructed in a hands-on learning environment by outstanding faculty members that are dedicated to student success. VCOM is working to improve the health of Alabama's citizens by increasing the number of primary care physicians throughout the state, especially in rural and underserved areas. Find out more at vcom.edu.
Hey, Auburn fans. It's time to stretch those legs and reach for another bag of Golden Flake. Home or away, with family or friends, you know no game day is complete without your favorite snack. So enjoy Golden Flake or any of our other delicious snacks from the Utz family of brands and sit back for the rest of the game. Golden Flake and Auburn football, a winning team. Simple, Southern, goodness, Golden Flake. Celebrating 65 years as the official salty snack of the Auburn Tigers.
Children's of Alabama reminds you that every child's head injury should be treated like a serious injury until a doctor says it's not. In fact, the CDC estimates some 4 million sports and recreation-related concussions occur each year. Even a minor fall or collision may be a concern. Symptoms typically include headaches, unsteadiness, confusion, or sleepiness. To find out what to do in case of a suspected concussion, visit childrensal.org/concussion and always dial 911 in case of an emergency.
Back on the Tiger Tailgate Show from Tuscaloosa and Bryant-Denny Stadium. Auburn still walking the field right now as we are a little under 2 hours away from kickoff between the Tigers and the Crimson Tide. The Picks for Kids program is back for its 11th season. Chick-fil-A is donating $1,000 to Children's of Alabama for every interception by the Auburn defense. The Picks for Kids program benefits more than 1,800 kids each month in the Hearing and Speech Center at Children's. So to that we say War Eagle and eat more chicken. Brad Law, Andy Burcham, Ronnie Brown, and joining us now is a guy who paved the way for a lot of terrific rushing attacks during his career. He's an SEC champion, a national champion, Lee Zimba. Welcome back to the Tiger Tailgate Show. War Eagle.
Hey, War Eagle. Thank y'all for having me.
Lee, it is our pleasure. When we talk about the Iron Bowl and the great games in the history of college football, we got to talk about 2010 and the comeback. And you could call it, you could name every player on that team and put their name in that before you say the word back. A tremendous effort to fight through a lot of adversity and win that game. What do you remember about game day Iron Bowl 2010 leading up to the game?
I remember it being, it was really, really cold and kind of nasty weather. I remember Alabama sat our parents up in the upper deck end zone. So my parents couldn't even see the game because there were clouds below them. So it was kind of it was just very nasty weather. And I remember just the first half, struggling. Felt like all 22 of us were really struggling. And then I just remember the halftime coming in there and having just a mindset change and just willing a victory out.
Lee, let me ask you, go back to the start of that season, that 2013 season. You guys are coming off of a very tough 2012. And a coaching change. What was the difference? What clicked in 2013 for you?
2010?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Obviously we had some great athletes, but I think it was just having a bunch of seniors that were just leading and just some guys that had been through a lot, had played a lot of ball together, and guys just really loved each other and that fought together and came together to win just one game at a time. And it was just pretty remarkable.
Yeah, and Lee, as you talk about, what was different going into that season, during that season, you guys had, some adversity a few games. And you mentioned earlier about the mindset change at the half of, that Alabama game. But just talk about throughout that season, what was that mindset? Did you know how special this football team could be or would be towards the end, or was it just that one game, one play mindset?
I think it was a lot of just one play, one game at a time, one play at a time. But I think the guys, we just loved each other. We played so much ball together, and we just started gelling as a group. And it was just very special. It was just very special. We fought for each other.
Lee, after the hard-fought game and the comeback and the victory here in Tuscaloosa, you guys were headed to the SEC championship game the next week. How difficult was it, or was it difficult, to come down off the emotions of the comeback here and turn around and get ready to go pursue an SEC and a national title?
It was pretty tough. It was I don't know, the coaches did a very good job of making sure we stayed focused. And you could attribute a lot of that to Coach Yoxel. Just making sure we stayed in our routine, week after week, no matter what we had just gone through. So, we stayed in our routine, and I think it was pretty much them just, keeping us in it and keeping our heads in it, and not letting the emotions get the better of us, because we'd had a lot of emotions throughout the entire year, especially with what was going on with Cam at the time, and all the comeback victories we had to do throughout the year. So we were at that point in time of the season, we were pretty much used to that.
Lee, when was it during the second half of that game where you knew that the momentum of that game had changed to Auburn's side?
When Terrell Zachary caught that first pass on the opening drive in the third quarter. Yep. That's when I knew we had it then.
And as you mentioned, talking about that game, let me ask you more about on a personal note. You were a guy who started every game during your career. What was the mindset that you had? Because as we know, this time of year, during Bama week, it's easy, but, the experiences of Kevin Yoxel and the impact that he's had on this program, what was that mindset for you as an offensive lineman who hit someone on every play to be able to play your whole career and start every game?
I really don't think I ever thought about it. I just went out there and did my job. That's all I knew what to do. I just kept going. I guess the mindset was just to go out there and give it your all every single snap. I never really thought of it as a big culmination of games together. I just thought of it as keep going.
Yeah. We've talked so much about the 2010 Iron Bowl. Let me ask you about your freshman season. And that was a freshman All-America year for you, 2007. What did you know? What did you seen from the Iron Bowl as you were growing up and being recruited? And then what did it mean to you to step on the field and help anchor the line as Auburn went for a 6th straight win in the series?
That was so special. I don't think I really understood at the time what the game meant, what the Iron Bowl meant to the entire state. But I figured it out pretty quick in 2007. I remember there was in Tiger Walk, there was about a 70-year-old lady that punched me right in the chest, telling me to get ready to play. I figured it out pretty quick, how special it is.
Oh, that's great stuff. And then, of course, a big run by Brad Lester, and the offensive line just pushed people around to make that happen and convert on 4th down and seal the win. Lee, tell folks what you're up to nowadays.
I live in Beauregard. I'm just raising babies and working and just loving life and living for the Lord.
That's great stuff. Lee, we always enjoy talking with you. Appreciate your time very much, and let's hope we all enjoy the game today. War Eagle.
Hey, War Eagle, thank y'all so much.
You got it. Lee Zimbo, one of the great offensive linemen to ever play at Auburn, and was the top blocker in the SEC literally in 2010. He won the Jacobs Blocking Trophy in that national championship season for the Tigers. Well, now members from both teams are on the field, and a few more fans starting to file in as we count it down to Auburn and Alabama in the annual Iron Bowl from Bryant-Denny Stadium. Don't go away. There's more to come when the Tiger Tailgate Show continues in a moment.
In the 1993 Iron Bowl, Auburn trailed 14-5 midway through the third quarter when the Tigers' career passing leader Stan White went down with an injury, and sophomore quarterback Patrick Nix entered the game on 4th and 15 at the Alabama 35-yard line for an Auburn Bank championship moment. After this.
We're live from Auburn Bank signing day. Angela scanning the closing documents. Looks like the competitive rate her Auburn Bank mortgage lender promised. She gets the pen, clicks it once, twice, spin move, and we have a signature. Angela Green is a first-time homeowner. With competitive rates, online applications, and hands-on mortgage lenders, the wins just feel bigger. Auburn Bank, champions of you. Member FDIC and equal housing lender. NMLS number 403461.
Out of shotgun, Patrick Nix. Alabama bringing everybody. Nix is going to float one for Sanders. Sanders, oh, he caught it at the 2, and he dived in. Touchdown, Auburn! Touchdown, Auburn! Oh, my goodness! Sanders went up over Tommy Johnson or Antonio Langham. He caught the ball at the 2. How he held it, I don't know, but he dived into the end zone, and Auburn's right back at the thick of it.
Nix's 35-yard touchdown pass to Frank Sanders cut the deficit to 2 points and shifted the momentum for the rest of the game.
It is over. Auburn has come from behind to beat arch rival Alabama. And the Auburn Tigers have put away the Crimson Tide by the score of 22-14. 11-0. 11-0. 11-0.
The first undefeated season for the Auburn Tigers since 1957 and the national championship year.
The Tigers went on to win 22-14 to achieve Auburn's 5th perfect season in history at 11-0. This was a championship moment presented by Auburn Bank, champions of you.
This is a 2-minute drill on the Tiger Tailgate Show, presented by Conecuh Sausage.
All right, Brad Law, Ronnie Brown. Ronnie, what's the cranberry report from the Brown house at Thanksgiving?
Yeah, it was an undisputed victory for those who don't think that cranberry sauce is considered an entree. It's more of a side that people generally only eat during Thanksgiving and Christmas.
But did you have it on your Thanksgiving plate?
Oh, I put it on top of that dressing.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you'll have it again at Christmas.
Yeah,
right.
absolutely. As long as there's dressing. And that's my favorite, out of all the dishes is the cornbread dressing.
Sure. I agree with you on that. All right, let's talk a little bit about this game. Auburn's identity, especially over the last 5 weeks, run heavy. 3 weeks in a row with over 40 rushing attempts. First time either in 3 or 5 years since that's happened. So what does that do for running backs when you know going in, hey, we're going to run the ball. I'm going to get in rhythm today. We're going to stick with the game plan to run the ball. What does that do for the mentality of the running backs?
Well, I think it not only does something for the mentality of the running back, but the offensive unit as a whole. One, as receivers, it's like, hey, I may not get that many opportunities, so I got to make the best of them. But from an offensive lineman's perspective, it's like, hey, it's time to get down and dirty. So it takes the mindset and puts it in the proper place entering into the game. And then as a running back, you're going to get those opportunities. So, you can be a little bit more patient as a player and try to send a message. That was always my thing. I knew if I get a lot of opportunities, I want to send a message. I'm not juking anybody early in the game. I want to send that message because I know there'll be later opportunities.
Tank Bigsby increased carries. Jarquez Hunter, a career high or a season high, 13 carries 2 weeks in a row. A renewed commitment to the running game, and it has paid off for sure. All right, in our next segment, we'll talk defense with former Auburn defensive back Rod Hood. This is the Auburn Sports Network.
Download the Auburn Game Day app. Find tickets, skip concession lines, be a part of game day giveaways, shop the latest Auburn gear, stay current with a comprehensive social media stream, participate in game day light shows, plus listen to every Auburn Sports Network broadcast, even when multiple games are happening simultaneously on the official mobile app of Auburn Athletics, the Auburn Game Day app. Get it today.
Hey, Auburn fans. It's time to stretch those legs and reach for another bag of Golden Flake. Home or away, with family or friends, you know no game day is complete without your favorite snack. So enjoy Golden Flake or any of our other delicious snacks from the Utz family of brands and sit back for the rest of the game. Golden Flake and Auburn football, a winning team. Simple, Southern goodness, Golden Flake. Celebrating 65 years as the official salty snack of the Auburn Tigers.
We're live from Auburn Bank signing day. Angela scanning the closing documents. Looks like the competitive rate her Auburn Bank mortgage lender promised. She gets the pen, clicks it once, twice, spin move, and we have a signature. Angela Green is a first-time homeowner. With competitive rates, online applications, and hands-on mortgage lenders, the wins just feel bigger. Auburn Bank, champions of you. Member FDIC and equal housing lender. NMLS number 403461.
Campbell under center. Campbell's going to throw on the play action into the end zone. Caught! Touchdown!
Hi, this is Jason Campbell. The game has changed. The future of Auburn athletics demands a strong name, image, and likeness collective. That's On to Victory, the NIL collective for Auburn student athletes. I urge you to support On to Victory. You can improve the lives of our players and give our teams the best chance for success. Learn more at ontovictory.com.
All right, we're back on the Tiger Tailgate Show, Auburn and Alabama from Bryant-Denny Stadium. Very fortunate to be a part of this tremendous rivalry. And joining us now is a guy who was an impact player for the Tigers, a defensive back, kickoff returner, punt returner, 2000 to 2002. Rod Hood joins us now. Rod, welcome to the Tiger Tailgate Show. We appreciate you making some time for us today. War Eagle.
War Eagle, thanks for having me.
Rod, you were a part of 2 wins here in Tuscaloosa. Let me start with 2000 first. What do you remember about that day?
I remember that day was rainy. It was cold. Reed Johnson did a great job. We had a great offensive plan, and defensive plan was well, too. But I just remember us going down there, and it was a tough, place to play in, and we came out with a big win.
The defensive game plan that day, we heard from Kendall Simmons earlier this week, and he said the offensive line was excited because they knew the game plan in the rain and the cold was just going to be to run the ball. Defensively, did that kind of game plan, I mean, were you excited going in knowing that you could kind of out-physical and out-muscle them that day?
Yeah, we thought we could go in and apply pressure from our defensive front and our front 7 guys, and then it felt like in the back end, the incoming weather was going to play a factor, and we felt like that we could defensively create pressure, not just from the front 7, but from 8, and make them throw the ball. And I think we did a pretty good job of that.
Rod, Stan White here. Talk about being the first team to actually come to Bryant-Denny Stadium in over 100 years. They played here back in the, 1899, 1900, yeah. and then you guys became the first team at Auburn to come to play in Bryant-Denny. What do you may not have felt the importance of it back then, but talk a little bit about that.
It's pretty cool. I mean, because the nostalgia of playing at Auburn. The nostalgia of playing at Auburn and what it brings. And to be one of the first teams is really, really big. And I just was very excited for the opportunity to go out and be one of the first teams and be able to get a win out. It was awesome.
Roderick Hood, our guest here on the Tiger Tailgate Show. Let's switch to 2002 now. You guys came in here to Tuscaloosa, heavy underdogs in the game. Alabama had a top 10 defense that year, but it was you guys. It was the Auburn defense that made the statement that day in Tuscaloosa.
Yeah, we came out. We knew that we were going to have to be aggressive, and we were going to have to stop their offense, because if they don't score, then we have a chance to win. And we knew we had a good offense, and even though we had to lose down some backs, we felt like we come in and, put our will on them defensively and and score offensively. And I think we did that.
Rod, you obviously made your hay playing defensive back, but I want you to talk about the importance. You were a really good kickoff punt returner. And we got a guy on this team in Jarquez Hunter that really takes pride in the special team side of it, return game and everything. I remember a couple of times you had some really game-changing, momentum-changing returns. Talk a little bit about the importance that you took in the special team side.
Well, it's crucial for your offense defense to be able to create great field position and be able to change the momentum of the game. And for us to be able to, go out there and, change the field position game and put your team in good, put your offense in good field position with its returning kicks, so being able to down the ball within the, down in the red zone is really big for a defense. So I think that when we were able to do that, it's a big deal.
Rod, you were signed by the Eagles in 2003, undrafted free agent. Talk a little bit about that process of going through camp and earning the roster spot, and then you stuck around. You had a terrific NFL career. What was the process like of that rookie season of earning that first roster spot?
Well, it's tough. Being going to the NFL, everybody wants to play there. The competition. It was just a blessing for me because I knew I could play there. I knew I was talented enough. And when I got the opportunity in Philadelphia at the time, it was they had a really good team. And we was going to the NFC Championship every year. So I was just like, look, I'm going to establish myself on special teams, which I came in at Auburn doing. And I was always the underdog, so I just kind of played with a chip on my shoulder. And once I got in special teams my first year, then it started to, my role started to increase, and I started to play defense, and things just kind of shot off from there.
I will never know what it's like to score a touchdown as an NFL player, Rod. You had 3 pick sixes in your NFL career. Just describe that moment. You're not just on the field. You're not just contributing. You're putting points on the board.
Yeah. That's what you're trying to do defensively. You're trying to create turnovers. You eliminate big plays, but then you want to create turnovers and try to score for your team defensively. And when you can do that, then you put your team in a good position. For me, defensively, I was always taught, like, look, hey, let's try to, get a pick, but then when you make that pick, let's try to score with it. I always had an offensive background, offensive mind mentality to go out there and try to score. So, with that being said, I always try to make the defense score.
Yeah.
And so, just when people would throw the ball and give me an opportunity, when you put it in the air, hey, when I touched it, I was trying to take it to the house. I was blessed to be able to do that in my career a few times.
Several years ago, you came back to Auburn and finished your degree. Talk, if you would, about that process and why it was so important to you to come back and do that.
Well, you know what? The Auburn family, man, is unbelievable. It's a blessing to be a part of. Even just playing athletically, but also, just the educational side and the family that's around it. And anybody who's been on the campus and been around it, they can understand it. That's why I'm so, happy for Carnell and what he's doing. But also, just from an educational aspect, I told my mom when I left to go play pro football, I was going to come back and get my degree. I always promised her that. And so as soon as I retired, she said something to me. She was like, look, you're going back and get your degree. So I met an alumni, a great friend of mine. He's almost a father figure to me now, Jim Black. I met him going to the SEC championship. Well, not the SEC championship. I was coming out here to Phoenix, and we were going to play the national championship. And I was sitting on the same plane. And he asked me what I was going to do, after I retired. And he's like, man, I want you to be an Auburn alumni. And so he's like, promise me you'll go back to school. So we just kind of kept in touch, and I told him that I would. And he made sure that I got back into school and made sure I finished my degree, and it was a blessing. And we've been friends and family members ever since.
That's really great stuff. What are you up to these days, Rod?
I'm actually I'm with my son. My son, he plays football. He's in high school. He's a junior. And he's want to go on and play at a high level. I'm training my nephews as well. One is the top running back, top 4 in the country is running back, and another one, is being recruited by Auburn now. So I'm training them, and as well as I do consulting with the NFL defensive back. So Patrick Peterson is one of my main clients that I've been working for the last 6-7 years.
Well, none better to pass along the information and the knowledge, and that's great that they're under your tutelage. We appreciate you spending some time with us today. Hope you enjoy the game. What do you expect out of the Tigers today in the Iron Bowl?
Hey, I'm expecting a competitive game. I'm expecting us to go in and compete. And it's like this, chips. I mean, anybody can win it, and I'm praying that come out on top. I'm super happy with what Carnell is doing, and the bolt of energy that he's giving us. And hopefully we can take it in to win tonight and then next season.
No doubt about it. All right. Rod, again, thank you very much. Enjoy the game today, War Eagle.
Thank you, War Eagle.
All right, Auburn and NFL defensive back and a special teams standout, Roderick Hood, joining us on the Tiger Tailgate Show. Well, the Auburn Tigers put their trust in Auburn AV every home game for the best fan experience, and so should you. Bring the football game day experience home. That's when you have Auburn AV design and install your home entertainment system. As the preferred audiovisual provider of Auburn Athletics, Auburn AV has what you need. Learn more at auburnav.com. The Tiger Tailgate Show continues in a moment.
Toyota presents How Far Did They Drive? In the 2017 Iron Bowl, neither team was able to get much going on their first drives, but Auburn found itself inside the Alabama 5-yard line after starting at its own 6.
Wildcat, 3rd down and 2. In motion, carry on, will keep it. Then a jump pass in zone, Nate fires! Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Touchdown Auburn! The little jump pass, a la Tim Tebow! And the Tigers lead 6-0. Wow! What a play call! What a fantastic!
The 12-play drive covered 94 yards in 4 minutes and 54 seconds. The Tigers would go on to win 26-14 and knock off their second #1 foe in 3 weeks and claim the SEC Western Division Championship. Visit your local Toyota dealer or go to Toyota.com today. No matter your destination, Toyota goes with you. Toyota, let's go places.
Putting together a winning drive
30 long from the shotgun.
takes focus, determination,
There's the snap, dropping back.
and that powerful form of energy
Scrambles to his right, looking downfield.
called belief.
Launches it toward the end zone.
That belief in a team, in a community of fans, in each other.
Touchdown!
That powerful energy connects us all. Alabama Power is a proud supporter of the Auburn Tigers. Power for a better Alabama.
And we're back with breaking news. Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any Coke fan, so make sure you... Jim. Jim. We're on the air.
Ooh, yes, this tastes like the best Coke ever to me. Your thoughts, Jen?
Well, can I have a sip?
Jen, we're in the middle of reporting the news.
I need to try it first.
This is a 2-minute drill on the Tiger Tailgate Show, presented by Conecuh Sausage.
All right, we'll update the Yellowwood scoreboard during this 2-minute drill. A number of the 11 a.m. Central games now underway in the second half or just reaching halftime. In the SEC, #1 Georgia has just extended its lead over Georgia Tech, but with a field goal rather than a touchdown. So with 10 minutes and change to go in the third over in Athens, the Bulldogs lead the Yellow Jackets 13-7. Meanwhile, #8 Clemson early in the third quarter leads South Carolina 23-14, but the Gamecocks have the ball first and goal at the Clemson 2-yard line. So the Gamecocks are on the doorstep trying to cut into a 9-point Clemson lead, 23-14. The score early in the third quarter. Outside the SEC, they're at halftime in Columbus. #2 Ohio State leads third-ranked Michigan 20-17. Winner advances to the Big Ten championship game and has a solid hold on a playoff spot. Looking outside the top 25, it's West Virginia now leading Oklahoma State 14-10. Mountaineers with the advantage, 10 minutes to go in the third quarter in Stillwater. It is South Alabama trailing Old Dominion 20-13 as they play in the third down in Mobile. Maryland shutting out Rutgers 27-0 midway through the third quarter in College Park. Western Kentucky playing its 13th game of the season. They played against Hawaii earlier in the year, so they get the exemption. Hilltoppers leading Florida Atlantic 14-13 as they play with 10 minutes to go in the third. And East Carolina leads Temple 21-17, 5 minutes to go in the first half. When we come back, Ronnie Brown is back, and we will break down some of the matchups in this 87th Iron Bowl between Auburn and Alabama on a cloudy day at Bryant-Denny Stadium. Stay with us, a word from your local stations, and then we're back. This is the Auburn Sports Network.
In football,
it's important to call the right play. In life, it can be even more important to make the right call, especially regarding termite protection. To protect my home, I called Cook's Pest Control and got the Centricon system. You don't have to live with termites. For a free quote, make the right call. Cook's Pest Control and the Centricon system.
Looky, 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 here comes Cookie, Cook's Pest Control.
When we say we're an everything school, we mean it. Since 1872, Auburn University graduates from the College of Agriculture and the Samuel Ginn College of Engineering have built on the land-grant mission to drive economic development, improve quality of life, promote social well-being, and enhance national security. Celebrating 150 years, come see why Auburn's College of Agriculture and Ginn College of Engineering continue to be pillars of the past, pioneers of the present, and foundations for the future. Visit auburn.edu.
In 1925, Modelo began brewing beer for those who believe in better. A model beer, steeped in the tradition of tireless effort. A rich Pilsner-style lager for those who wear their heart and heritage on their rolled-up sleeve. Since our first batch to every bottle raised today, we've proved that it doesn't matter where you come from. It matters what you're made of. Modelo Especial, brewed for those with a fighting spirit. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
I've always wanted to learn how to hunt and fish, but I didn't know where to begin. OutdoorAlabama.com helped me get started. There I learned the basics of hunting and fishing, including what's in season and which license to buy. You can even sign up for classes to help you become a successful hunter or angler. Now I'm confident in the woods or on the water. What are you waiting for? Learn more at OutdoorAlabama.com. Go hunt, go fish, get outdoors. This message was brought to you by the Alabama Department of Conservation and Natural Resources.
Final full segment of the Tiger Tailgate Show. Brad Law, Ronnie Brown from Tuscaloosa. It is the Iron Bowl. Let's break down some matchups here. Ronnie, let's start with the Alabama offensive line against the Auburn defensive line. This is a big group. This is a talented group, and it's an experienced group. Tyler Steen, the left tackle, a redshirt senior. Darian Dalcourt, the center, senior. The right guard is a redshirt senior as well. Javion Cohen from Phoenix City is a junior at left guard. There's a lot of games under their belts here on the Alabama offensive line.
Yeah, there's a lot of experience, and then you add that with a quarterback behind them who's probably one of the best, if not the best in the country between the ears. And so you got to have a talented yet experienced group at the offensive line. They do a really good job. And so for this Auburn defensive line, what I would try to do is pre-snap read, move a little bit before the snap, try to get them out of sync some type of way because they've seen a lot of football. And they've played a lot of football. And so, obviously, you want to match up and just kind of, whoever controls the line of scrimmage is going to give themselves an opportunity to win this game. But offensively, for this Alabama football team, you would expect them to lean on the run, especially when they're not as talented at the wide receiver position as they've been in the past. And so, I would expect that, especially early game at home, I would expect that to be the strategy for this Alabama football offense.
Derek Hall, Jason Jones, Colby Wooden, Morris Joseph Jr., Jeffrey Imba, Marcus Harris. I mean, you look up and down. Even Dylan Brooks got into the action with a sack last week against Western Kentucky. Auburn is going to need the depth. It got pressure on Bryce Young in last year's game for the first 3+ quarters or so, but just didn't have enough gas in the tank to be able to get to him on that last drive in regulation last season. That depth is going to be an important factor. And Auburn staying on the field offensively will be an important factor for the defense today.
Yeah, and when you talk about this Auburn defensive line, they have to do a good job of getting pressure because Bryce Young isn't someone you want to allow to sit back there and take their time and hold the football because he's going to make the right football play. And so you got to force him off this spot. But as the game gets longer, that's where the depth comes in. You want those younger guys who, as of late, I think this coaching staff has done a really good job of switching guys in and out, giving guys opportunity, getting their confidence up as players, and you're starting to see some of those guys make plays. And so that contribution is going to be really important. but it's really about getting Bryce Young off of his spot, forcing him outside the pocket. He's dealt with some injuries this season, and so it's going to be key for these guys to try to get as many hits on him, sometimes taking a chance and, blitzing a few extra, maybe 5 or 6 guys, and, disguising it on the back end, some pre-snap reads, and, moving around in the secondary, trying to disguise some of those things, because you need everybody in unison being able to, affect the quarterback and this offensive line group, maybe running some stunts as well, during certain periods or, third down opportunities.
Jahmyr Gibbs, how do you go about, Ronnie, if you were trying to coordinate the Auburn defense today, how would you go about defending the running back who's also the team's leading receiver and not in a pass-happy air raid type of offense? He's just that good out of the backfield.
Yeah, and he's someone you're going to have to watch and pay attention for. Obviously, he sustained an injury a couple games ago, so that's going to be something to watch out for. He has an ankle injury, so not sure how effective he's going to be, but he's utilized a lot in this offense, not only in between the tackles in the running game, but also in the passing game. They throw him screen passes. They'll put him out wide. He'll catch some screen passes there. So they look to throw him the ball and get him the ball in different situations. And so, that's going to be a key, especially for you guys like Owen Papo, who, is one of those guys who can run and try to keep up with those guys. And so, trying to force him to run the ball laterally, because a lot of times that's where the easier tackle happens, is you can get those guys running sideways. Then it's a lot easier to bring them down because they can't get a chance to get behind their pads.
Pre-game, during the game, or post-game, you'll always get a homemade meal for a great price over at Jack's. Feed your crew for less with a big box of hand-breaded fried chicken or juicy burgers made with 100% American beef. Only at Jack's, all about the South. On the other side of the ball, look for those two Alabama natives on the offensive line. Cam Stutz, the senior from Killen, Alec Jackson, the senior from Montgomery. It's the Iron Bowl. It's got to mean just a little bit of something extra when you're from the state, and those two guards going to be key cogs again in trying to get push against the interior of the Alabama defensive front. DJ Dale, 6'4", 300. Tim Smith, 6'4", 304. Byron Young, 6'3", 292.
Yeah, and it's cool. It's going to be a good job for these, or it's going to be a tremendous task for these guys. But, this game in itself, I think it's called Bama Week for a reason. Like, there should not be any motivation that needs to happen during this week. You should understand what this is, and especially, as you mentioned, two guys in the middle who understand, being homegrown from Alabama, the importance of this football game. You hear it. Not only have you heard it all year, but you've heard it all your life. And so just understanding that, the importance of this game, obviously, as someone from Georgia, it grew on me the first time experiencing, as we spoke to Roderick Hood, coming in 2000, being here in Bryant-Denny Stadium, coming and seeing that experience. And so, the magnitude of this game, in my mind, in my opinion, this is the greatest football rivalry in the country, because this is where you throw out the anything that you may have thought all week long or all year long, is in terms of, what's the rankings, what's the records, all of that stuff goes out the window. And so you got to look at this offensive line unit. They're going to have the task of trying to set this, and obviously the emphasis has been on the running game for this Auburn offense.
Will Anderson Jr. attacks. Jalen Moody attacks. Henry Toto, Dallas Turner. When you look up and down this defense, and they have a bunch of attackers. Does Auburn try to use its success in the running game today to set up some misdirection or reverses, some end arounds, things like that, to try to take advantage of the aggressive Alabama defense?
Yeah, you absolutely have to. When you talk about Henry Toto in the middle, I think one of the things that I've watched earlier in the season is, with eye discipline. And so you're going to have to be able to do some misdirection stuff, get him off his spot, force him to slow down a little bit. And then on the ends, obviously, when you talk about somebody like Will Anderson, he does as good a job in running game when it's ran towards him as he does, in third downs. And so, that's something you're going to have to pay attention. And then, on the other end, they got a guy that's just as athletic. And so what I would do as an offensive line, as the offensive coordinator, is I would run away from Will Anderson, but then do some play action stuff towards him and force him to, try to come off the ball, and then getting off their spots. And like I said, some misdirection runs, running the ball downhill, maybe some counters and things of that nature, and trying to force them to keep that eye discipline.
It's got to help Auburn in the kicking game. Alex McPherson drilling a 50-plus yard field goal a week ago. Will Reichard, the Alabama field goal kicker, leads the SEC in scoring. So both teams come into this game with some confidence in their kickers if drives stall down around the 20 or so.
Yeah, and if we've learned nothing else, that in this game, special teams is really special, and it's an important part of this game. Obviously the kick six and some of the other opportunities and things that have happened in the past. And so you have to be you have to put an emphasis if you're a head coach on that part of or that phase of this game.
All right, Ronnie, we look forward to hearing your reports down on the field today. War Eagle.
War Eagle.
That will do it for the Tiger Tailgate Show presented by Conecuh Sausage. We thank our guests, former Tiger greats Rod Hood, Quentin Reese, and Lee Zimba. Now stay tuned for the Outdoor Alabama Countdown to Kickoff, featuring more matchup analysis, the SEC report, starting lineups, interviews with Carnell Williams and coordinators, a special Iron Bowl history feature with Auburn assistant coaches, and plenty more ahead of today's game in Tuscaloosa. For Andy Burcham, Ronnie Brown, Jason Campbell, and Stan White, I'm Brad Law. Thanks for listening to the Tiger Tailgate Show.
This is Auburn head coach and proud Ford F-150 owner, Bruce Pearl. The thing I hear most when people get in the cab of my F-150 is, this truck is huge. Well, I drive around some pretty big players, and when I get a 7-footer in the back seat and he's able to spread out, he's just blown away at how roomy and comfortable this truck is. So visit your local Ford dealer and check out Ford F-150, the official truck of the Auburn Tigers.
Auto models, trims, or features may be available. Contact your dealer for more information.
All right, everyone, let's hit the road.
Mom, who's this?
Oh, that's Michelle. She's our Alpha agent. She helped me file that auto claim fast after that accident last week, so I figured we'd bring her with us.
Breakfast burrito?
All right, 200 miles before we stop. I hope you've all used the bathroom. Michelle, you good?
Before a little thing becomes a big thing, call your Alpha agent.
When we say we're an everything school, we mean it. Since 1872, Auburn University graduates from the College of Agriculture and the Samuel Ginn College of Engineering have built on the land-grant mission to drive economic development, improve quality of life, promote social well-being, and enhance national security. Celebrating 150 years, come see why Auburn's College of Agriculture and Ginn College of Engineering continue to be pillars of the past, pioneers of the present, and foundations for the future. Visit auburn.edu.
In 1925, Modelo began brewing beer for those who believe in better. A model beer, steeped in the tradition of tireless effort. A rich Pilsner-style lager for those who wear their heart and heritage on their rolled-up sleeve. Since our first batch to every bottle raised today, we've proved that it doesn't matter where you come from. It matters what you're made of. Modelo Especial, food for those with a fighting spirit. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
This is a 2-minute drill on the Tiger Tailgate Show, presented by Conecuh Sausage.
Brad Law and Ronnie Brown here. When you think about the Iron Bowl, there are typically names. There are names we talk about now with such honor and reverence that maybe on game day morning when we woke up, we didn't know we'd be talking about that way. I mean, nobody in 2013 thought, yeah, Chris Davis is the guy we're going to be talking about now for 40 or 50 years or more. Trey Smith in 2002. Ronnie, is there a guy that might be an under-the-radar standout in today's game?
You know what? If I'm thinking about it, 2 names come to mind. Okay. One is cornerback DJ James, and the other is now playing safety in Jalen Simpson. Jalen Simpson has played with a lot of confidence the last couple of weeks. And, every now and then the way that he plays the game, I think him taking a chance, and if we can force Alabama to put the ball in the air, I'm thinking he'll come up with a big interception. And I don't know if that'll be in late fourth quarter to kind of seal the deal, but I'm hoping that may be the case.
Auburn has a -9 turnover number for the season, but Alabama's at -5, so they're not on the plus side of the turnover battle, and if Auburn can stop the run as well as it has the last 3 weeks, then you do put Alabama into passing situations.
Yeah, and with that said, I think with the lack of experience at the receiver position, I think there's some miscommunication that occasionally happens between, the quarterback and the receivers for Alabama, and so that creates those opportunities to get one of those big turnovers.
All right, really good stuff from Ronnie Brown. Now officially we'll let you go and prepare to get down on the sideline here at Bryant-Denny Stadium. Teams are warming up now. Countdown clock is on. We are under 72 minutes, under an hour and 12 minutes from kickoff here at Bryant-Denny Stadium for the 87th Annual Iron Bowl. Coming up, it's the Outdoor Alabama Countdown to Kickoff. Andy Burcham and Stan White get you set for today's Iron Bowl game next. This is the Auburn Sports Network.
Welcome to the land of opportunity, Alabama. It's a place where the jobs are plentiful with great pay, great benefits, and even greater opportunities to show what you can do. Whether you want to build the next great tech product, discover the next biotech breakthrough, or design rockets that touch new parts of space, Alabama is where your career can take off. Incredible opportunities in the fields of tomorrow: aerospace, bioscience, automotive, and IT. They're all waiting for you today in Alabama. Learn more at madeinalabama.com.
Jacob Hillman here with This Week in Auburn Athletics. Auburn women's basketball wraps up play at the Las Vegas Invitational this evening at 5:30 Central against Colorado State. Coverage begins at 5:15 Central on Tiger 95.9 FM in Auburn and everywhere on the Auburn Athletics app. Volleyball closes its regular season in prime time tonight against Arkansas at 7 Central at Neville Arena. The Tigers are in pursuit of their second NCAA tournament appearance in program history. Admission to the match is free. Number 13, Auburn men's basketball returns to action tomorrow against St. Louis at 2 Central in Neville Arena. Head coach Bruce Pearl previews the Billikens.
St. Louis, they are an NCAA tournament team. They'll compete for the Atlantic 10 championship. And we need an unbelievable crowd on Sunday for that game. That will be one of the best teams to come to Neville Arena this year. Period.
Auburn Sports Network coverage begins at 1:30 Central. To view full schedules and more information, visit auburntigers.com. For This Week in Auburn Athletics, I'm Jacob Hillman. War Eagle.
Every team has great athletes, but the ones that come together and have each other's back win the rings. I am Kenny Mullins for the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers Local 613, and we are Auburn's electricians. We're a group of over 5,000 highly trained electrical workers who have each other's back every day. We train together, work together, and look out for each other. If you're an electrical worker, come work with people that have your back. Join us at IBEW613.org, War Eagle.
Exclusive pre-game coverage of Auburn football continues with the Outdoor Alabama Countdown to Kickoff. With nearly 1 million acres of public hunting land and abundant saltwater and freshwater fishing opportunities, OutdoorAlabama.com is your gateway to the outdoors. Visit OutdoorAlabama.com to find your next adventure. Go hunt, go fish, get outdoors. We're just over 1 hour away from kickoff. Coming up, a breakdown of the matchups, our exclusive pregame conversation with interim head coach Carnell Williams, a look at the day's action in the SEC, and more. Alongside legendary Auburn quarterback Stan White, here's the voice of the Tigers, Andy Burcham.
87th Iron Bowl. It will be the 75th consecutive year that the game has been played since 1948. Auburn trails the overall series 37-48-1. Auburn leads the Iron Bowl 17-12 when the game is played on campus, and 7-6 in games played here in Tuscaloosa. And before 1989, the series, of course, was primarily played at Legion Field in Birmingham, and for 4 years in Montgomery. But today it is played at Bryant-Denny Stadium. It is a cool and a gray day. There is a threat of rain a little bit later on, and we've had a little bit of rain during pregame warm-ups today. Along with Stan White and our entire Auburn Sports Network crew, I'm Andy Burcham. We welcome you back to Tuscaloosa. For Auburn, it's really two different seasons, Stan. Until the firing of Brian Harsin, it was a struggling Auburn ball club that was really struggling to find an identity, especially on an offensive side. Since Carnell Williams has been named Auburn's interim head coach, there is no question about what this team is going to do on offense. It is going to run the football like Carnell Williams ran the football, like Ronnie Brown ran the football for the Tigers. And today, instead of Carnell Williams and Ronnie Brown, it is Tank Bigsby, Jarquez Hunter, and add Robbie Ashford to that list.
Yeah, and that's the one thing that's been so impressive is that Carnell Williams and his staff has realized that, look,
when you have a transition like this, let's kind of circle everything around and let's simplify things. Let's don't try to reinvent the wheel. Let's do what we're good at. Let's utilize our talent, and the most talent we have right now on the offensive side is at running back position. And the offensive line has played well. They've gelled together well. And like you said, I don't think I could have said it any better. It's been a tale of two seasons, so to speak. And these kids are playing with a lot of energy, a lot of excitement. And you know what? They're playing for each other. And they're playing for their coaches. And that's the one thing. When you get that, that's a special thing. And you can do special things. I'm not saying it's going to be special enough to win today. We're not saying that. But you feel a lot better about being able to come in here and just compete. And I love what Carnell Williams said. He goes, hey, they're great. He even said quarterback is just exciting to watch. He's one of the best players in college football. Love the guy. But there's a but to it.
Right.
But we're going to go in there, we're going to compete, we're going to fight every single down, and that's all you can ask for.
While Auburn has played better and more consistent from an offensive standpoint, from a defensive standpoint, Stan, we have seen this Auburn team kind of rise up in especially the last 3 games, or maybe including the second half of that first game that Carnell Williams coached at Mississippi State. I think Auburn has played better up front. It has played better at linebacker, but most certainly it has played better back in the secondary.
Yeah, I think Nehemiah Pritchett had his best game last week against Western Kentucky. DJ James has been that cover lockdown guy all season long. And I think Jalen Simpson has gone from playing corner to more safety, and I think that's helped him as well. And so consistently, and the challenge today, there's no doubt about it, the challenge today is because you've got to stay with guys for maybe instead of 4 or 5 seconds, 8 or 10 seconds, because you've got a quarterback that is a master at escapability and being able to extend plays and just play a little backyard football, and that's what Bryce Young does so well.
Auburn got Zion Puckett back last week at safety. Auburn hoping to get Donovan Kaufman back at safety this week and be at full strength against an Alabama team that will be as balanced in offense as Auburn has faced perhaps since it's faced Georgia early in the season.
Yeah, and let's face it, Alabama does not have a Jamison Williams out wide. They lost some really good receivers from last year, but they have come on to play well. Burton's had a couple of good games, transfer from Georgia. And, of course, you got Jahmyr Gibbs. He's one of the best. He is early in the season, he was, to me, your Heisman Trophy front runner early in the season. He's gone through little injuries here and there recently, but he was the best player in college football to me the first half of the season.
Still leads Alabama in carries and receptions.
Yeah, I mean, he is an electric player, another transfer from the ACC from Georgia Tech. Of course, what can you say about Bryce Young? I mean, he's just an electric ball player. And but that's what you want. You want the challenge of playing the best. Now, you know, hey, and Carnell Williams does a really good job of going in and saying, guys, listen, let's go out there and play every single down like it's our last one, and don't worry about what the scoreboard says. Let's just go out there and play for Auburn football and see what happens.
We know that there is a coaching announcement coming soon. I don't get the idea, though, that is a distraction for this team in the least.
No, we don't know who it's going to be. We're not in the conversations with John Cohen and Rich McGlynn and all those the powers that be, so to speak. But one thing I do appreciate, if they have an idea, and I don't know that, we don't know.
Right.
I am glad that it will not be announced if they do have an idea until at least tomorrow or next week. I think this team is playing right now as good as it's ever played, and they're playing for themselves and their coaches. Why disrupt that? You know, we know that's going to happen, but why disrupt it? You know, because this is a big game and it's for the players. So whomever it's going to be, whether it be tomorrow or the next day, I'm glad it didn't happen before this game.
The purchase of a hunting or fishing license provides the funds necessary to manage Alabama's natural resources. From the return of the bald eagle to protecting public lands, you are funding conservation in Alabama. Visit OutdoorAlabama.com to learn more. Go hunt, go fish, get outdoors. The Outdoor Alabama Countdown to Kickoff continues in a moment.
I've always wanted to learn how to hunt and fish, but I didn't know where to begin. OutdoorAlabama.com helped me get started. There I learned the basics of hunting and fishing, including what's in season and which license to buy. You can even sign up for classes to help you become a successful hunter or angler. Now I'm confident in the woods or on the water. What are you waiting for? Learn more at OutdoorAlabama.com. Go hunt, go fish, get outdoors. This message was brought to you by the Alabama Department of Conservation and Natural Resources.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of Auburn Athletics, helping the world keep promising.
Saturdays in the South mean football and outdoor projects. And like an all-American lineup, nothing works harder or better than quality John Deere equipment. So get to Sun South, where it's more affordable than ever to own the best equipment available. Plus, discover our new selection of John Deere compact construction equipment, perfect for larger projects. Think Sun South, with 21 locations throughout the Southeast, or shop online at sunsouth.com. Sun South, proud to be the preferred tractor of the Auburn Tigers. When we say we're an everything school, we mean it. Since 1872, Auburn University graduates from the College of Agriculture and the Samuel Ginn College of Engineering have built on the land-grant mission to drive economic development, improve quality of life, promote social well-being, and enhance national security. Celebrating 150 years, come see why Auburn's College of Agriculture and Ginn College of Engineering continue to be pillars of the past, pioneers of the present, and foundations for the future. Visit auburn.edu.
This is the Outdoor Alabama Countdown to Kickoff on the Auburn Sports Network. Here's Brad Law to start breaking down the matchups.
Well, we are just under 60 minutes to kick off, so let's start breaking down some of the matchups between the Auburn offense and the Alabama defense with Auburn co-offensive coordinator Will Friend, a former offensive lineman for Alabama. He's now coaching the Tigers. This is an Alabama defense led by DeMarco Helms with 89 tackles, Henry To'oTo'o with 81. Both are in the top 7 in the SEC, an attacking, aggressive defense. Coach Friend, on the strength and identity of the Crimson Tide.
They're really strong everywhere. The front's a really good defensive front. You talk about the two main guys that everyone knows about, and Turner and Anderson, but the other guys are really good players too. Linebackers a strong group. They kind of hold the glue together. To'oTo'o does a great job of getting everybody in position. The secondaries is a talented group too. Schematically, they're very sound. You put on the tape and they look the same that they did 10 years ago, 12 years ago, and that's because it's the same system and they know how to teach it, and they teach those guys to look the same because that's what they want. So it's very fundamentally sound. They make you earn everything. You got to find a way to get some explosive plays and find a way to get some chunk yardage plays at some point.
Alabama's defense is number 2 in the SEC in scoring, allowing just over 17 points per game. Those numbers are deflated a bit by 2 shutouts against Utah State and last week against Austin Peay. In 7 SEC games, Alabama's allowing 23-plus points per game. Auburn has rushed for a combined 1,262 yards over the last 5 games. Coach Friend on the execution of blocks by his offensive line and tight ends over that span.
It's been a team deal. I think it's been, receivers. It's been tight ends. It's been offensive line. It's, guys have bought in to do things that we've got to do to try to win the football game. And, if there's anything proud that you can be proud of, you can be proud of that they said, hey, this is how we got to try to win. And whether that's a receiver going in and cracking on a middle linebacker or whatever it may be, and they've done it to try to help us win the football game. So it's been a whole group effort, and we got to find ways to get that done in the ball game.
Yeah, running always a key, and of late that running identity, higher attempts, higher number of carries for Tank Bigsby and Jarquez Hunter. They had 31 combined carries last week. Both went over 100 yards for a second straight week. Meanwhile, Robbie Ashford only carried the ball 9 times against Western Kentucky, his fewest carries since the Georgia game. Does that, the running back increased carries, does that take any pressure off of Robbie Ashford running the ball?
For us to win the game, he's going to have to run the ball. He's going to have to do that. And so, you know, as much as does it take pressure off of him, I don't know if it's that. But he's going to have to run the ball some in the game. And really, we need those three guys to really play well, and they'll compete. Those three will compete now. They'll fight, and we need them to play well. And we got to do our part around them to give them a chance. And then we've got to do some things when it is time to throw, to finish out some throws, whether it be the catch or the protection, whatever, so we can do that.
Always got to know where Will Anderson Jr. is on the field. His 8 sacks are second in the SEC. He had has 11 tackles and 2 sacks in 2 career Iron Bowl games. Well, Tiger fans deserve the best. That's exactly what they'll find with Sweet Grown Alabama. Find farm fresh produce, meat, honey, jams, and more that are perfect for your next tailgate at sweetgrownalabama.org. Again, that's sweetgrownalabama.org. Well, now let's switch over and talk about matchups when the home team has the ball with Auburn defensive coordinator Jeff Schmedding. This is his second Iron Bowl. He didn't have a lot of experience in this part of the country prior to last season. He gives his thoughts on coaching in this great rivalry game.
Well, I'd say about everything that I heard is true. I mean, that was an exciting game, obviously, last year, and having it here in Jordan-Hare and the environment and the intensity of it. Man, it's everything you want as a competitor. There's no doubt about it, so we're excited for this one.
Alabama comes in 9-2 overall, 5-2 in the SEC, obviously, and number 2 in the SEC in scoring offense at 40 points per game. Crimson Tide are 4th in the SEC in rush yards, 9th in rushing touchdowns, and Bryce Young, the reigning Heisman winner, back at the helm at quarterback. Coach Schmedding talks a little bit about Alabama's offensive strengths and their similarities to what they did from a scheme perspective a year ago.
You know, for the most part, it's very, very similar, but the subtle differences are actually the big differences, you know, just in how they're utilizing some of their personnel. He does a great job with some of their route combinations and little tweaks that you're seeing there. You know, certainly with the running backs are high-quality backs, and they're able to utilize them in the run game, but also in the pass game. They're very big threats in the pass game, and you know, with that quarterback back there, you know, he does a great job, and he's pretty hard to fool. So you got to do a great job of executing, whether or not he knows what he's getting.
Auburn comes into this game 11th in the SEC in rush defense, 9th in pass defense. But over the last 3 games, the Tigers have improved dramatically against the run. They're averaging fewer than 70 yards allowed per game on the ground over the last 3. If you stretch that out, if that number were to be stretched out for a whole season, it would be the best in the country. Coach Schmedding on the keys to Auburn's success, particularly in the second half these last 3 ball games.
You know, what I think, you know, everybody talks about a halftime speech and all those things. We try to get it as businesslike as possible. Certainly, there is some, you know, you have to challenge people and things like that. And I think our players have done a great job of really just locking down in their responsibilities. It hasn't been a huge difference in scheme coming out or anything like that, and it rarely is, really, in most games. But I think the mentality coming out in the second half is a little bit more of the knowing that we can get it done, you know. And if there's not a time to relax in any game, but specifically in this one, you know. And when guys kind of do relax, that's when you get hit. And I think they've done a nice job coming out in the second half and just, you know, really just putting their foot down, saying that they ain't moving the ball.
Speaking of coming out and hitting, Owen Pappoe has had 8 straight games with at least 6 tackles. He's now at 246 tackles for his career. That's 11th best at Auburn since the year 2000. And fellow linebacker Cam Riley appears to be back to 100%. His 8 tackles last week were the most for Cam since the Mercer game when he had 16. Riley has 17 tackles over the last 3 games. That's big when you watch Jahmyr Gibbs out of the backfield. The Alabama tailback, 4th in the SEC in all-purpose yards at 131 per game. And they're balanced, 77 rushing, 37 receiving, and 17 kick return yards. Gibbs leads Alabama in both rushing attempts and receptions. Some of the matchups to watch during today's Iron Bowl game. When the Outdoor Alabama Countdown to Kickoff returns, you'll hear from the Auburn assistant coaches who have played in this greatest rivalry in college sports. Don't go away. This is the Auburn Sports Network.
Check out the Talking Tigers podcast wherever you listen to podcasts. The Talking Tigers podcast is a series of one-on-one interviews hosted by the voice of the Tigers, Andy Burcham. Each week, Andy is joined by a featured guest with Auburn ties from athletics, entertainment, and other walks of life. Past legends and present trailblazers, insightful and entertaining. It's the Talking Tigers podcast with Andy Burcham. Like and subscribe wherever you listen to podcasts today.
Sports matter. They bring us together. That's why we're a proud sponsor of athletic programs across the state. More fans, families, and friends trust Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Alabama to provide the health insurance coverage and services they depend on. We're proud to support Alabamians. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Alabama. We cover what matters.
Saturdays in the South mean football and outdoor projects. And like an all-American lineup, nothing works harder or better than quality John Deere equipment. So get to Sun South, where it's more affordable than ever to own the best equipment available. Plus, discover our new selection of John Deere compact construction equipment, perfect for larger projects. Think Sun South, with 21 locations throughout the Southeast, or shop online at sunsouth.com. Sun South, proud to be the preferred tractor of the Auburn Tigers.
Conecuh Sausage is a product we all know and love, and it's the official sausage and hot dog of the Auburn Tigers. Conecuh Sausage is made from the finest cuts of pork, patented blend of seasonings, all natural casings, and smoked over a pure hickory fire for that true Southern flavor. Enjoy a crowd-pleasing Conecuh Sausage dog or premium hot dog while watching the Tigers, and make Conecuh part of your game day or any day. Conecuh Sausage is celebrating their 75th year at the Sessions family, making their premium smoked sausage in Evergreen, Alabama. Be sure to visit the new Conecuh gift shop right off I-65 at exit 96.
We are now under 50 minutes from kickoff at Bryant-Denny Stadium. Every vantage point in this rivalry has the potential to be special prior to every snap. Freshmen have seen it as they've grown up and pretended to be past stars, and today they see it for the first time as players. Seniors know firsthand the kind of physicality and focus needed to beat their arch rivals. Some of the great Auburn players from the past are now serving as assistant coaches in this year's game. Here now are their perspectives on the Iron Bowl.
Brent Bedsole, 1985-86 walk-on player. Currently the Director of High School Relations and Pro Liaison for Auburn football.
Berger out of the eye. Going to pitch to Jesse, and he's going to give it to Tillman on the end around. The 10, the 5, Tillman. He's in! Touchdown, Auburn! Touchdown, Auburn! Lawyer Tillman on the end around reverse.
That play, as you saw, Lawyer Tillman frantically trying to call a timeout prior to the play, was not successful in calling that timeout. But the reason he was trying to call that timeout was because Scott Bolton was supposed to be the one that ran that reverse, and Lawyer hadn't practiced it all week long. And the rest is history. It was very successful regardless if Lawyer ran it or Scott ran it. We knew that if we went out there and played the best that we could play, that we'd have a chance. But no one could ever know that that was going to be the beginning of a 4-year run.
Jimmy Brumbaugh, defensive line coach. I played here 1995 to 1999.
Out of the I formation, up the middle, Fred Beasley. He's got room, broken tackle, 20, 15, 10, 5. He's gone! Touchdown, Auburn! Tigers back on top. A 22-yard sprint by fullback Frederick Beasley from Montgomery, Alabama. Auburn 30, Alabama 27, 10-18 to play.
Really was a special moment. You know, it was my first Iron Bowl game. You know, just the atmosphere and the intensity of the game, and then to be able to get that goal, the stop there at the end was amazing.
Sideline left, open field to the right for Freddie Kitchens. 9 seconds to go. Here's the play. The deep snap. Kitchens back, going to throw in the end zone. No, incomplete. It's incomplete. It's incomplete. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, Auburn, yes.
Kendall Simmons, played from 1997 to 2001 here as an offensive lineman, and right now my current position on the staff is a co-offensive line coach.
Craig under center, going to give it to Beasley, up and over and in. Touchdown, Auburn! Fred Beasley went up and over the top, and Auburn has closed to within 5. That's 17-12.
That was one of the most electric atmospheres I've ever been a part of. As a freshman and a young person from North Mississippi who's never been around anything like that before, and I'm like, wow, this is what college football is supposed to be about. And I've heard people talk about the Iron Bowl and everything, and I really got a great example of what that game meant and how it was supposed to be.
Lot to the far side. Kitchens in the shotgun. 3rd and about 8. Kitchens off the pump fake. Rolls to the left. Going to throw out in the flat. And the receiver's hit and lost the ball. Auburn's got the fumble on the lead. Auburn's got it at the Alabama 32 or 3. Auburn's come up with a loose ball. Somebody jarred him loose. Quentin Reese, and I believe he's got it.
They're trying to run the clock out. And, you know, they throw a swing pass out there to Ed, and Martavius comes up and knocks the ball out, and everybody's kind of standing there, and the ball's loose, and we pick it up. And then, you know, when you really look at that, it's like, wow.
Ball at the left hash mark. There's a snap, the spot, kick is away. Long enough, high enough, kick. Good! It's good! It's good! It's good! It's good! It's good! Holmes from 39 yards. It's good! It's good! A mob scene. 15 seconds to go. Auburn has gone ahead 18-17 over Alabama. From the 17. Angled back to the right. They'll put it on the far hash mark. Duval kicks it away out of the hold of Fesco. And that one is up and good. The 3rd field goal of the afternoon by Damon Duval.
Freezing cold, and both teams were struggling to throw the ball. So I remember Coach Nall saying, we are running this sucker. We got Rudy Johnson. This is what we're going to do. And I just remember finding my wife, and she's like up to the, my fiance at the time, off to the right of the field goals and pointing at her, and she's like, she remember telling me she was standing in almost like a foot of water and was freezing and just was so excited, and just seeing the people, and like, we won for the first time in that stadium in a long time. That's one of them I'll never forget as well.
He's got it. He genuflects. Hey, that'll do it. We're going to get out of here with a victory, Charlie. Break out the cigars. Auburn has defeated Alabama. We've still got 17 seconds to play, but there are handshakes all around. The celebration has begun. We're down to 8 seconds at Tuscaloosa. Auburn's going to win this game. Auburn's going to win the SEC title in the West Division. The Tigers have defeated Alabama 9-0. See you later, Bama. I'm headed to Toomer's Corner. War Eagle, everybody.
Zach Etheridge from 2006-2010, play safety. Currently an associate head coach and secondary coach. 2007, it was a solid year, but you know, coming in and being a part of that and being a starter and being a young guy that's out there and be a part of my first Iron Bowl, being able to play on the field was an exciting moment, because now I was excited to be a part of history. And we knew what was at stake, to be able to have a chance to go 6 in a row for the first time in school history. So, you know, that was one of the biggest memories to me in 2007, was to go win the Iron Bowl and go 6 in a row.
Lester is the tailback. Alabama's going to sell out on the run, and Lester got it anyway. Look at that run.
Wow. Under center this time is McElroy. Drop straight back. Over the middle. Pass is caught by Ingram. Sets a tackle. 50, 40, 35, 30. Stumbling at the 20, ball knocked out from behind. It rolls down into the end zone. And that's a touchback. That's a touchback. It'll go back to Auburn. Newton directs traffic, wait for the snap. Makes that handoff, steps back. Wants to throw, goes downfield. Zachary makes the catch, 35-30, 25-20, 15, 10, 5, touchdown Auburn! 70 yards!
Once we started rallying back, we knew we had them because of the brotherhood, the chemistry we had on that team. We was down early in the season. It was nothing that we wasn't used to. But once we felt ourselves coming back, we knew it was over. Guys on the sideline just had that confidence that we got them, we about to go win this game. And obviously, when we took the lead, we knew we had to go out and make one more stop, and we knew the game was over. And guys stepped up big time with Nico Thorpe to Sharvin Bell, those guys stepped up in big-time moments for us to go win the game.
Here's your ball game. McCarron drops back, throws, and it is incomplete. Nico Thorpe broke it up at the 25-yard line. Intended for Julio Jones. Auburn's going to win. Auburn is going to win.
And who knows what players in today's game may go on to coach in this rivalry matchup 10, 15, 20 or more years from now. Well, if you're looking for your next go-to breakfast spot, Brick and Spoon in Opelika has it all, including catering specials for all price points. Open every day, 7 a.m. to 2 p.m., 2836 Pepperell Parkway in Opelika. From the indulgent Bananas Foster's French Toast to the Killer Creole Omelet to the beignets, Brick and Spoon has something for everyone. Straight ahead, we'll update the action in the SEC on Rivalry Weekend. That's when the Outdoor Alabama Countdown to Kickoff continues in a moment.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of Auburn Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
The Edward Via College of Osteopathic Medicine in Auburn is dedicated to its mission of transforming medical students into caring, compassionate physicians. VCOM partners with Auburn University for student activities, shared learning experiences, and research opportunities. Students are instructed in a hands-on learning environment by outstanding faculty members that are dedicated to student success. VCOM is working to improve the health of Alabama's citizens by increasing the number of primary care physicians throughout the state, especially in rural and underserved areas. Find out more at vcom.edu.
As a coach, you don't just put any player on the line. You've got to make the right choice and recruit the right people. Train them, give them experience, and coach them up so they're ready when you call. I'm Kenny Mullins for the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 613. And that's how we feel about our electricians. Our electricians are recruited, educated, and trained on the job to become the top 1% of electricians anywhere. So we're ready when you call. Make the right choice. Hire IBEW electricians. Learn more at IBEW613.org.
Thinking of advancing your career with a master's degree in business? If so, consider the graduate degree choices at Auburn University's Harbert College of Business. Ranked among the nation's best, we offer full-time and online programs in finance, supply chain management, information systems, accounting, and business administration. Learn more at harbert.auburn.edu.
It's time for a look around the dominant conference in college football. The Raymond J. Harbert College of Business presents the SEC Report. Accelerate your career with an online MBA from the Harbert College of Business. Learn why they're ranked among the nation's best at harbert.auburn.edu. Once again, here's Brad Law with a rundown of the day's action in the SEC.
Well, the three matchups thus far that have gone final this weekend before today, all decided by a touchdown or less. One of the two games in progress now is tight. Let's get to the games in progress now. That's #1 Georgia that is putting the finishing touches on another rivalry win over Georgia Tech. 37-7. Bulldogs have steadily pulled away from the Yellow Jackets, outscoring them 27-0 in the second half. Georgia Tech scored the first touchdown of the game, but it's been all Bulldogs since then as they look to close out a perfect 12-0 regular season. 37-7 with 11 minutes to go in the ballgame. Much tighter in Death Valley, where #8 Clemson is nursing a 2-point lead over South Carolina, 30-28. Gamecocks have outscored the Tigers in the third quarter. They're early in the fourth, and South Carolina has an opportunity to kick a field goal, which would give it a lead. Clemson has only lost 2 games since the start of the 2011 season when leading after 3 quarters. Clemson led after 3 today. South Carolina about to kick a field goal with 11 minutes to play. to take a lead at Clemson. Louisville and Kentucky, the Governor's Cup, that is just underway in Lexington. Kentucky 6-5, Louisville 7-4. Kentucky has won 3 straight in the series and 4 out of the last 5. Still to come tonight, a 6 o'clock Central Time start in College Station, where number 5 LSU looks for a tune-up against Texas A&M before the Bayou Bengals advance to next Saturday's SEC championship game against Georgia. LSU looking for a 10th win in the regular season. Number 10 Tennessee is without starting quarterback Hendon Hooker as the Volunteers go into Nashville to take on a suddenly surging and confident Vanderbilt squad. Commodores have won back-to-back SEC games for the first time since the close of the 2018 season. Tennessee will rely on Michigan transfer Joe Milton to quarterback that high-paced Vols offense, which is number 1 in scoring in the SEC. We'll have to see how much of an impact losing the starting quarterback has on the 10th-ranked Volunteers in Nashville tonight. That is a 6:30 start. Finals earlier, it all started with the Egg Bowl Thanksgiving night in Oxford. Mississippi State upended number 20 Ole Miss 24-22. Yesterday, it was Missouri winning a back-and-forth affair over Arkansas 29-27. Tigers got bowl eligible with that win in Columbia over Arkansas. They're 6-6. Arkansas fell to 6-6 with the loss. And last night, number 16 Florida State picked up its 9th win of the season, a touchdown better than Florida in Tallahassee, 45-38. That's a look at the SEC report. Straight ahead, Andy Burcham's pregame conversation with interim head coach Carnell Cadillac Williams. It is getting fuller by the minute here as both teams are on the field at Bryant-Denny Stadium going through their pregame warm-ups. We are under 36 minutes away from kickoff of the Iron Bowl. This is the Auburn Sports Network.
How are you the ultimate Auburn fan? Because I got this air horn installed in my throat. Pretty sick, right? Yes, you look really sick. What doctor would even do this? Doctor? I do this myself. I mean, I can't swallow whole food, but still. Wait, what? Just gotta plow through it. Hey, can I get a couple of soups up there? What about some chamomile tea? Don't be that guy. Get a fan card. The smart way to be the ultimate Tigers fan. Just go to auburncards.com.
Did you know the average piece of produce travels 1,500 miles to reach your plate? When you buy local, you shorten your supply chain and reduce fuel emissions to contribute to a more sustainable world. I'm Ellie Watson, the director of Sweet Grown Alabama, a program designed to help you find locally grown products. Visit sweetgrownalabama.org to search for locally grown produce, meat, honey, and more in your area.
The Alabama Manufactured Housing Association is a proud sponsor of the 2022 Auburn Tigers. Since 1968, the Alabama Manufactured Housing Association has led the way for the manufactured and modular housing industry. Manufactured and modular housing provides safe, innovative, and affordable housing solutions for nearly 500,000 Alabamians. To learn more about AMHA or to find an authorized retailer near you, visit alamha.org.
When you see the SEC student athlete, it's easy to picture the swing, the stance, the form. But look closer, and you'll see the heart, the brain, the clutch lab partner, the avid two-stepper, the pride of a hometown, and a little brother's hero. More than students, more than athletes. In the SEC, it just means more.
Look, it's the Iron Bowl. If they can't get up for this game this week, for these seniors, their last game, then something wrong. So I'm looking for our guys to come out, man, and fight and compete. And, you know, we're not backing down at all.
The Carnell Williams pregame report is presented by Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Alabama. We cover what matters. With the interim head coach of the Auburn Tigers, here's Andy Burcham.
How would you describe the last month for you, for this staff, and for this team?
Just incredible. Like I told my staff, the players, we're sitting here 2-1, and don't get me wrong, I'm happy that's exciting. We won 2 ball games. We doing some good things on the field. But the most thing that I'm proud of is their response. The way that they done responded, it's scary. It has, God, just done been such a different joy. Just done made me just so happy to see these young men, these kids, to go from no hope, no direction, confused to like vibing, like full of life, like God, just their response. I'm so proud of this staff, this team, the people that touch our players. I'm truly honored to be part of this and be a witness to what's going on here.
What was the difference going into the locker room and coming out of the locker room last week against Western Kentucky?
Well, we felt like that we wanted to start fast. We wanted to dominate that ball game, and man, just the adversity with everything that went on there. We started fast. Had the opportunity to get up there. They climbed back. And then to be tied 17-7, then to go out to play the second half that we played was incredible. Honestly, the whole message leading up to that game, going into the locker room was go harder. I knew that this was the most important week. Not the Iron Bowl week, to be honest with you. It was last week because we got a little pat on the back. But I knew in order for us to have a chance in the Iron Bowl, we had to have our best week of practice against an opponent that we should win. So the whole message was go harder, and God, did they show up. And then coming out of that locker room just from the win, I think it have gave those guys confidence, man, that they can go play with anybody in the country and go compete. Go have fun, love on each other, and do it together. And when you pull in one direction, unity, magic happens. And I think those guys believe in and seeing that.
More with Coach Williams after this for Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Alabama.
Sports matter. They bring us together. That's why we're a proud sponsor of athletic programs across the state. More fans, families, and friends trust Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Alabama to provide the health insurance coverage and services they depend on. We're proud to support Alabamians. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Alabama. We cover what matters.
Saturdays in the South mean football and outdoor projects. And like an all-American lineup, nothing works harder or better than quality John Deere equipment. So get to Sun South, where it's more affordable than ever to own the best equipment available. Plus, discover our new selection of John Deere compact construction equipment, perfect for larger projects. Think Sun South, with 21 locations throughout the Southeast, or shop online at sunsouth.com. Sun South, proud to be the preferred tractor of the Auburn Tigers.
Hey, I'm Charles Barkley. Call for a Redmont and water at bars and restaurants throughout the great state of Alabama. Redmont Vodka, available at select ABC stores and package stores. Redmont Vodka is 8 times distilled, gluten-free, and is made from non-GMO corn. Looking to support a local business? Redmont Distilling is Alabama proud and minority owned. Learn more online at redmontdistilling.com.
Recruiting plays a major role in team building. Recruiting also plays an important role in protecting my home from termites with Cook's Pest Control and the Centricon system. Termites eat the bait in the Centricon stations, then eagerly recruit other termites to also feed on the bait, thus eliminating the termite colony. You don't have to live with termites. Call Cook's Pest Control for a free quote.
Looky, 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 here comes Cookie, Cook's Pest Control.
You've been part of the Iron Bowl your whole life. I mean, you grew up in this state, you have played, you have coached it. Today, you're the head coach of it. When someone says, all right, what is it about this game? What is it about the Iron Bowl? What's your response?
The memories, the people. Man, we here at Auburn. We love Auburn. We love this university. We love these kids. We love these student athletes. We love our creed. We love everything. We love the culture, the environment, everything about it. And that other school feel the same way. So when you get two teams going at it, it means a lot to so many people that done paid the way for it, that done made this game great before us. So, means everything. I mean, I'm honored to be part of this game. I'm honored to get the opportunity to play in it, watch it my whole life growing up. And now, to be the head coach, wow. Can't even make this up. But you know what? I'm going to enjoy it. And I know my guys going to go out there and lay it on the line. Us coaches going to lay it on the line. And we about to give everything we got. At the end of the day, whatever happens, we're going to be able to look at ourselves in the mirror and say we gave it all we got. And that's all I can ask all these coaches and these players.
Now that our school's pretty good, both offensively and defensively.
They are. Offensively, man, they're a big physical bunch. They got one of the best quarterbacks in the country. Wow. That guy's a gamer. That guy's accurate. He's calm. He's collective. He run the show. He's poised. God, I love that kid, man. He have a chance to be special. Running backs, man, with Jamar Gibbs. And, the guys behind him, man, they got speed, explosive, quick, fast, can catch the ball at the backfield. So it's gonna be a challenge for our defense. Receivers are good, tight end. They're doggone good, man. Defensively, man, they strike. We know about Will Anderson. We know about the linebackers, the D-line, the secondary. They come down here, they fight. They're gonna make you earn everything. But with all that said, that's what you want as a competitor. You want to play the best. In the last decade or so, the great Nick Saban and the University of Alabama have been on top of college football. And that don't intimidate myself or these players at all. We the 2022 Auburn Tigers, and we're going in Bryant-Denny Stadium, and we're going to fight, compete, scratch, claw, and we're about to see what happens. But I know these guys are not going to back down, and we're looking forward to this challenge.
Does last year's game here enter your mind at all today against Alabama?
Honestly, it don't. Okay. It don't. Last year was last year's team. Just like a couple weeks ago we were what we were. This is a different team. So we're going in there ready to compete. We're going in there to risk it all, to lay it on the line. I know your typical coach, we gonna compete, but we're going in there to not just compete. We're going in there to win the ball game, and that is our mission, and that's what we're expecting to do.
Go crazy today, War Eagle.
Yes, sir. Thank you, War Eagle.
Hey, Auburn fans, Hibbett and City Gear have all the hottest brands: Nike, Adidas, Jordan, and many more. Check out a Hibbett or City Gear store near you, or visit Hibbett.com for the latest sneaker drops, trending denim, and fashion-forward apparel and accessories. Hibbett and City Gear have the apparel and footwear hookups you need to keep the entire family fresh, toed ahead. Hibbett and City Gear, proud sponsor of Auburn football. War Eagle.
Sports matter. They bring us together. That's why we're a proud sponsor of athletic programs across the state. More fans, families, and friends trust Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Alabama to provide the health insurance coverage and services they depend on. We're proud to support Alabamians. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Alabama. We cover what matters.
Hey, I'm Charles Barkley. Call for a Redmont and water at bars and restaurants throughout the great state of Alabama. Redmont Vodka, available at select ABC stores and package stores. Redmont Vodka is 8 times distilled, gluten-free, and is made from non-GMO corn. Looking to support a local business? Redmond Distilling is Alabama proud and minority owned. Learn more online at redmonddistilling.com.
The Auburn University College of Veterinary Medicine is the South's original veterinary medical program and the nation's 7th oldest. We are a leader in preparing students for careers in veterinary excellence, transforming animal health care and innovative research and discovery to improve the health of both animals and humans. Independent surveys of pet owners and referring veterinarians rank our teaching hospital tops in the nation. Learn more at vetmed.auburn.edu.
Cornell Williams. 4, 3, 2, 1. Touchdown. Tiger. Cornell Williams. McElroy is going down. Inside the walls of Bryant's Court, Newton's Law reigns supreme.
To the boundary, 35, 25, 20. He is gone! Touchdown, Chase Bixby! 35 yards, touchdown over. Down the sideline, 30, 25, 20. Goodbye, Jarquin!
All fighting soldiers, because we locked in, we together, we're a family. We about to go play Auburn football, man. Unity, man. That's what this university represents. Serve, discipline, and believe. Let's go play ball. Let's go.
For the first time this season, Auburn brings momentum into a big game. A week ago, they put it all together in the second half to dominate Western Kentucky. And as a result, the Tigers bring a win streak to the Iron Bowl. Good afternoon, and War Eagle from Bryant-Denny Stadium. With Stan White, Ronnie Brown, Brad Law, Jason Campbell, Gene Dulaney, Jacob Hillman, Patrick Tisdale, Ben Harling, and Paul Ellen. I'm Andy Bertram. In the words of head coach Cadillac Williams, Auburn is playing with house money. A 3-touchdown underdog, the Tigers can play fast and loose today. It's been a dozen years since Auburn won here. 2010, Cam Newton engineered the most dramatic comeback in Iron Bowl history en route to a national championship. Alabama has been all but eliminated from the national championship playoff race. The Tide is led by last year's Heisman Trophy winner Bryce Young and All-American defender Will Anderson. A year ago, Auburn played without his starting quarterback, but still pushed Alabama to the limit in a 4-overtime thriller. Over the last month, the Tigers have taken the mantra of their head coach: serve, discipline, believe. And they'll need every bit of that in the next 4 hours for the biggest upset of this season. The Outdoor Alabama countdown to kickoff continues in a moment.
Hey, Auburn fans. It's time to stretch those legs and reach for another bag of Golden Flake. Home or away, with family or friends, you know no game day is complete without your favorite snack. So enjoy Golden Flake or any of our other delicious snacks from the Utz family of brands and sit back for the rest of the game. Golden Flake and Auburn football, a winning team. Simple, Southern, goodness, Golden Flake. Celebrating 65 years as the official salty snack of the Auburn Tigers.
How are you the ultimate Auburn fan? Because I got this air horn installed in my throat. Pretty sick, right? Yes, you look really sick. What doctor would even do this? Doctor? I did this myself. I mean, I can't swallow whole food, but still. Wait, what? Just gotta plow through it. Hey, can I get a couple of soups up there? What about some chamomile tea?
Don't be that guy. Get a fan card. The smart way to be the ultimate Tigers fan. Just go to auburncards.com.
The Alabama Manufactured Housing Association is a proud sponsor of the 2022 Auburn Tigers. Since 1968, the Alabama Manufactured Housing Association has led the way for the manufactured and modular housing industry. Manufactured and modular housing provides safe, innovative, and affordable housing solutions for nearly 500,000 Alabamians. To learn more about AMHA or to find an authorized retailer near you, visit alamha.org.
The holidays are right around the corner, and I'm ready. Why? I use HelloFresh. HelloFresh delivers delicious recipes and more right to my door, so I can skip that extra grocery store trip, take a break from meal planning, and enjoy this special time of the year. HelloFresh always has something new to try, with over 35 chef-crafted seasonal recipes each week. Sign up today for 65% off, plus free shipping with code football65 at hellofresh.com/football65. That's code football65 at hellofresh.com/football65.
You're listening to Auburn Football. Now back to more of the Outdoor Alabama Countdown to Kickoff. Visit OutdoorAlabama.com to find your next adventure. Go hunt, go fish, get outdoors.
Welcome back to Bryant-Denny Stadium in advance of the 87th Iron Bowl. Tackle hard work, make weekends more fun, and a new Ford F-150, the official truck of the Auburn Tigers. For great offers, see your local Ford dealer. Stan White, what are your Ford keys to today's game?
Well, no question, I think Alabama is going to stack the box and make Robbie Ashford beat them with his arm. I think Auburn cannot abandon the run game, but they also have to do some play-action bootlegs and get Robbie Ashford involved in the running game and some short passing game to get his confidence early on.
Auburn University is home to the South's oldest veterinary college, formulating innovative approaches to tackle 21st century problems. Learn more about Auburn University's College of Veterinary Medicine online at vetmed.auburn.edu. Auburn and Alabama just a few moments away. Stay with us. This is the Auburn Sports Network.
Let me take you back to a cold December night in 1921 when 43 coaches gathered at a New York City hotel for good fellowship and to give expression to their views on the game of football. That next year, the American Football Coaches Association was born. AFCA membership is now comprised of thousands of coaches from high school, college, and the NFL ranks. As the game of football faces change and unforeseen challenges ahead, the AFCA will continue to take a leading role to promote and protect the game and its players who have given us so much.
The Whataburger Sweet and Spicy Bacon Burger is an all-time favorite. It brings so many flavors together in harmony, you might wonder if it's greater than the sum of its parts. It's got 2 all-beef patties, both of which fantastic. Crispy bacon, love that. Grilled onions, melty cheese. I mean, who would say no? And sweet and spicy pepper sauce. Yes, please. I guess we're kind of partial to every part. The Sweet and Spicy Bacon Burger from Whataburger. Just like you like it. Order online to earn rewards.
Are you looking to advance your career without putting your life on hold? Consider the flexibility of an online MBA at Auburn University's Harvard College of Business. Ranked among the nation's best by U.S. News and World Report, our 100% online MBA program provides the flexibility you need to pursue a degree while maintaining your personal and professional life. Learn more at harvard.auburn.edu.
Things we take for granted, ordinary opportunities for parents and their children, can be a foster child's extraordinary. You have the power to do something positive that will change the life of a young person right here in Alabama. Open your heart and open your home to a foster child today. For more information, visit www.dhr.alabama.gov or call 1-866-64-AL-KIDS. Brought to you by the Alabama Department of Human Resources, the Alabama Broadcasters Association, and this station.
This is Auburn football, and these are the Yellowwood starting lineups for the Tigers. Defensive line.
Derek Hall, Gulfport, Mississippi, Gulfport High School.
Colby Wooden, Lawrenceville, Georgia, Archer High School.
Jason Jones, Calera, Alabama, Calera High School.
Marcus Harris, Montgomery, Alabama, Park Crossing High School.
Linebackers.
Owen Papo, Lawrenceville, Georgia, Grayson High School. Cam Riley, Evergreen, Alabama, Hillcrest High School.
Secondary.
J.D. Rail from Valdosta, Georgia, from Valdosta High School.
P.J. James, Mobile, Alabama, Spanish Fort High School.
Keontae Scott, San Diego, California, Helix High School.
Nehemiah Priest, Jackson, Alabama, Jackson High School.
Donovan Kaufman, The Boot, Archbishop Rummel.
Offensive line.
Killing Zero, Munich, Germany.
Cam Studs, Killing, Alabama, Brooks High School.
Brandon Council, Tar Heel, North Carolina, West Wade High School.
Alec Jackson, Montgomery, Alabama, Jeff Davis High School.
Brennan Coffee, Paradise, California, Paradise High School.
Receivers.
Cedric Jackson, Hoover, Alabama, Hoover High School.
Javaris Johnson, Birmingham, Alabama, Hillary Chesterfield High School.
Corey Moore, Kenner, Louisiana, Rumble High School.
John Samuel Shanker, Albany, Georgia, Crawford County High School.
Running back.
Tank Bixby, Atlanta, Georgia, Callaway High School.
Quarterback.
Robbie Ashford, Hoover, Alabama, Hoover High School.
Special teams.
Jacob Quattlebaum, Enterprise, Alabama, Enterprise High School.
Oscar Chapman, Adelaide, Prince Alfred College.
Alex McPherson, Fort Payne, Alabama, Fort Payne High School.
Evan McGuire, Alabaster, Alabama, Thompson High School.
The starting lineups have been presented by Great Southern Wood, makers of Yellowwood brand pressure-treated pine. If it doesn't have that yellow tag, you don't want it. You've been listening to the Outdoor Alabama Countdown to Kickoff on the Auburn Sports Network. Now, it's game time. Exclusive play-by-play coverage of Auburn football is brought to you by Ford. Tackle hard work and make weekends more fun in a new Ford F-150, the official truck of the Auburn Tigers. The Alabama Department of Public Health, offering free COVID and flu vaccines to anyone 6 months and older. Visit alabamapublichealth.gov/IMM. By Cook's Pest Control and the Cetricon system, the unbeatable combination for termite protection. Chick-fil-A. Download the Chick-fil-A app and score big before the game begins. And by Alabama Power. At Alabama Power, we put everything we have into our jobs because this is our home too. Let's go back to Bryant-Denny Stadium in Tuscaloosa. With Ronnie Brown on the sidelines and alongside Stan White, here's the voice of the Auburn Tigers, Andy Burcham.
Auburn and Alabama at Bryant-Denny Stadium today. The Tigers and the Tide expecting over 100,000 on hand for today's game. Alabama honoring its seniors right now. This is the Modelo Game Day weather forecast. Modelo is brewed for full-time fans and the official beer sponsor of the college football playoffs. Drink responsibly. Modelo Especial beer, imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois. 63 degrees currently. Overcast conditions. We may have rain on and off throughout the rest of this game and into this evening, and wind out of the southeast at 8 miles per hour. So there's your weather forecast brought to you by Modelo. Stan White, you take a look at this ball game, and Alabama a 3-touchdown favorite coming in. And listen, many years this game goes exactly how the odds makers may it. But there have been some games, some years, Stan, where this game makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. Last year, perhaps, was one of those.
Yeah, and you know, you go back to, in our pregame show, you go back to the 2002 year where they played here. Cornell and Ronnie are both out. Alabama, a substantial favorite that day, and you know, unlikely of heroes, Trey Smith comes in, and Auburn wins the defensive battle 17-7. And so, yeah, like you said, the majority of the time it goes as it should go. But, you know, this is an Auburn team. Of course, Alabama is an unfamiliar situation as well, Andy, where they're not playing for an SEC championship in a couple of weeks, right, or next weekend. They're watching, and Auburn is a different team as well this year because the last month they've had a new staff, and they've got a coach that's reinvigorated this fan base, this coaching staff, and more so the players in that locker room, and they I would have said a month ago coming in here, there would be no chance for this Auburn team to win this game. But with a guy like Carnell Williams and what he's done, he has these kids believing, and like you said, service, belief, determination. These guys believe they can come in here and play and win, and they're going to go out there and play every play just as hard as they can and not worry about the scoreboard and just see what happens at the end.
Stan, you take a look at this Alabama squad. Remember, this is the team going into the season that was preseason #1, not the national champs, Georgia, which is right now. It was this Alabama ball club. It is a team that's scoring 40 points a game, second in the SEC. They're fourth in the rush. They're fourth in the pass. They're fourth in total yards. However, turnover margin, this one mystifies me a bit. They're ninth at -4 in turnover margin this season. Listen, we know that's been a problem all year for Auburn, but unusual for this Alabama team to be -4 at this point of the season.
Three last week against Austin Peay, and this was supposedly the Alabama team that may be the best of all teams that Nick Saban had put together. And now let's face it, they have 2-1 last score losses. Now it's not like they played poorly, but now you say they've got two losses by the last play of the game. They also have 2 or 3 wins by the last play of the game as well. So it should be, I think it's going to be a hard-fought Iron Bowl. Hopefully Auburn can get a few breaks go their way.
All right, let's go down to the field. Ronnie Brown has this Cook's Pest Control sideline report.
All right, guys, as Alabama's Crimson Tide band takes the field, it's a little bit exciting, but surprisingly, it's not as loud as I would think for this game. Maybe that's a good thing for these Auburn Tigers. The excitement of this football team, I just came out of the locker room. The one thing about these Auburn Tigers, they don't fear this Alabama football team. And so that's something to think about, because I think in years past, there may have been a little bit of intimidation or whatever, but this unit, this group believes in themselves. They're serving one another. And so I think that's been the difference and the key. Now, it is a little cool down here, so look for that to be a little windy. You can't see it in the flagpoles as much, but that may take an effect into the special teams units. But I think we're in store for a good football game, and I'm hoping so as well.
Ronnie, you bring up a great point. Special teams for Auburn, you've got Oscar Chapman, one of the best punters out there. But for the Tigers as well, you have a brand new place kicker, a guy that grew up in this state. He knows about the Auburn-Alabama rivalry. Talking about freshman Alex McPherson. Now, in his first couple games, he's been good. 4 of 5 with a career-long 51-yarder last week. Boy, what if this game comes down to a big kick by a true freshman on the road in the Auburn-Alabama series?
Well, and that's the thing that you have is this series typically has maybe some unlikely heroes. And is it going to be one of those? And like you said, McPherson making his third start, I guess, as the kicker. And he's just a kickoff specialist, had a 51-yarder last week. So you never know. You just never know. This game usually comes down to a handful of plays like most games. And so which plays are going to be made by those? And of course, it's a tall task. Obviously, Alabama, a really, really good football team and program. And you give them all the respect that is afforded and earned. But like Carnell Williams said, we're going to come in here. We're not going to be afraid. We're going to go out there and play. We're going to fight hard. We're going to play Auburn football.
Stan, in your 4 keys to the game, you talked about Alabama. You expect Alabama to load the box. This is an Alabama team that is second in the SEC in scoring defense at 17.2 points a game. They're second in rush defense. They're fourth in pass defense, and number 2 overall in total defense. How does Auburn counter this Alabama defense today?
The biggest thing that Auburn will have to do, because Alabama is going to come in there, they're going to play aggressive. They're going to try to stop Tank Bigsby and Jarquez Hunter. Play action bootlegs with the quarterback keeper, almost just a full naked bootleg. Also, quick passing game out of it, a play action passing game out of the bootleg, the moving pocket for Robbie Ashford. That's where you got to try to slow down the aggressiveness of this Alabama defense, because they are going to put guys in there that are going to not be able to be blocked. They're going to put extra guys in there. They're going to try to make Auburn play behind the chains, and that's where they feel like they'll have to be able to do. Auburn has got to counter that with some good, effective play calling to allow Robbie Ashford to play in front of the chains.
3rd and long today could be very, very tough for this Auburn offense.
There's no doubt about it. You can't put yourselves in a situation where you have 2nd and 12s and 3rd and 9s and 10s. That's a feast for Alabama's defense. Robbie Ashford's got athleticism coming out everywhere. You got to utilize that.
How does Auburn counter Jack linebacker Will Anderson Jr., simply one of the best defenders in the country?
He's one of, if not the best defensive player in the country, and he's a force to be reckoned with. He's a game changer on defense. You have to utilize his aggressiveness. Try to make him think a little bit more instead of just reacting and playing. And that's going to be the challenge of Will Friend, the play caller, offensive coordinator, and Ike Hilliard today for this Auburn offense. And sometimes patience is punting. Sometimes it's okay. Play field position ball, and hopefully your defense can make something happen.
This is one of the few defenses that actually lists 3 linebackers among its starters. It's almost I'm not saying unheard of. You just don't see it as much in the college game right now.
Usually you have 5 defensive backs or 4 linemen or whatever this day and age, but they've got athleticism. And that's when Nick Saban several years ago went to smaller, more athletic linebackers. They can play in space.
Dallas Turner, Henry To'o, Jalen Moody. They're all about that 6'2", 220, 240 range. They're not that 6'5", 250-pound linebacker that Stan was speaking of in days gone by. Auburn is in the away whites, the stormtrooper uniforms, as Roddy used to call them, with the white helmets, the classic AU helmets on the side. Alabama, the home white, trousers with the crimson jerseys, as Auburn now comes on the field to the boos here at Bryant-Denny Stadium, and the classic crimson helmet for Alabama. Toss of the coin presented by Kia of Auburn, where you're always number one. You will hear from Ken Williamson. He is the white hat today, the referee for today's game.
Gentlemen, Mr. Moten is our umpire today. You're the visitor, you're going to call it. This is the head, this is the tail, okay? What are you going to call? Heads, okay? We do one defer,
All right. Auburn's defensive captain, Owen Papo, calls tails. It is heads. Bryce Young, the Alabama quarterback, has elected to defer. Guys in the booth, in Tuscaloosa, on the road. Stan White, you just mentioned it. What's the key to getting this Auburn offense, probably outside the tackles, with some play action to have an effective day, at least a good start?
I think early on in this game, you've got to be able to do a little misdirection bootlegs. You've got to have, if they give you a shot at a man-to-man, take it. And you got to take advantage of that to try to loosen up, because let's face it, Auburn's offense the last 3 weeks has been behind Tank Bigsby and Jarquez Hunter. Alabama knows that. It's no secret. Alabama's defense is going to stack the box, make it difficult for Auburn to get any kind of running game going. You cannot abandon the run game. You can't do it. You just got to keep grinding and grinding. But you've got to, when Alabama gives you an opportunity to take a shot, you've got to take a shot and make them pay.
Tank Bigsby is in the top 10 for Auburn. He is 7th on Auburn's career rushing list with 2,845 yards, 23 career touchdown rushes. He has 8 30-plus yard rushes to lead the SEC this year. Now, Robbie Ashford has certainly run the ball well for the Tigers. He rushed for 108 yards and 2 scores in Auburn's last game away from Jordan-Hare Stadium. That was at Mississippi State. He was the first Auburn quarterback to run for 100 yards since Nick Marshall at Mississippi State in 2014. It can't just all be Tank Bigsby and Jarquez Hunter today.
No, you've got to be able to do some misdirection. You got to pick and choose what kind of exotic trick plays or whatever you want to call it that you do. And when you run them, you got to take advantage of it.
Even though Alabama will not play in the SEC championship game next week, and we don't think that they will make it to the college football playoff, this is still the number 8 team in the country here today.
Yeah, and you've got a couple of teams right now playing to the wire that's above them that would even move them up if they were to win.
Will Reichard will kick it away for Alabama. 40 touchbacks this season for Reichard, with Jarquez Hunter, Damari Alston back inside the 5-yard line. Auburn will be defending the south goal to open today's game, and the kickoff by Reichard is a short one. Jarquez Hunter from the 8. He's out to the 20 and stood up there and gets out to about the 22. And so Auburn will have first down and 10 at its own 22-yard line, with Killian Zier at left tackle, Cam Stutz at left guard, Brandon Council at center, Alec Jackson at right guard for the Tigers, and Brendan Coffey at the right tackle. Of those starters, the only guy that has been in his spot all year long is Killian Zier out of Munich, Germany at left tackle.
Boy, they played so well the past month because of the simplified offensive scheme, and they're just playing with some really good confidence right now.
Jarquez Hunter flanks Robbie Ashford from the right hash mark. First and 10. Hunter goes in motion, and Auburn is offside. A 5-yard penalty to start the ball game for the Tigers.
Yeah, Jarquez Hunter did a little slide motion and started going forward before the snap. I think Luke Deal maybe as well from the tight end spot took off. Maybe that was Schenker that actually took off.
First and 15 for Auburn back at the 16-yard line.
his motion, Jarquez's motion, took them into an empty set.
He now goes in motion, an empty set for Robbie Ashford. It's the quarterback draw for Ashford, taken down at the line of scrimmage. Number 91, Jaheim Oates, freshman out of Columbia, Mississippi, with the stop. No gain on the play, second down and a 15 for the Tigers.
Well, an empty set motion with Hunter allowed him to, they thought it would widen it out, but Oates did a good job right at that nose tackle position, taking down Ashford for no gain.
Will Anderson lines up outside on the right side of the defensive line, opposite Killian Zera. A 4-down set defensively for Alabama. Auburn in a pro-eye set. It's the pitch to the near sideline for Tank Bigsby, and Tank Bigsby out to the 24-yard line.
Well, nice run into the boundary right there on toss sweep, a little stacked inside set with 2 tight ends. 8 yards on that toss sweep into the boundary.
Javarius Johnson in, Luke Deal comes out for the Tigers. 3rd down for Auburn. The Tigers on 3rd down this season, 37%. Alabama is very good on 3rd down, holding opponents to just 30%. The Tigers need 7. 3rd and 7 for Auburn from the right hash mark. Ashford from the gun. Pressured out of the pocket. He's in trouble, and he throws it away up the sideline. Good pressure by Alabama coming right up the middle. Will Anderson put the pressure on the Tiger quarterback, and Auburn is 3 and out on its opening drive.
Yeah, that was basically Auburn's gotten into single receiver reads, and it wasn't there. Robbie Ashford started getting pressure. He just had to dump that out, setting up a 4th down. But that false start to start it on 1st and 15 really cost them to be able to get closer to a 3rd down and short situation.
Kool-Aid McKinstry back at the 33-yard line for Alabama to take this punt from Oscar Chapman. End over end, McKinstry calls for a fair catch at the 39. So 1st down for the Crimson Tide from its own 34-yard line. It's a 40-yard punt. No return for Alabama. Now we see Bryce Young for the first time today. Tyler Steen at left tackle. Javian Cohen at left guard. Darian Dalcourt at center. Emil Akior at right guard. And J.C. Latham at right tackle for Alabama. Young from the shotgun, with Jahmyr Gibbs to his, flanking him to his left. Double wide receivers wide side of the field for Alabama. Ja'Cory Brooks to the short side. Hand off to the tailback, big hole. He's to the 40, 45, and out to the 48-yard line.
Well, Jahmyr Gibbs is an elite running back. If not for some midseason injuries, I think he clearly would be on the Heisman list. 18 yards on that first carry.
And he's close now to 800 yards on the season, his 120th carry there. 1st and 10 for Alabama at its own 47. Young from the gun, right hash. 2 throw. Young pressured, throws across the middle, incomplete. Pass was intended for Jermaine Burton, the 6-foot junior from Calabasas, Georgia. DJ James covering for the Tigers.
Boy, and Derek Hall put some pressure right on Bryce Young, coming right in the throwing lane there. Ran a little motion with Latu out to the wide side. Wanted to slant to the backside, but good coverage by James and pressure by Derek Hall.
2nd and 10. Young out of the gun. Brings a man in motion. Turns and hands the ball. Gibbs across midfield. And penetration into the Auburn territory. He's close to the Auburn 45-yard line. They'll mark him down at the 46.
Well, it looked as if Auburn had him bottled up pretty well, but he just slithered through to the play side. Missed tackle at the line of scrimmage, allowed him to slither through and get about 7 yards on the play.
Jace McClellan replaces Gibbs in the lineup. 3rd and 3 for Alabama. From the Auburn 46. Young from the shotgun, middle of the field. Wants to throw. Young, plenty of time to throw. Flushed out of the pocket to the Alabama boundary. And he's run out of bounds shy of the 1st down. He was run out of bounds right at the line of scrimmage.
Yeah,
Pressure from Derek Hall.
Nice job right there. That was completely a coverage scramble right there, and I think Alabama's going to go for this. Well, they're going to bring on their punt team. I figured inside of Auburn territory, right past midfield, 4th down and 3, that Alabama would opt to go for it, but I think they feel like their defense can play some field position here and opt to punt that. But good coverage downfield by Auburn, forcing Young out, and Hall pushes him out of bounds for no gain.
Keontae Scott back at the 7 to take this punt from James Burnip, end over end, and into the end zone. So a punt of 46 yards by Burnip, and Auburn will have 1st and 10 at its own 20 when play resumes. 11:41 to go in the first quarter. Auburn and Alabama are scoreless from Bryant-Denny Stadium. Auburn football continues in a moment.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of Auburn Athletics, helping the world keep promising.
Putting together a winning drive
3rd and long from the shotgun.
takes focus, determination,
There's the snap, dropping back.
and that powerful form of energy
Scrambles to his right, looking downfield.
called belief.
Launches it toward the end zone.
That belief in a team, in a community of fans, in each other.
Touchdown!
That powerful energy connects us all. Alabama Power is a proud supporter of the Auburn Tigers. Power for a better Alabama.
We've invented a new messaging system using the crisp sounds of Bud Light. Crisp Code, Lesson 86. This is how you say, gee willikers, it's a hot one. Let's cool down with some Bud Lights. And that's it for today. Bud Light, crisp. Enjoy responsibly. Bud Light Beer, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Nobody protects you from mayhem like Allstate. I'm your friend's lucky jersey that's never been washed. And I'm stanking up the back seat, overpowering all of your senses, so you don't see the brake lights up ahead. And if you have cut rate car insurance, you're going to be all out of luck. So switch to Allstate, save $744, and get protected from mayhem like me.
Average annual savings of new customers surveyed in 2021 who reported auto savings when switching to Allstate. In most states, prices vary based on how you buy. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Welcome back to Bryant-Denny Stadium along with Stan White, Ronnie Brown on the sidelines. I'm Andy Burcham. Gene Dulany, our spotter statistician. 11:41 to go in the first quarter of play. Auburn's second drive. The Tigers, after a 5-yard penalty on the very first play, Auburn was 3 and out. Alabama got into Auburn territory, but then came up short. Jarquez Hunter splits wide to the short side, trips to the wide side of the field, the Auburn boundary. Robbie Ashford out of the shotgun, gets the snap, looks and he throws across the middle, passes complete. Jarquez Hunter taken down at the line of scrimmage.
And that was designed to be a screen underneath for Jarquez Hunter, a little drag route. Good job in tackling. He had a couple of yards after the catch, but he ran backwards to try to get away from Lawson. Deontay Lawson took him down. No gain on the play on that completion.
Brandon Coffey, Auburn's right tackle, was set up as one of those receivers out wide right. Did you notice that?
Yeah.
2nd and 10 for Auburn from the 20. Ashford out of the gun. Is pressure. Ashford to the 25-30. Angles to the sideline, 35-40, and out of bounds at the 45. 25 yards for Robbie Ashford and an Auburn first down.
Well, a play action fake into the boundary, a little bunch set, double tight ends look. No one was open. Robbie Ashford calls his own number, uses those legs to break outside to open field to the 45-yard line and a first down.
Auburn's initial first down of the afternoon. Tank Bigsby flanks Ashford from the left hash. Ashford out of the shotgun. hands the ball. Tank Bigsby comes to the near side. Tank Bigsby to the 50 and into Alabama territory. They'll give him the Alabama 49, 6 yards on first down for Tank Bigsby for the Tigers.
Little bunch lineup right there in formation with trips, but it's bunched in right outside the tackle. This little slow handoff zone blocking outside, allowing Bigsby to get 6 yards.
2nd and 4 for Auburn. Clock rolling, 10-13 in the first quarter. 2nd and 4 for Auburn at the Alabama 49. Auburn hasn't broken the huddle yet. Play clock is down to 15. Gonna have to hustle.
Yeah, they're gonna have to call a timeout.
There's some confusion. Somebody's not on the field for Auburn, and the Tigers have to call a timeout. So Auburn uses its first timeout, and it comes with 9:55 to go in the first quarter of play. Send it upstairs. Brad Law has a check of the Yellowwood scoreboard.
All right, Andy, thank you very much. Alabama now owns the longest home field winning streak in college football. Clemson today lost at home for the first time in 40 games. South Carolina kicked a field goal early in the fourth quarter, beat Clemson 31-30. Spencer Rattler 360 passing yards. DJ Uiagalelei just 99 yards through the air. South Carolina gets the upset win at 8th-ranked Clemson. Meanwhile, speaking of rivalry games, number 3 Michigan is putting the boots to number 2 Ohio State in Columbus. Wolverines with 3 fourth-quarter touchdowns now lead the Buckeyes 45-23 inside of 2 minutes to go in that matchup. Georgia polished off Georgia Tech 36-14. The Bulldogs finished the regular season undefeated at 12-0. Plenty of rivalry games across college football, guys. That's a Yellowwood scoreboard update. We'll keep you posted on all of the action throughout our game as Auburn and Alabama are scoreless here in the first quarter. That's a Yellowwood update, Andy.
All right, thank you very much. Let's get a quick Cook's Pest Control sideline report from Ronnie Brown.
All right, guys, Auburn's offense is on the move just slightly before a little hiccup and a timeout, but they've done a really good job running the football, getting them down. Robbie Ashford, as we talked about, utilizing his legs with the big run, and so Tank Bigsby on the last carry for 5 yards. So they're getting something going in the running game. This may be a time to take one of those shots. If you're, on the offensive side, little play action and maybe one of those deep balls just to keep those safeties awake and those cornerbacks alert.
All right, Ronnie, thank you. All right, 2nd and 4 for Auburn at the Alabama 49-yard line here.
Yeah, and boy, you would love to have it 2nd and 1, but 2nd and 4 may be one of those times. You're right inside Alabama territory. You're moving the ball, running it. A couple of times Robbie Ashford was able to break outside with his legs. So a couple of trains of thought is you do want to take a shot, maybe back them up a little bit, but then if it doesn't work, it's 3rd down and 4, or you try to get one more first down, get that chains moving a little bit more to take a shot. But so far on the ground, Auburn has found some success.
Keandre Jones at right guard right now for Auburn with Coffee, Council, Stetson 0. 2nd and 4 for Auburn from the Alabama 49. Right hash mark out of the shotgun. Tank Bigsby behind Ashford. The handoff to Tank. He's in some trouble. Gets away. Up the sideline. First down near the 40-yard line. He had someone right in front of him. You talk about a Houdini act.
Was
Eli Ricks had a shot at Tank in the backfield and came up with nothing but air.
I mean, that was what you call a broken ankle move right there. I mean, he had a clear shot, did Ricks, at Bigsby before he even took the handoff, and Bigsby just sidestepped him and got 8 yards and a first down.
And still beat 3 men to the boundary to get upfield. First down for Auburn at the Alabama 41. Ashford from the gun, flag on the play. Ashford looks and he throws, and the pass is incomplete, intended for Cam Brown. Auburn wanting an interference penalty. They're not going to get that, or they did.
Yeah, I think you're going to have offsides as well.
All right, so it could be 2 penalties against Alabama. The intended pass was to Camden Brown. The defender was Eli Ricks, who just came up with air on the Tank Bigsby
2 fouls on the play, offside, defense number 31 won't be declined. Pass interference, defense number 7 will be accepted. The penalty will place the ball at the spot of the foul and includes an automatic first down.
And that was intended for Camden Brown. He had a free play. Did Robbie Ashford try to throw a little back shoulder fade, and yeah, Ricks Ricks prohibited him from trying to even get to the ball, and that's a good call.
So 1st and 10 for Auburn at the Alabama 26. Jarquez Hunter and Shed Jackson in for Auburn. On 1st down for the Tigers. An empty set for Robbie Ashford. 1st down from the Alabama 26. Man goes in motion, it's a pitch. Tank Bigsby turns up field at the 35-yard line and the 25-yard line. He gets to the 24, 2 yards on the play for Tank Bigsby.
That's actually a completion because it's a little toss, little jet sweep toss to the wide side. Bigsby lowers his head and just puts a lick on a defender. Was that Lawson that was the recipient
Lawson?
of that?
Yeah.
Ooh, man.
2nd and 8 for Auburn from the Alabama 24. Robbie Ashford from the gun, ball in between the hashes. Coy Moore in motion. Ashford's going to run it around right end. He's to the 20, makes a move at the 15. He's to the 10. Ashford to the 5. Ashford is in. Touchdown Auburn. Touchdown Auburn, and they're going to call him short. They'll call him short at the 1-yard line.
True quarterback sweep right there as they enter the Chick-fil-A red zone, and I'm not so sure he didn't get in. 23 yards on that quarterback sweep. Nice running, cutting upfield, back across the grain, and getting drugged down.
Goodness
by
gracious,
Oates.
they need to take another look at this
Yeah,
play.
that's going to be looked at, I believe.
Ruling on the field is that the runner was down short of the goal line. The previous play is under review.
I mean, they marked it back a full yard outside of a yard from the goal line. I have to see on the replay. Oates came in and made it, but
he's across the goal line before the knees come down.
That's a touchdown. Yeah, he dove out before his knee went down. That's a touchdown.
He's across easily. That ball's across before his knees come down.
Yeah, you can see it on all the 14 Jumbotron screens they have in this stadium.
They have 4 Jumbotrons, 1 in each corner of this stadium.
After further review, the runner broke the plane of the goal line prior to being down.
All right.
Therefore, the result of the play is a touchdown.
And Auburn breaks on top of the Iron Bowl. How about that?
With a quarterback sweep, utilizing your quarterback's athletic ability. Nice blocking. He cut across the grain, is able to do the rest. Oates did a great job. The defensive tackle for Alabama running down Ashford, but Ashford's able to dive out and get across the plane, and Auburn answers first.
And Alex McPherson, the freshman out of Fort Payne, Alabama, is on for the extra point. Jacob Quattlebaum is the snapper. Oscar Chapman will hold the extra point. Snap. Auburn on the board with 8:31 to go in the first quarter of play. Snap, down, kick on the way. And the kick is good. And McPherson now 7 of 7 in point average. A little bit quieter right now at Bryant-Denny Stadium. Wow. 8:31 to go, first quarter of play. Auburn 7, Alabama nothing. This is the Auburn Sports Network.
AuburnTigers.com is the official website of Auburn Athletics. Read the latest feature stories on your favorite Tiger teams. Get critical game day info, search videos and audio. Find how to get connected through social and digital media or by joining Tigers Unlimited. Shop the AU Photo Store or just find the next event on the athletic calendar. Plus, all athletics broadcasts are streamed free at AuburnTigers.com/watch. AuburnTigers.com, the official online home of Auburn Athletics.
Sports matter. They bring us together. That's why we're a proud sponsor of athletic programs across the state. More fans, families, and friends trust Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Alabama to provide the health insurance coverage and services they depend on. We're proud to support Alabamians. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Alabama. We cover what matters.
Putting together a winning drive
3rd and long from the shotgun.
takes focus, determination,
There's the snap, dropping back.
and that powerful form of energy
Scrambles to his right, looking downfield.
called belief.
Launches it toward the end zone.
That belief in a team, in a community of fans, in each other.
Touchdown!
That powerful energy connects us all. Alabama Power is a proud supporter of the Auburn Tigers. Power for a better Alabama.
We always picture the SEC student athlete for their speed, their vertical, their agility, but it's time we picture them for more. For their campus voice, their community outreach, and for the simple fact that 20 years later, they're still someone's pride and joy. More than students, more than athletes. In the SEC, it just means more.
Nothing Auburn with 8:31 to go in the first half of play. Sun-South John Deere drive summary for the Tigers. Auburn goes 80 yards in 6 plays, 3 minutes and 10 seconds. 24-yard TD run by Robbie Ashford, Sun-South John Deere. Preferred tractor of the Tigers. Find your local dealer at sunsouth.com. Evan McGuire. Oh, that is McPherson that kicks it away. And it's taken by Ja'Cory Brooks at the 20. 25-30 up the sideline and out to the 37-yard line for Alabama. CB&S Bank has been family, community, and financially strong since they began in 1906. Visit cbsbank.com. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
When Sean Jackson had a bead on Brooks right there, unblocked coming down there. Brooks just did a little sidestep of Jackson, was able to have a nice return out to the 38-yard line.
Jace McClellan, a junior from Aledo, Texas. 569 yards, 94 carries coming into play today. Dots the eye of this, and now to the flanks to the right of Bryce Young. Young, play action, rolls to his right and throws it a little bit low, intended for Cameron Latu. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Auburn Sports Network. Second and 10 for Alabama at its own 38-yard line. Gibbs goes in motion, sets up outside the right tackle. Play action by Bryce Young. Looks downfield and throws downfield. Has a man wide open, caught by Brooks. He's at the 10 and out of bounds. Ja'Cory Brooks. Jermaine Burton with the catch.
Yeah, that was Zion Puckett in coverage, but that was really good protection for Bryce Young because he had all day back there, allowing Burton to do a deep post route. Difficult to ask a man to cover for 6 or 7 seconds. Bryce Young had plenty of time, 55 yards on that play. Alabama inside the 10.
35 catches for 558 yards this season for Burton. First down for Alabama. McClellan on the carry. Tries to bounce to the outside. Cam Riley stands him up at the 10-yard line.
Well, they're going to give him about a half a yard gain on that play. Good surge by Cam Riley and company to take down the running back McClellan.
Second and goal for Alabama, just inside the 10-yard line.
Well, I think that Alabama, Bill O'Brien's probably looking at, okay, we got to get the ball in the hands of Bryce Young, out in the pocket, out on the roll, kind of the moving pocket.
Isaiah Bond comes in motion behind the play. Now back to the Alabama sideline. Hand off to McClellan. McClellan powers his way inside the 5 to the 4. Nehemiah Pritchett with the stop for Auburn. It will be third and goal from the 4.
Big third down right here coming up. Alabama, both Alabama and Auburn 0 for 1 on third downs today.
McClellan, the tailback. Latu, the tight end, lines up outside the left tackle. A trio of receivers to the wide side of the field for Alabama. Bryce Young on third and goal from the 4, from the left hash mark. Drops to throw. Gonna run it out of the pocket. He can run it into the end zone untouched. Alabama touchdown.
Yeah, that was pretty easy right there. When you allow containment to be broken on a guy like Bryce Young, it's just too much strain that it puts on your defensive backfield. Having to cover, he's got great vision, and he just walked into the corner of the end zone.
They flooded left, and I mean, there wasn't an Auburn player within 15 yards of him as he got to the end zone.
Yeah, you almost have to put a spy on him wherever. Jalen Simpson was the closest one to try to get to him, but Bryce Young just used his legs to get to the corner and tie this game.
Nealon Hibbett will snap. James Burnip will hold. Will Reichert perfect on the year, now 52. 52, and Alabama answers Auburn's scoring drive. 62 yards, 5 plays, 2 minutes and a second. Bryce Young with the 4-yard touchdown run, his 4th touchdown run of the season. 6:25 to go in the first quarter of play. Our score, Auburn 7, Alabama 7. Auburn football continues in a moment.
Most creatures blend in with their natural surroundings. However, one North American beaver colony is doing anything but. This group, having discovered new Yellowwood Protector semi-transparent stain and water repellent, has coated their lodge in a lovely smoky grey colour. Modern look and powerful protection, backed by the yellow tag. Well done.
Introducing the first stain worthy of the yellow tag. Yellowwood Protector semi-transparent stain and water repellent. Find a dealer near you.
Hey Auburn fans, Hibbett and City Gear have all the hottest brands. Nike, Adidas, Jordan, and many more. Check out a Hibbett or City Gear store near you, or visit Hibbett.com for the latest sneaker drops, trending denim, and fashion-forward apparel and accessories. Hibbett and City Gear have the apparel and footwear hookups you need to keep the entire family fresh, toe-to-head. Hibbett and City Gear, proud sponsor of Auburn football. War Eagle.
Few plays in football are as exciting as the sack. For every Auburn sack this season, a donation is made to help Ascension St. Vincent's invest in PE equipment for schools around our state. Cultivating a healthy lifestyle early helps prevent chronic diseases. Please join countless others in the Auburn family by making a donation to help sack childhood obesity. Visit stvhsfoundation.org and choose sack obesity as your designation. War Eagle.
6:25 to go in the first quarter. Auburn and Alabama tied at 7. Auburn football brought to you in part by East Alabama Health. From First Aid Care at Jordan-Hare Stadium to cancer care at the Spencer Cancer Center, East Alabama Health is a team player you can rely on, play after play, day after day. Alabama answers Auburn's scoring drive, going 62 yards, 5 plays, 2 minutes and a second. Auburn's scoring drive, 80 yards, 6 plays in 3 minutes and 10 seconds.
Well, all set up by a 55-yard post route from Bryce Young to Trey Burton, where he got plenty of time on that setup to allow Burton to come all the way across the field, and then they took it in himself into the corner of the end zone to tie the game.
Reichert kicks it away, and Hunter will let that one sail into the end zone. Well, Auburn's scoring drive shouldn't come as a big surprise. It was all on the ground. Take Bigsby and the quarterback, Robbie Ashford. And now Auburn 1st and 10 from its own 25 with 6:25 to go in the first quarter of play. Bigsby and Hunter in the game together. Auburn huddles.
Already 20 seconds left in the play clock.
Fromm and Deal are in there as well at tight end. Auburn in a pro eye set. It's a 3 tight end set, of course, with Shanker as the fullback. Deal comes in motion. It's the pitch to Tank Bigsby, trying to get to the Auburn boundary, and he gets maybe a yard on the play.
Oh, wow. I think they're going to lose a few on that. Yeah, they're going to actually... He lost 4. Toss sweep into the boundary. That's a heavy set where Deal comes in motion, blocks down the men on the line of scrimmage, but Bigsby could not get out wide that time. Ricks was in coverage out there, was able to take him down.
Jordan Battle came up from his strong safety spot. He's the one that strung it out, and then Ricks finished it off. 2nd and 14 for Auburn. Ashford from the shotgun. Going to flip it out to Tank Bigsby. Bigsby taken down at the 25. Excuse me, at the 20 again. Auburn loses another yard on the play.
Yeah, a little quick screen to Bigsby, and that's what he actually cut. He made double cuts when he didn't really have to on that one. That was just one where it was a good play defensively as Auburn's going to go NASCAR.
3rd and 15. Alabama rushes 4. It's the pitch to Bigsby on the sideline. Cuts it upfield and gets close to the original line of scrimmage. He gets 5 yards on the play. And the Auburn team goes over to extricate Tank Bigsby from the Alabama sideline.
A little toss sweep, little quick pitch into the boundary there. Really just got back close to the original line of scrimmage. 3 and out on that one. Not a good set of downs for this Auburn offense.
Kool-Aid McKinstry is back to receive for Alabama. Oscar Chapman to punt this one away. Rolls to his right, and a flag comes down as Chapman puts a foot into it.
Ball start. Offense number 29. 5-yard penalty. It remains 4th down.
So going to be Derek Hall. We said 29, I believe. False start. Auburn's had a few of those this game so far.
So back it up 5 yards to the 20. That's where it'll be snapped by. Chapman back at the 5 to punt it away. McKinstry at the 36 to take this punt. Oscar needs a boomer. They come after him. He gets rid of it. Fair catch called for by McKinstry back at the 34-yard line.
Well, Auburn got a little fortunate right there. It looked like they overloaded and had a guy come free to block it, but was able to get it off.
45-yard punt for Alabama. And nose of the football at the Alabama 35. Bryce Young, a touchdown run in the ball game. Out of the shotgun at the right hash mark. Trips to the Auburn boundary, the wide side of the field. Turns and hands the ball to Gibbs. Gibbs to the 40, and a submarine there by Jalen Simpson for Auburn. But he gets 5 yards. Let's see where they mark him down. They give him 6 yards on the play out to the Alabama 41, right back to the line of scrimmage.
Well, Gibbs is just a really fast player, and he had really good vision as well.
Out of Dalton, Georgia, junior. Young, pressured, throws it across the middle, incomplete. Auburn got to him that time.
Morris Joseph Jr. was able to put some pressure on Bryce Young. Derek Hall came on the outside, and then here comes Junior right up the gut as well, and put a lick on Bryce Young right as he was letting it go.
Alabama, 45% on 3rd down this season. 3rd and 4 for Alabama at its own 41-yard line. McClellan, the tailback, flanking Bryce Young. From the right hash mark, trips to the wide side of the field. Young in the pocket, throws it across the middle, man wide open at the Auburn 46-yard line, and that's enough for a 1st down for Alabama.
Well, you got a flag coming in.
Kendrick Law with the catch for Alabama, and an Auburn player down
Offside.
In the backfield.
Defense number 29. That penalty will be declined. Result of the play was a 1st down.
And Derek Hall is down.
Yeah, Derek Hall's the one that is down behind the play.
Well, it looked as if the receiver bobbled that ball on the catch. He came across on a dig route across the middle.
I guess Derek lined up offside. He was certainly held on the play. There's no question about that.
I don't know if he had friendly fire with Kobe Wooten hitting him at the very end, what caused him to stay down. But it was a dig route across the middle, and the receiver came open.
Kendrick Law for 13 yards and a 1st down to the Auburn 46. And Derek Hall remains on his back at the Alabama 29-yard line, and Auburn's medical staff is tending to the Auburn team captain, Derek Hall, 6'3", 256, a senior from Gulfport, Mississippi.
That would be a massive loss if he were to be out. Hopefully he'll be able to come back, but he has been the leader on that defense.
18.5 career sacks, all in his last 30 games, dating back to the middle of the 2020 season. Recorded 6 tackles, 3 for loss, 2 sacks, and registered an interception in that win against Missouri. He is up, comes off the field. I think he's kind of holding his left arm a little bit. And he will come off the field, and I'm sure will get more medical attention. He kind of tosses his helmet down, and I think he's heading to the injury tent.
Boy, they can ill afford to lose a guy like Derek Hall.
They've already lost Echo Leota, the other edge rusher. And Dylan Brooks is in, replacing Derek Hall, who heads to the injury tent for Auburn. 1st and 10 for Alabama at the Auburn 46. McClellan behind Bryce Young in the shotgun. It's the pitch to Gibbs. Gibbs to the sideline and out of bounds near the 40. Jahmyr Gibbs Jr. out of Dalton, Georgia. Not only the leading rusher for Alabama, the leading receiver.
Yeah.
40 catches this year for Gibbs. He gets 6 yards there, 2nd and 4.
When he was healthy, and that's just so difficult. First of all, it's difficult to bottle up Bryce Young, but when you got a guy like Gibbs in there as well, I mean, he's just very difficult. They got a lot of weapons on offense.
He remains in the game at tailback. Play action, they throw it to the near sideline, open inside the 30-yard line. Alabama with the catch, number 7, Ja'Cory Brooks. With the catch for the Crimson Tide, they mark him down at the Auburn 28-yard line.
Yeah, just a little quick screen. They bring motion out there with their tight end, Ja'Cory Brooks. He's able to slither through the blocking and get another first down.
At tight end is Robbie Oots, and he is a strictly blocking tight end for Alabama. Just has 2 catches this year. He goes in motion. Young to throw. He throws to the sideline. Wide open, it's Oots. Told you he didn't catch the ball. Down near the 10-yard line for Auburn.
They just caught one wide open on that one. He play action fake, and Auburn not getting a lot of pressure. Bryce Young just observing, 18 yards down the field after that catch.
Oots had 2 catches for 14 yards coming into play today. He got 17 yards on that play. 1st and 10 from the Auburn 11. Tight end comes in motion. It is a handoff, tailback taken down at the 10. Maybe a yard on the play, and that is all. Jahmyr Gibbs for a yard on the play. 2nd and 9 from the Auburn 10-yard line. He comes out, and Jace McClellan comes in. He missed part of this season with an injury. Part of their 2-headed monster at the tailback spot. Roydell Williams has 50 carries as well. We haven't seen Williams yet. Young rolls to his right, sets, and he throws it back across to McClellan. 5, and he's in. Touchdown.
Somebody was left uncovered. Cam Riley was having to cover Latu and McClellan as well. There were 2 receivers in the vicinity, only 1 defender. Tough ask to ask Cam Riley to cover Latu and then come off of McClellan. Someone left McClellan open, and Bryce Young just picked him apart.
Quick strike Alabama again. Young to McClellan, who caught the ball about the 7, made a move, and was into the end zone for the touchdown. His 13th catch of the year, his 3rd touchdown catch. Reichard with the extra point, and it is good. And Alabama has scored on its last 2 drives. 1:37 to go in the first quarter. Our score, Alabama 14, Auburn 7. And boy, they are showing a wide array in their offense right now, and they've been successful at doing so.
Yeah, that one was just, it was literally someone left McClellan uncovered. Cam Riley had the tall task of covering McClellan and Latu in that vicinity. They were the only defenders there.
8 plays, 65 yards, 2 minutes and 52 seconds for Alabama. Jace McClellan, the 10-yard touchdown pass from Bryce Young. And for Young, the 25th touchdown pass this season, his 73rd in his career at Alabama.
Well, he's a good one. You allow him to survey the field. There's not many better than him.
He's now thrown for at least 1 touchdown in all 25 games that he started. Make that 26 games now.
But you have to give them credit. Auburn silenced this crowd, scoring first with a Robbie Ashford quarterback sweep run. And ever since then, it's been all Alabama.
Yeah. Auburn went 3 and out. Auburn's gone 3 and out twice today. Both drives, Auburn's had a 5-yard penalty early in the drive, and they just weren't able to overcome it.
And looking down the sideline, looks like Derek Hall is walking around fine. Maybe he's going to be able to come back in.
Reichert kicks it off. And this will just get into the end zone. Jarquez Hunter saying it went out of bounds. Auburn 1st and 10 at its own 25-yard line.
Well, Auburn's got to be able to answer here and stop a little bit of that bleeding because Alabama's got all the momentum back. Not even the end of the first quarter yet.
So 1st and 10 for Auburn at its own 25 from the left hash mark. Jarquez Hunter is the tailback. Robbie Ashford under center. Rolls to his right. Looks to throw. He does throw. It's complete to the 38-yard line to Shed Jackson.
Well, nice catch on that play. Bootleg out. And I think that was to Shed Jackson, but he did a great job on that bootleg, and it was a throw that was low and behind Shed Jackson. That's one thing in the offseason Robbie Ashford's got to work on is those accuracy issues, but he went down and grabbed it 13 yards on the play.
First down for Auburn out to the 38-yard line, the Auburn 38. Pro eye set, Ashford under center. Jarquez Hunter is the tailback behind John Samuel Schenker. Down the line, it's a pitch to Jarquez. To the corner, across the 40, fumbles the football, and Alabama has it. The ball came out, and Alabama is right on it. DJ Dale recovered for Alabama at the Auburn 47, make that the 48-yard line.
And it's hard to tell. That was actually a loaded option play. That was an old-fashioned option, and it was turning into a really nice run. Jarquez Hunter was about 5 or 6 yards down the field before it came out. Hard to tell who popped it out. It just kind of, I don't think he got tackled. It just kind of got hit right at the perfect spot. May have been his own player. I think that was Schenker. He actually hit Schenker in the kind of the back and the rear side that made it come out. Sure did.
Yeah, he ran into
Schenker, and it just popped out.
Was trying to cut off of a block by Schenker.
Yep.
14-7 Alabama, Crimson Tide 1st and 10 at the Auburn 48. McClellan is the tailback. Play action to him. Auburn blitzes. Young gets around the blitz and he throws. It is complete to the 35-yard line to Isaiah Bond, a freshman out of Buford, Georgia, his 13th catch of the year.
Well, that's where Keontae Scott had a shot at getting Bryce Young down, but you got to be able to, you got to be under control more when you come after him. It was unblocked, and he just ran right by him.
First down to the 35. Play action, he throws across the middle. It is complete. Ja'Cory Brooks down to the Auburn 10. Just a little pop pass across the middle, and Brooks with the catch.
That's a dual read, forcing the linebackers up, and you hit the slant end right behind it for 25 yards.
70% of his receptions are for a first down. That's a first down to the Auburn 11. McClellan head down inside the 5 and push back at that point. And that will be the end of the first quarter of play. Alabama on the move at the end of quarter number 1. The Crimson Tide with a 14-7 lead. Second and goal from the Auburn 4 when we return. This is the Auburn Sports Network.
When Auburn basketball hits the half, keep it locked on the Auburn Sports Network for the Conecuh Sausage Halftime Show. Conecuh Sausage Company is proud to be the official smoked sausage and hot dog of the Auburn Tigers. Stats and scores from around college basketball, plus a look around Auburn athletics, getting you ready for the rest of the game. The Conecuh Sausage Halftime Show, only on the Auburn Sports Network.
The Edward Via College of Osteopathic Medicine in Auburn is dedicated to its mission of transforming medical students into caring, compassionate physicians. VCOM partners with Auburn University for student activities, shared learning experiences, and research opportunities. Students are instructed in a hands-on learning environment by outstanding faculty members that are dedicated to student success. VCOM is working to improve the health of Alabama's citizens by increasing the number of primary care physicians throughout the state, especially in rural and underserved areas. Find out more at vcom.edu.
Every Whataburger is made fresh and made to order. It's all the homemade goodness you could ask for. The patties, 100% all beef and never frozen. The veggies, cut in house for maximum freshness. The bread, delivered fresh. And the order, just like you like it.
Enjoy.
This is homemade at our house, and you're invited anytime you want. Seriously, we're open 24/7. Whataburger, just like you like it.
I've always wanted to learn how to hunt and fish, but I didn't know where to begin. OutdoorAlabama.com helped me get started. There I learned the basics of hunting and fishing, including what's in season and which license to buy. You can even sign up for classes to help you become a successful hunter or angler. Now I'm confident in the woods or on the water. What are you waiting for? Learn more at OutdoorAlabama.com. Go hunt, go fish, get outdoors. This message was brought to you by the Alabama Department of Conservation and Natural Resources.
Back in Tuscaloosa, it's 14-7. Auburn trails, and Alabama is on the doorstep again as we get set to start the second quarter. This game recap is sponsored by Wind Creek Casino and Hotel. With 3 Alabama locations in Atmore, Montgomery, and Wetumpka, you can escape every day at Wind Creek Casino and Hotel and at windcreekcasino.com. In the first quarter, Auburn with 96 yards of total offense. That's a good number. 82 on the ground, 14 through the air. But Alabama 190 yards, 43 on the ground. Bryce Young 8 of 11 for 147 yards and a touchdown through the air. Young responsible for Alabama's second touchdown as well. Or their other touchdown was their first score of the game, a rushing touchdown from 4 yards out. Alabama on top 14-7, 2nd and 4 at the Auburn 5-yard line as we get set to start the second quarter. Tigers need a turnover. Back now to the voice of the Tigers, Andy Burcham and Stan White.
All right, bit of medical news. Derek Hall returns to the Auburn lineup. Understand he has a left wrist that has been taped up. Jace McClellan was taken off the field, not putting any weight on his right ankle as he left the field at the end of the first quarter of play. But as quarter number 2 begins, it's 2nd and 4 from the Auburn 6.
Boy, how about a turnover right here?
A turnover set up this drive for Alabama. Roydell Williams is the tailback, junior out of Hueytown, Alabama.
And it was an unforced turnover, unforced error.
5'10", 212, and a junior. Flanks Bryce Young to his right, out of the shotgun. 2nd and 4, brings a man in motion. Hands the ball to Roydell Williams. Roydell Williams is into the end zone for a touchdown, going off left tackle. And Alabama has now scored on 3 consecutive drives, and they take advantage of the Auburn fumble near midfield.
That's what you have to do when you get a turnover. You got to turn it into points, and that time Alabama now 3 straight drives, 1 off of turnovers to go up 20-7.
4 touchdowns on the year for Roydell Williams, and Alabama extra point away from going up 21-7. Burnip to hold, Hibbett to snap. Will Reichard with the field or the extra point attempt, and he is perfect on 53 extra points this season. Alabama didn't need a long time to take advantage of the Jarquez Hunter fumble. 48 yards in 4 plays in a minute. And Roydell Williams, their 3rd tailback of the day, goes 5 yards for the touchdown. His first carry of the afternoon. Alabama leads 21-7.
Well, we've seen this script before. We saw it in Starkville 3 weeks ago.
He saw it in Oxford.
Saw it in Oxford. And Auburn didn't blink. They came out and kept fighting. So hopefully, now are they facing a different animal than they did?
Yes.
Against Mississippi State and Ole Miss? Yeah, I believe so. Even though Ole Miss had a chance to beat this same Alabama team a couple of weeks ago, You get down 21-7 in Bryant-Denny. That's a very tough ask to come back. But this offense for Auburn has got to get something going and move the chains.
Jarquez Hunter and Damari Alston to return this kickoff if they get the opportunity from Will Reichert, who has 42 touchbacks this season, 2 today. Puts a foot into it, and this will be his 43rd touchback of the year. Nearly out of the back of the end zone for Alabama. All right, what does Auburn have to do offensively, Sam?
Well, clearly they've got to play in front of the chains and got to continue to run the ball, but I like the play action rolling out and taking advantage of throwing the ball downfield a little bit. Alabama, they're doing everything they can to stop that run. They're going to stack that line of scrimmage and just put players closer to the line of scrimmage. So where's the vulnerabilities? Well, you got to be able to get it downfield a little bit more in the passing game.
Jeremiah Wright at guard, so is Alec Jackson at guard for Auburn right now. First down from the 25. Robbie Ashford from the shotgun and movement up front. Well, it's just going to kill you against this bunch.
False start, offense number 71. 5-yard penalty. First down.
That's the third time.
That's the Auburn center.
Yeah, that's the third time, and it's the second time to start a drive that's happened.
The opening drive of the ball game. So first and 15 back to the 20 for Auburn. Jarquez Hunter and Tank Bigsby on the field. Out of the shotgun left hash mark. They hand the ball to Jarquez Hunter to the outside, 25 to the 30, across the 35-yard line, out of bounds near the 40, and a first down for Auburn. 15 yards and a gain of 19
That's
for Jarquez Hunter.
One of those trick plays you put in. It's actually an offense, old-fashioned offense, almost like a double wing T type situation where you hand it off one way, hand it coming the other way.
Hand it to Tank and then to
Exactly.
Jarquez.
Yeah, and it worked well to get outside their own end zone after the 39-yard line.
Tank Bigsby is the lone tailback for Auburn. Ashford under center from the right hash mark. First down. Play action and he rolls. He's in some trouble. He throws and almost intercepted. I'm not sure he was going to. Perhaps Javarius Johnson. It wasn't that close to Javarius, and it was almost intercepted by Alabama.
Yeah, play action fake. He wanted the crossing route. He wanted Javarius Johnson, but Coy Moore was actually in the clearing route, and it was closer to Ricks than it was. He led Johnson a little too much, and luckily that ball hit the ground. Johnson was able to tip it just enough, or that would have been an interception.
Second and 10 for Auburn from the Tiger 39. Ashford, the pitch to Tank Bigsby. Bigsby forward and close to the first down as he goes down. And I think he has the first down at the 49-yard line.
Well, I do too. And yeah, I think they're going to move it. And boy, that was almost, he almost broke that one. He got tripped up at the last moment. Good blocking out front. That was Coffee. And he may have tripped himself up a little bit, but nice run on that toss sweep into the boundary.
So a first down out to the Auburn 49-yard line. 13:50 on a counting clock in the second quarter. Alabama on top of Auburn 21-7 at Bryant-Denny. 21 unanswered points by the Crimson Tide. Coy Moore goes in motion. Sets up outside the right tackle. First down for Auburn at its own 49. Play action by Ashford. He looks and he throws wide open. Coy Moore inside the 35-yard line. Down to the 33-yard line and an Auburn first down. I have to get him, put him down at the 34. 19 yards on the game.
Really nice protection up front. Got a little bit of pressure at the very last moment, but is able to look downfield and find Coy Moore on the crossing route down to the 34.
Henry To'o with the stop for Alabama. First down for Auburn at the Alabama 34. Empty set for Robbie Ashford. Now brings Luke Deal in motion. Now brings Tank Bigsby into the backfield from the left hash mark. Play action by Ashford. He looks and he throws to Tank Bigsby. Bigsby gets to the 31-yard line. He was trying to make a couple moves, but he was unable to get around DeMarco Helms, the senior out of Washington, D.C. at free safety.
Sometimes Tank Bigsby wants to make some moves against air a few times. He tried to do a little bit, but then realized, just get upfield and give me 3 yards.
It's almost like he caught the ball and thought there would be someone there standing. There wasn't.
Yeah, exactly. And so he did a kind of a double move against air. Was able to pick up a few yards on the check down.
Got 3, 2nd and 7 from the Alabama 31, and Hunter replaces Tank in the backfield for the Tigers. Double wide receivers right and left. Hunter went out of the backfield, now back in, flanking Ashford to his left. Now goes in motion out of the backfield. They throw it to Jarquez Hunter. Gets to the boundary, and Jarquez Hunter is able to drag tacklers. Looks like he may be just a bit shy of the first down. Stan, when he caught that ball, he wasn't even close to the first down, but he got 6 yards anyway.
Yeah, he was able to get right down to the 25. Just a little slip screen out of the motion out there. Just kept fighting. Good blocking by Coy Moore and company, setting up a 3rd down and 1.
3rd down and a full yard for the Tigers from the right hash mark. Actually, it's 3rd down and a half yard for Auburn. Jarquez remains in the backfield, and Robbie Ashford goes under center. In a heavy set, handoff to Jarquez Hunter, and he's got the first down. Jarquez Hunter inside the 25-yard line to the 23 and an Auburn first down. Good hard running by number 27, Jarquez Hunter, sophomore out of Philadelphia, Mississippi.
Well, you're talking about playing out of a phone booth. I mean, you had 10 guys, including the quarterback, 11 guys within about a 5-yard width range right there. And handing off, that's just getting a hat on a hat and getting a push, and Jarquez Hunter doing the rest, getting 3 yards when he needed 1.
Tank Bigsby replaces Hunter in the backfield. 1st and 10 for Auburn at the Alabama 23 at the right hash mark. It's the pitch to Tank Bigsby. Bigsby puts a head down and he gets to the 21-yard line. He gets 2 yards on the play. And you got a pushing and shoving
going on with Tank Bigsby, and I think that may have been Battle.
Yeah, Jordan Battle, senior out of Fort Lauderdale. They got in between that quickly. 2nd and 8 for Auburn. Clock rolling down, 10:36 to go. 2nd quarter, Alabama on top 21-7. Shed Jackson, Coy Moore, Javarius Johnson split to the wide side of the field, the Alabama boundary. Tank Bigsby behind Robbie Ashford in the shotgun at the left hash mark. Handoff to Tank. Cuts and spins and gets to the 20. He got maybe a yard on the play. It's going to bring up 3rd down for Auburn. 3rd down and about 7, Auburn in the Chick-fil-A red zone. And Jarquez Hunter back on the field for the Tigers.
Yeah, Tank Bigsby took that handoff, and the momentum that Alabama had forced him to cut up, and he ran right in the back of his ear, which luckily he didn't get hurt, but a 3rd down and 7.
Trips to the wide side of the field. That's the Alabama boundary. 3rd down and 7. Ashford looks to throw. He throws it to the end zone, has a man open.
Got it.
Touchdown. Touchdown, Auburn. Javarius Johnson. What a great throw by the Tigers. And an Auburn offensive lineman is down. That's Jeremiah Wright. What a throw by Robbie Ashford to Javarius Johnson for the score.
And what an answer. Alabama in total control after Auburn strikes first, and just what the doctor ordered. Auburn strikes back to get within a score. And I tell you, that may have been the best pass that Robbie Ashford's had all year long. Just a wheel route.
It had to be thrown perfectly, Stan.
Yep, it was a wheel route and a beautiful catch by Javarius Johnson from Trussville, Alabama. Nice throw and catch, great execution, and just like that, Auburn has answered.
Jeremiah Wright remains on his back at the 27-yard line. The Auburn medical staff, including team doctor Michael Goodlett, is out.
Well, they're checking his knee.
Yeah.
But I tell you what a phenomenal play by Robbie Ashford. First of all, it was good protection.
Sure was.
He had to go. It was a wheel route. Javarius Johnson was a double post with a wheel right behind it. And he had to throw that before the break. And he just laid it beautifully in the back corner of the end zone. And Javaris Johnson, the junior from Trussville, just hauled it in. And everything was looking bleak, and Auburn comes back and they answered. And we talked about that. Auburn's been in this position before, down 21-0 early against Mississippi State, down the same way against Ole Miss. They just keep fighting.
Jeremiah Wright was able to walk off the field under his own power. Alex McPherson on for the extra point. The holder is Oscar Chapman. Jacob Quattlebaum to snap it. Kick down, or the snap down. Kick is on the way. A line drive shot. Right through the net. And Auburn responds. 9:34 to go in the second quarter. Alabama 21, Auburn 14. Auburn football continues in a moment.
We've all been caught up in the little chores that pile up every day. The dishes in the sink, the trash that needs taking out, the pesky check engine light. Isn't it time to make a change and escape to a whole new world of possibilities? Where there's dinner without dishes, nights filled with adventure, and every day you feel like a winner. A little change can go a long way when you escape every day at Wind Creek Casino and WindCreekCasino.com.
Hi, my name is Jackie, and a little thing that I love about the Chick-fil-A peppermint chip milkshake is the whipped cream and the cherry on top. It's like a little bow on top of this great present of peppermint chip goodness. It tastes like the holidays.
Hey, my name is Chandler, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A peppermint chip milkshake is the little pieces of the peppermint that you get. For me, no milkshake is topping the peppermint chip milkshake.
Order a Chick-fil-A peppermint chip milkshake on the Chick-fil-A app today. Available for a limited time. Real customers paid for their testimonials.
In football, it's important to call the right play. In life, it can be even more important to make the right call, especially regarding termite protection. To protect my home, I called Cook's Pest Control and got the Centricon system. You don't have to live with termites. For a free quote, make the right call. Cook's Pest Control and the Centricon system.
Looky, 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 here comes Cookie, Cook's Pest Control.
Head down, he's in! Touchdown, Auburn!
The game has changed, and the future of Auburn athletics now demands a strong name, image, and likeness program. I'm Andy Burcham, and I urge you to support On to Victory, the name, image, and likeness collective for Auburn student athletes. Please take this opportunity to improve the lives of our players and give our teams the best chance of success. Learn more at ontovictory.com.
Visor's gone. Military Appreciation Camp is on. Stan White. Auburn Sun South John Deere drive summary. 75 yards, 10 plays, 5 minutes and 22 seconds. Sun South John Deere preferred track to the Tigers. Find your local dealer at sunsouth.com. Touchdown pass. Maybe the best touchdown pass we've seen this year by Robbie Ashford. 20 yards over the shoulder of Javarius Johnson. For Robbie, his 7th TD pass, Javarius Johnson's 3rd touchdown reception. And that is McGuire who kicks it away. Fielded at the 6, at the 10. Flag comes down. This one's likely coming back out to the 30. Robbie Ashford in this game, 8 of 10 for 60 yards. He is 4 of his last 4. As a matter of fact, he was 4 of his last 4 on that drive, and he is 8 for his last 9.
Walking it back, number 15 in the receiving team. Half the distance from the goal. First down.
Well, and just when it looked as if Alabama was about to blow this thing wide open, Auburn comes back with a huge answer and a drive.
Indeed, it stops a 21-point run by Alabama. It's 21-14 Crimson Tide with 9:27 to go in the second quarter of play. And Auburn's got to come up with a stop. They get a break.
Yep.
They get a break because the ball's back at the 7-yard line.
Robbie Ashford, 8 of 10, 60 yards. Bryce Young, 8 of 11, 147.
And Auburn hadn't done a real good job of getting to Bryce Young yet.
No.
4 on the defensive line of scrimmage for Auburn. Handoff to Gibbs. Gibbs slices his way forward. Gets out to the 13-yard line. They'll give him 4 yards on the play. Boy, he got to the line of scrimmage, made one quick move to his right to get 4 yards.
Yeah, and they actually, I think they're going to give him about 5, almost 6 on that play. He was able to just keep driving forward. And you got an Auburn player that's hurt again.
That's Morris Joseph Jr.
Well, Gibbs just I've seen him play more earlier in the season. He went through some injuries, some nagging injuries. He's just an electric ball player.
Timeout on the field as Auburn tends to the injured Tiger, Morris Joseph Jr. 9:09 in the second. Alabama 21, Auburn 7. This is the Auburn Sports Network.
Download the Auburn Game Day app. Find tickets, skip concession lines, be a part of game day giveaways, shop the latest Auburn gear, stay current with a comprehensive social media stream, participate in game day light shows, plus listen to every Auburn Sports Network broadcast, even when multiple games are happening simultaneously on the official mobile app of Auburn Athletics, the Auburn Game Day app. Get it today.
Hi, my name is Jackie, and a little thing that I love about the Chick-fil-A peppermint chip milkshake is the whipped cream and the cherry on top. It's like a little bow on top of this great present of peppermint chip goodness. It tastes like the holidays.
Hey, my name is Chandler, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A peppermint chip milkshake is the little pieces of the peppermint that you get. For me, no milkshake is topping the peppermint chip milkshake.
Order a Chick-fil-A peppermint chip milkshake on the Chick-fil-A app today. Available for a limited time. Real customers paid for their testimonials.
Putting together a winning drive
3rd and long from the shotgun.
takes focus, determination,
There's the snap, dropping back.
and that powerful form of energy
Scrambles to his right, looking downfield.
called belief.
Launches it toward the end zone.
That belief in a team, in a community of fans, in each other.
Touchdown!
That powerful energy connects us all. Alabama Power is a proud supporter of the Auburn Tigers. Power for a better Alabama.
Nobody protects you from mayhem like Allstate. I'm your game day face paint, and you just rubbed me right into your eye. Now your vision is super irritated. So is that driver you just hit. And if you have cut rate car insurance, these damages will rob you blind. So switch to Allstate, save $744, and get protected from mayhem like me.
Average annual savings of new customers surveyed in 2021 who reported auto savings when switching to Allstate. In most states, prices vary based on how you buy. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Morris Joseph Jr. was able to jog off the field under his own power. 2nd down for Alabama and 3 at its own 14-yard line. Gibbs, the tailback, behind the quarterback Young. The handoff to Gibbs, hit at the line of scrimmage, and he may lose a couple yards back to the 15 or the 15-yard line.
Well, you got another Auburn Tiger
That's
down.
Marquise Burks is
Marquise
down.
Burks now is down. It's going to give him, I think, about a yard on the play, maybe a yard and a half. I'm not sure why fans are booing because you got an injured player. Clearly, he's not. I don't know. He's not faking an injury.
Yeah, this isn't like a NASCAR situation.
This is not a NASCAR situation.
All right, we'll get to another break. Get the injury report on Burks. 8:53 in the second. 21-14 Alabama. Auburn football continues in a moment.
Sports matter. They bring us together. That's why we're a proud sponsor of athletic programs across the state. More fans, families, and friends trust Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Alabama to provide the health insurance coverage and services they depend on. We're proud to support Alabamians. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Alabama. We cover what matters.
With summer in our rear view, it's time to focus on the best time of the year, and we don't mean football season. Gear up for ample bounties of farm fresh goodness raised by some of the best folks in Alabama. If you thought summer was the only time you could score tasty treats, think again. Fall is ripe for the picking. Literally, from juicy, straight from the orchard apples and pecans to straight from the hive honey. Fall brings out some incredible flavors. Find apples, pecans, honey, and more near you at sweetgrownalabama.org.
Oh Camry, and Highlander, and RAV4, and Corolla, and even more, available at Toyotathon.
Get 1.9% APR for 36 months on a new 2022 Toyota RAV4. Toyota, let's go places. Offer valid through November 30th, 2022. Zero down for well-qualified buyers with approved credit and financing through Southeast Toyota Finance. 2860 monthly payment for every $1,000 financed. Excludes tax, tag, registration, title, and dealer fees. See dealer for details.
Marquise Burks was able to come off the field for Auburn. 8:53 in the second, 21-14 Alabama. 3rd and 1 for the Crimson Tide. StubHub, the easiest way to experience every Tigers game. Check the virtual view, score your seats, get your tickets delivered instantly. StubHub, the official ticketing partner of Auburn Athletics. StubHub, be there. 3rd and 1. It's a long one for Alabama.
Alabama 2 of 3 on 3rd downs today.
Gibbs, the tailback. Latu, the tight end, along with Kendrick Law to the wide side of the field. That's the Auburn boundary. Double wide receivers stacked up to the Alabama boundary. On 3rd and 1, Young from the shotgun, Gibbs out of the backfield. Now back in. Now back out of the backfield. Young to throw it on 3rd and 1. He throws to the boundary. Pass is complete to the 20, or excuse me, to the 30-yard line and the 31-yard line. Number 3, Jermaine Burton on the catch. They are confident in their pass game, aren't they?
Yeah, just a little out route. And what that did, Gibbs going in motion showed that they were going a man-to-man set. And so Bryce Young knew exactly where he wanted to go. He wanted to go to Jermaine Burton on an out route for an easy catch.
First down, play action. They throw it to the Auburn boundary. And now across the 30-yard line is JoJo Earl.
Yeah, you'll get a hold.
There's a flag, and it's going to be a hold on Alabama. It's going to be on the wide receiver out there, Jermaine Burton.
Yeah, that's a pretty easy call. Keontae Scott.
Holding offense number 3. 10-yard penalty from the previous spot. Complete first down.
7:58 to go in the second quarter. Alabama 21, Auburn 14. Alabama will have the ball to open the third quarter of play. 2 impressive drives for the Tigers. The difference in this game is the short drive by Alabama for the touchdown set up by the fumble. McClellan is the tailback. It's an empty set, though, for Bryce Young. Auburn rushes 4, brings a blitz from the near side. Bryce Young, plenty of time, still plenty of time. Now flushed out of the pocket. He throws to the boundary and it's incomplete.
Wow. I think Latham was number 65.
J.C. Latham.
Yeah, he had a big hold of
Derek Hall.
Was that, no, I think it was Jason Jones. He had a big hold of him. Now, what happens is it's not a hold initially. It's not. But when Bryce Young, mobile quarterbacks will do that, and unfortunately will force a hold. And that time, Jason Jones got held because of Bryce Young's scrambling.
2nd and 10. Young from the gun. 2 throw. Throws the screen to Gibbs. Auburn does a pretty good job of that. That was DJ James that came up to make the initial hit, and then Cam Riley finished off the play.
A really good job. That was a screen play. Anytime you get a screen play off to Gibbs, he is a danger. DJ James did a good job of gutting in there, just slowing Gibbs up enough to get Cam Riley in there to make the tackle. Only a 1-yard gain, setting up a 3rd and long.
3rd and 19 for Alabama. They need to get to their own 44 for a first down. Gibbs out of the backfield sets up near the Alabama boundary. An empty set for Bryce Young. Double wide receivers right and left. Auburn rushes 5, Papo on a blitz. Young with time, he throws it. And it's complete for a first down to midfield, into Auburn territory, down to the 40-yard line and taken down at the Auburn 35-yard line. Number 19, Kendrick Law.
That's Nehemiah Pritchett in coverage. And problem is, like, Auburn had a free rusher, but you just can't rush Bryce Young all together with all your momentum. He's so elusive, and that allowed him to get open, and Law gets open on the dig route.
39 yards in the Auburn territory.
Big play right there.
At the Auburn 36. Hand off to the tailback, and he is able to get inside the 35-yard line to the 33. A gain of 3 on the play for Gibbs, who comes out, and McClellan is in at tailback. Jeffrey Emba up front for Auburn. Jason Jones interior. Colby Wooden and Derek Hall are Auburn's rush ends. Out of the shotgun. Second down for Young. Drops to throw. Throws it to the end zone. Caught. Touchdown, Alabama, Ja'Cory Brooks.
Boy, that was a busted play. I mean, that was a busted play, and he still threw a touchdown. I'm not sure he wanted Ja'Cory Brooks. There's 33 yards on the play, but you had Auburn defenders there. They just didn't get around.
Yeah.
J.D. Rim was there, and it was another Alabama receiver right there. I'm not sure. I think Bryce Young was laughing a little bit like he may have gotten a little lucky there. J.D. Rim was there. You had 3 Auburn defenders and 2 Alabama receivers right there, and Brooks was the recipient of it.
Touchdown, Alabama. Boy, that third down play was huge for the Crimson Tide.
Yeah.
3rd and 19, and they went for 39 yards and an Auburn first down. One play later, they're in the end zone.
Yeah, he was actually throwing to the post route. That was a post route he was throwing to Bond, and he actually threw it, and the Brooks was right there to catch it. That was intended for the post.
Reichard's extra point is good. 5:39 to go in the second quarter. Alabama 28, Auburn 14. Stay tuned. This is the Auburn Sports Network.
Put an orange and blue bow on an Auburn basketball game day with the Regions Bank postgame show. Exclusive interviews with Coach Pearl and players, plus final analysis, a complete breakdown of the numbers, and a look ahead to the next game. Regions Bank is a proud supporter of Auburn athletics and the official bank of the SEC. It's the perfect way to put the finishing touches on an Auburn game day. The Regions Bank postgame show, only on the Auburn Sports Network.
If SEC football runs deep in your veins, then Sirius XM SEC Radio is where you need to be. We're talking conference and team previews, live games, news and analysis from experts like Chris Doering, Jacob Hester, Aaron Murray, and Max Starks, coaches shows, championship specials, and more. Get inside SEC football like nowhere else. Feed your fandom on the Sirius XM app. Stay up to date anywhere you go. Just download the app to start streaming.
In SEC sports, the ifs come at you every minute. What if your QB had released the ball a second earlier? What if the head coach hadn't used his last timeout? What if your team goes all the way this season? If you love the tradition, if you live for the rivalry, if you can't wait each week for the absolute edge of your seat action, Regions is right there with you as the official bank of the SEC.
Regions can't help you with the F's in sports. Regions helps you embrace the F in life.
Member FDIC.
Putting together a winning drive
3rd and long from the shotgun.
takes focus, determination,
There's the snap, dropping back.
and that powerful form of energy
Scrambles to his right, looking downfield.
called belief.
Launches it toward the end zone.
That belief in a team, in a community of fans, in each other.
Touchdown!
That powerful energy connects us all. Alabama Power is a proud supporter of the Auburn Tigers. Power for a better Alabama.
28-14 Alabama down to the sideline quickly. Cook's Pest Control sideline report with Ronnie Brown.
All right, guys, a little good news. Jeremiah Wright, left guard, is scheduled to go back in with the offensive line group. Also, Marquise Burks said he's okay to go back in as well. He tells the trainers he's okay. So we should look to see those guys back.
Will Reichard with the kickoff. Jarquez Hunter from the 5 to the 15 to the 20. Has the kicker to beat and gets out to the 33-yard line. Good return by Jarquez Hunter. And I think Reichard's the one that made the stop for Alabama.
Yeah, that was a good stop, and he may have been still running if Reichard doesn't make that catch. And go back to that last play. That play was intended for the post route to Bond, and it was just an overthrow. He threw it to Moore, and Brooks was a recipient of it. J.D. Rim was in coverage, didn't ever get around, and Alabama came up with a touchdown. But like you said, that 3rd and 19 conversion is what kept that drive. That was the play of that drive.
5:33 to go second quarter. Auburn 1st and 10 from its own 33. And another movement up front.
To start a drive. That's the third one. To start a drive.
Offense number 62. 5-yard penalty.
I don't know if it's because this place is loud. I'm not sure it is at the start of the drive.
Yeah, that's when you would think it would be the least amount, but that's the third time to start a drive they've had that.
Jarquez Hunter, after that good kickoff return, stays in the game at tailback. And again, movement up front. Keandre Jones this time.
You just sometimes you overthink, doing hand motions and claps. Get up there and go on first clap, because that's the second time clearly the offensive line is a little bit amped up.
Yeah.
And they're it's hard to hear obviously, but just go up there and go on your first clap.
Bigsby comes into the game and Hunter comes off the field. Auburn in a pro I set with Robbie Ashford under center on 1st and 20. Handoff, Tank Bigsby. Across the 30 or the 25-yard line, he gets to the 28. So 5 yards on first down for Tank Bigsby.
Well, nice hard run. Ashford going under center there, so I'm assuming so he can hear a little bit better, but still sets you up in second and long.
9 carries for 41 yards for Tank Bigsby. Now Hunter and Damari Alston out there for Auburn. And Jarquez splits wide right, so Damari Alston is the tailback.
And Tank Bigsby down to the bottom side.
Now he comes into the backfield as well. And now goes in motion. Ashford looks that way. They want to set up the screen. It's not there, and it's thrown out of bounds.
Well, that was intended for Damari Alston.
Yeah.
You got 3 backs in there. They send Bigsby to the wide side, trying to bait Alabama's defense. Alston going back to the weak side on a screen play, but Alabama didn't bite on it. Now 3rd down and long.
Dallas Turner put the pressure on the quarterback. And now 3rd and 15 for Auburn. And now Auburn runs a risk of giving Alabama the ball back with plenty of time here at the end of the first half.
Yeah, and they get the ball coming out in the third quarter as well.
3rd and 15 for Auburn at the Tiger 28-yard line. Tank Bigsby, the tailback. Ashford out of the shotgun. Down to 4 on the play clock. Javarius Johnson goes in motion. Auburn gets the play off. Ashford flushed out of the pocket to the near side. Dallas Turner in his face, and he nearly threw an interception. The closest Auburn receiver was Shed Jackson. The closest player to the ball was Malachi Moore for Alabama.
Yeah, Turner forced him to throw that. I think he may have got his arm right at the release point. But Robbie Ashford flushed out of the pocket, was not able to find Shed Jackson down on the left sideline, and Auburn's forced to punt. But that drive started off in a disaster. Getting 2 penalties in a row.
2 straight illegal procedures, and you're in trouble. Kool-Aid McKinstry to take this punt. It's a low line drive punt. McKinstry takes it, and he fumbled the ball. It's still on the 4, and he picks it up, and he's taken down inside the 25-yard line. It was a low line drive punt by Oscar Chapman. McKinstry came up to try and field it and dropped it, was able to go back and get the ball, and then was taken down on the play.
Boy, that's the break that Auburn could have gotten right there. That was a knuckleball, and McKinstry could not handle it, and he was able, luckily for Alabama, he was able to get back over there and get it up.
On the day, Bryce Young, 12 of 16 for 237 yards and 2 touchdowns in the first half. Hands the ball to Gibbs to the outside. Gibbs breaks 1 tackle and is taken down at the 27-yard line. Gets 3 yards on the play.
Boy, on the day, Auburn has done a really good job against the run. Only 63 yards given up, and Auburn has 121 themselves just through the air is where Auburn's
getting no pressure at all on Young.
No pressure, and they're not able to rush hard because he's just so elusive.
Right.
So they're kind of sitting back and letting him read downfield.
2nd and 7 for Alabama. Snap out of the shotgun. Young throws it up the sideline, and it's incomplete. Nearly a one-handed grab by Jermaine Burton at the Auburn 30-yard line. As we pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Auburn Sports Network. Third and 7 for Alabama. The Crimson Tide, 4 of 5 on third down today. Trips to the wide side of the field. That's the Auburn boundary for the Crimson Tide.
Well, what do? Do you pick your poison? You come after him and risk him of avoiding a would-be man-to-man rush, or do you sit back and let him read?
McClellan is the tailback. Boy, their right tackle moved. Did they call it? Didn't look like they did. He's going downfield for Ja'Cory Brooks, and he can't hang on to the football at the Auburn 30.
Well, that's going to be an offsides, I believe.
It should be J.C. Latham.
I think it's going to be an offsides on Auburn.
Offside, defense number 25. 5-yard penalty. Repeat third down.
Well, what was going to be, would this have been Alabama's first punt? No, they punted earlier in the game on the first drive.
This would have been their first 3 and out.
Yeah.
Still can be, I suppose. 3rd and 2.
Well, you just got to be disciplined.
Yeah. These 5-yard penalties have killed Auburn today.
Well, they sure have.
5 penalties, 6 penalties for 30 yards today. Gibbs, the tailback. They need 2 yards. 3rd and 2 from the Alabama 32. Young's going to throw it. With time, he throws across the middle, and it is complete to the tight end at the 50-yard line, and a flag comes down.
You got a couple of flags coming in.
Is this going to be
an offensive pass
pick?
interference? Yeah, it may have been an offensive pass interference.
It was thrown behind the play, or downfield of the play. Let's put it that way.
The crossing route. They're discussing it.
Ken Williamson is the referee.
Pass interference. Offense number 7.
They got
15-yard penalty for the previous spot. Repeat third down.
I think they got Ja'Cory Brooks for a pick play, Stan.
It's going to be a pick play on Ja'Cory Brooks. And Oots has made us, that would have been his second catch.
He would have doubled his output of the year.
Yeah, and it's clearly, that's a pick. It was a blind. I mean, you got to initiate running a route. He just ran right over Owen Papo. You can clearly see that was more of a block than a route. If you initiate a route, they usually let you get away with it, but he just ran right over Owen Papo, who was in coverage.
3rd and 17 for Alabama. First down is the 34-yard line. This is 3rd and 17 from the 17. McClellan, the tailback.
I think if you're Auburn, you have to take a risk and maybe go after Bryce Young.
Auburn rushes 4. Young throws it across the middle, incomplete. Intended for Ja'Cory Brooks.
Well, and Alabama fans wanted a penalty. That was really good coverage by Keontae Scott. Keontae Scott, really good coverage.
That's the first 3 and out for the Auburn defense. 3 and out tracker driven by Truckworks, official commercial truck dealer for the Auburn Tigers.
Yeah, that was a good play. I'm not sure what the complaining is, I guess, by the fans. That's just a good play. He was in the face, didn't turn around, but it was good. That was good coverage.
James Burnip to punt it away. And he booms it high. End over end kick. Keontae Scott. Ball is down. Alabama recovers. I don't know if Scott ever got his hand on the ball.
Yeah, he said, well, he's not complaining as if he.
Oh, for goodness sakes, he did.
Another turnover.
And Alabama has it at the Auburn 37-yard line.
Wait a minute. He's saying he did not. He's saying he did not get his hand on it, but that'll be reviewed. But they gave Alabama the ball.
They gave
right?
Alabama the ball.
Yeah, but that's got to be reviewed, I guess.
Carnell Williams is saying you got to take a look at this one.
Let's just hope that there's a camera angle.
It went in between his hands.
Yeah, I don't think he did get his hand on it.
The ruling on the field was the punt was touched by the receiving team and recovered by the kickers. That previous play is under review.
Now you just hope that there is a camera angle that can dispute it. I don't think he got his hand on it.
Since 1968, the Alabama manufactured housing has led the way for the manufactured and modular housing industry, providing safe, innovative, and affordable housing solutions for nearly half a million Alabamians. Learn more at alamha.org.
Yeah, it's hard to tell. It's really hard to tell if he got his hand on it at all.
It doesn't look like it from that angle.
Doesn't look like there was any kind of movement on the ball.
Or his hand.
Or his hand, yeah. Usually you look for some type of movement of the football, but now we have to understand what was called on the field.
Right. And this is being replayed or reviewed in Birmingham. But you got to make a better play on the ball than that.
Yeah,
that's the bottom line.
Clearly you got to just let it go. Or
here's the further review. Julian Field stands. It's first down.
Boy, you can't make that mistake here. At the end of the half like that.
Yeah, you either got to let it go, or it was a very high kick. And when you get a stop, the first 3 and out, you got a little bit of momentum right before halftime, try to get a score to get it within 1 touchdown, and all of a sudden another turnover.
And in Auburn territory at the 37-yard line. And Alabama has the ball, as we mentioned, coming out in the third quarter. Leading Auburn 28-14, 2:47 to go in the second quarter of play. McClellan, the tailback. Play action to him. Young sets to throw. He's throwing to the end zone, and the pass is incomplete. Intended for Isaiah Bond. Good coverage downfield by DJ James for Auburn.
Well, it was, and that time they brought Pritchett, but of course Bryce Young still had a lot of time to step into that and throw it, just a little bit overthrown. Good coverage downfield as well by DJ James.
Bryce Young, 12 of 19 for 237 yards and a couple touchdowns today. 2nd and 10 for the Crimson Tide. McClellan, the tailback. Handoff to McClellan. McClellan makes the first man miss, gets to the sideline, run out of bounds near the Auburn 30.
Going to have a hold.
This one's coming back.
And you got an Alabama player down.
Holding, offense number 52. 10-yard penalty from the previous spot. Repeat, second down.
They got Tyler Booker, the backup right guard.
And you've got an Alabama lineman that's down as well. Is that Booker? No, it's not Booker. I can see him walking.
Is it Latham? It's number 56. So they're using their depth offensively as well. It's Seth McLaughlin, the backup center. Let's get some score updates. Brad Law, a check of the Yellowwood scoreboard.
All right, Andy, thank you very much. In the Governor's Cup in Lexington, Kentucky leads number 25 Louisville 16-7. They play midway through the third quarter in the Bluegrass, and out in Corvallis, after trailing most of the first half, Bo Nix has just thrown his second touchdown pass. Oregon leads Oregon State 14-10 just before halftime. Number 4 TCU rolling over Iowa State 27-7 with 9 minutes to go in the second quarter. Horned Frogs trying to finish the season a perfect 12-0. 14th ranked Utah shutting out Colorado 21-zip in Boulder early in the second quarter, and 18th ranked Penn State blanking Michigan State early in the second 14-0 in Happy Valley. That's a Yellowwood scoreboard update.
Thank you, Brad. Seth McLaughlin was able to walk off the field. The backup center, the starting center, Darian Dalcourt, is out, or is back on the field. 2nd and 20 for Alabama, back to the Auburn 47. Empty set for Bryce Young. Trips to the wide side of the field, the Alabama boundary. Two stacked up to the Auburn boundary.
I'm looking for a quick screen to Gibbs out there with Owen Papo on him.
Auburn rushes, late blitz. Young gets out away from the blitz to the Auburn 40, 35-30, and goes down close to the first down. Now, if they get him where he started it to go down, he's shy of the first down. As it turns out, they're going to give him a full first down.
Yeah, it's supposed to be where you start your giving up. It should be about the 28, 29.
Not here and not today.
But Auburn comes on a blitz and they miss Bryce Young. You've got to be able to get him.
First down from the Auburn 27. Latu, the tailback, goes in motion. Handoff, tailback, near side. Gibbs hit behind the line of scrimmage, and he barely gets back to the line of scrimmage. Nehemiah Pritchett came up, got some help from Cam Riley. 2nd and 10 for Alabama. Good pursuit that time on the Alabama tailback, Jahmyr Gibbs.
Boy, Auburn has really done a good job against the run today. It's just against the pass. And Bryce Young's escapability and extending plays has really just killed the defense.
Empty set on 2nd and 10.5 for Alabama. Wide side of the field, 3 receivers there. Couples receivers stacked up to the Auburn boundary. Ball at the right hash. It's a flip. It's the screen. Across the middle, this is going to be a touchdown. Touchdown, Alabama.
That was too easy. Zion Puckett was the closest one in coverage, but that was just way too easy. 27 yards on that play. A quick screen underneath. And untouched went Holden.
Trayshawn Holden. His 6th touchdown of the year.
And turnovers. 2
of them in the first half, and Alabama has turned both into touchdowns.
14 points off of turnovers, and it'll kill you every time, especially on the road.
And Alabama goes up 34-14, pending the extra point from Will Reichard. Snap down, and the kick is on the way, is good. Auburn got a 3-and-out, and then Keontae Scott fumbled the punt, and Alabama scored on the drive. And Alabama now leads Auburn 35-14 with 54 seconds to go in the second quarter of play.
Well, and you got to credit, them for taking advantage of turnovers. And that was just bad. I mean, that's just bad defense right there when you run a quick screen. And really, it was unblocked. Puckett was unblocked. Holden just cut it inside and went untouched for 27 yards.
4 plays, 37 yards, a minute 53 for Alabama to score.
But it goes back to turnovers, though. Turnovers. You hold them to a 3-and-out. You got a chance to maybe get one before the half to get it within a score, and all of a sudden a turnover on special teams is possibly a 14-point swing. Now it's 34-14.
54 seconds remaining in the second quarter of play.
Well, and Alabama gets the ball coming out the third quarter as well.
Reichard to punt it away with Hunter and Alston to return for Auburn if they're given the opportunity. And this one into the end zone. 2 costly turnovers for Auburn have resulted in 14 points for Alabama. You got to give the Crimson Tide credit. They have taken advantage of every one of Auburn's mistakes here in the first half of play.
I think do we have a flag down?
Offside, kicking team number 34. The 5-yard penalty will be enforced from the end of the return. First down.
It's going to be out on the 30.
1st and 10 for Auburn at its own 30. And 54 seconds to go in the half.
You can opt to have them kick again. I think that's what, Carnell's going to put it on the left hash.
And they mark it out to the 30-yard line for Auburn. 35-14 Alabama, 54 seconds to go. Auburn scored on its second drive of the game. Alabama has outscored Auburn since then, 35-7, and 2 of those drives have been set up on short fields as a result of Auburn fumbles. Ashford from the shotgun, going to run the draw to the 35. He's to the 40, and he goes down at the 43-yard line, and a first down for Auburn. 13 yards and a first down for Robbie Ashford on the quarterback draw.
Really nice play right there to start a drive. You get 13 yards, you get out past the 40. Now you can open it up a little bit with 41 seconds to go.
Beg your pardon, ball put down at the 42. Ashford again from the shotgun. Gets pressured and throws it incomplete. They were trying to set up the screen to Jarquez Hunter. And Alabama had sniffed it out. The pass was over Jarquez Hunter's head. 2nd and 10 for Auburn from the Tiger 42-yard line. Clock stopped with 31 seconds to go in the half.
Yeah, Auburn has 2 timeouts left. You figure you need about 25 yards, maybe. You know, McPherson hit a 51-yarder, would have been good from about 55, so he's got the leg.
Again from the gun, Ashford to throw. Looks and he throws it, and almost, well, he threw it over the head of Coy Moore. And it's 3rd down and 10 for Auburn. 3rd and 10 from the Auburn 42.
27 seconds. You know, you gotta. I mean, Alabama's got 3 timeouts left. You got to feel that they're up so much that if they wouldn't try to get some more points with the risk of a turnover. But Auburn needs to try to convert this, try to get something right before the half.
Here comes the blitz. Nope, Alabama just rushes 4. Ashford flushed out of the pocket and throws it away. Threw it over the head of Chet Jackson.
Yeah, and Auburn, they brought 5, and Robbie Ashford just looks at 1, and he feels he's got to get out of there. Auburn's got to have some shorter drag routes available when they bring the blitz. Some outlet routes is what they're called, to get rid of the ball quickly. He didn't have much of a chance right there.
22 seconds to go in the half. Kool-Aid McKinstry to return this for Alabama, as Oscar Chapman will punt it away for the Tigers. Booms it out of there. McKinstry calls for a fair catch back at the 25, and a flag is thrown.
Alabama ran an extra player on the field at the very last minute. And I wonder if that's what it's for. Maybe just a hold. Maybe a hold. But
it will go against the Crimson Tide with 13 seconds remaining in the quarter.
Which I'm not sure it'll matter.
Here in the kick, holding, receiving team number 19. The penalty will be enforced from into the kick, half the distance to the goal. 1st down.
35-14 Alabama, 13 seconds to go in the first half of play. 347 yards total offense for Alabama in the first half, 193 for Auburn. Alabama has thrown for 264 yards. Auburn has run for 133 yards.
Boy, the big stat line is
2 turnovers.
Is 2 turnovers.
2 turnovers and 14 points for Alabama. 1st and 10 for Alabama, back at its 8.
Yeah, not to say they wouldn't have scored anyway, but you give them a short field, and Alabama's deadly.
Gibbs, the tailback. Hand off to Jamar Gibbs, and he's taken down behind the line of scrimmage by Marcus Harris back at the 5-yard line, and that will be the final play of the first half. At the end of a half at Bryant Denny. Wait a minute. Hold the phones. Clock is stopped with 5 seconds to go in the half.
Timeout, Auburn. Second of the half. Please put 9 seconds on the play clock. 0-9.
Well, if Auburn gets a fumble on this next play and scores a touchdown, we'll all be happy they scored they called the timeout.
Yep.
"35-14 Alabama, 9. Now they're putting 4 more seconds on the clock. 9 seconds to go in the half.
And they've got a timeout. So Auburn brings their players over to the sideline, and Alabama just stays out there.
Colby Wooden had already headed to the Auburn locker room. He had to come back. Had to come back from the tunnel.
He didn't know they were going to do that either.
McClellan, the tailback now for Alabama. Final 9 seconds of the first half. Young from the shotgun hands the ball to McClellan, and McClellan out to the 9-yard line for the final play of the first half. And the clock does go to zeros. Alabama 35, Auburn 14 at the half. Here's Brad Law with the Truck Works halftime reports.
All right, Andy, thank you very much. The new location of Truck Works in Graysville, Alabama is open with a state-of-the-art body shop, which includes the largest commercial paint booth in the Southeast, plus pack lease, commercial truck leasing, and rental. It is 35-14 Alabama at the half. We'll get things started with a check of the Yellowwood scoreboard. A couple of games going on right now involving SEC teams, one outside of Tuscaloosa. That's in Lexington, where Kentucky leads Louisville 16-7 midway through the third quarter. Will Levis with 158 yards through the air. Chris Rodriguez Jr. 57 on the ground. And Kentucky just methodically sort of plodding away on the ground. A 16-7 lead over their arch rivals Louisville in the Governor's Cup. Kentucky trying to get to 7-5 on the season. Finals today in the SEC. Saw an upset. South Carolina went into Clemson and knocked off the 8th-ranked Tigers 31-30. The only scoring in the fourth quarter, a Gamecock field goal to lift them in front. It is just the third time since 2011 that Clemson has lost a game when leading going into the fourth quarter. It's also the first home loss for Dabo Swinney's team since 2016. They had won 40 home games in a row, but today Shane Beamer and South Carolina go in. They get the 31-30 victory. South Carolina closes the regular season at 8-4 with back-to-back top 10 upset wins. Meanwhile, top-ranked Georgia finishes its regular season 12-0. A 37-14 victory over Georgia Tech. A modest 140 yards through the air for Stetson Bennett, but it was Kenny McIntosh getting it done as both a runner and a receiver. Bulldog running back with 86 yards on the ground, 96 receiving yards today. A touchdown on the ground as the Bulldogs get the 23-point win over their arch rivals and move to 12-0 in the regular season, setting up their matchup against LSU in the SEC championship next Saturday afternoon. Top 25 games outside the SEC. Up in Corvallis, it is 9th-ranked Oregon leading number 21, Oregon State. Ducks over the Beavers 14-10 at the half. Bo Nix 14 of 19, 169 yards and 2 touchdowns through the air to lead Oregon as they look for a 10th win on the regular season. It is number 4 TCU leading Iowa State midway through the second quarter in Fort Worth, 27-7. Number 11 Penn State blanking Michigan State 14-0 midway through the second up in Happy Valley. And in Boulder, 14th ranked Utah continues to pour it on Colorado. Utes over the Buffs 28-0. Earlier today in the top 25, big battle, the game, Columbus, Ohio. Number 3, Michigan routs second-ranked Ohio State, 45-23. Star Wolverine running back Blake Corum not available, so Donovan Edwards rushes instead, 22 times, 216 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Michigan finishes 12-0, and the Wolverines will go to the Big Ten championship game next week. Here, the score is Alabama on top, 35-14. The Crimson Tide have taken advantage of 2 Auburn turnovers, and the second one, a controversial call on a muffed punt. Alabama scores a touchdown to go up by 21 points at the half, 35-14. More coming up here on the Truckworks Halftime Report. We'll give you the highlights from the first half, a little bit later on the stats, and before halftime is over, a word on the field from interim head coach Carnell Cadillac Williams. 35-14, Auburn trails at halftime in the Iron Bowl. This is the Auburn Sports Network.
Be sure to collect a piece of Auburn history with the 2022 Auburn Football Yearbook. Get your copy for just $10 in and around Jordan-Hare Stadium on game days. Special features include senior spotlights, opponent profiles, and introduction from University President Chris Roberts, plus game day information. Look for digital game programs before every game, home and away. And buy the Auburn Football Yearbook for just $10 in and around Jordan-Hare Stadium.
By now, your daily routine is probably a little too routine. Don't you want to change? Don't you want to start playing by your own rules and escape the routine so your fantasy becomes reality? Where every night is an adventure, where new flavors are ready to be tasted, where it feels like you're a winner. Take a chance. Reward yourself. Make your routine anything but routine. Escape every day at Wind Creek Casino and WindCreekCasino.com.
Thinking of advancing your career with a master's degree in business? If so, consider the graduate degree choices at Auburn University's Harbert College of Business. Ranked among the nation's best, we offer full-time and online programs in finance, supply chain management, information systems, accounting, and business administration. Learn more at harbert.auburn.edu.
We've invented a new messaging system using the crisp sounds of Bud Light. Crisp Code, Lesson 86. This is how you say, gee willikers, it's a hot one. Let's cool down with some Bud Lights. That's it for today. Bud Light, crisp.
Enjoy responsibly. Bud Light Beer, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Back to more of the Truck Works Halftime Report. Truck Works is the official commercial truck dealer of the Auburn Tigers. Once again, here's Brad Law.
35-14, Auburn trails here in the Iron Bowl in Tuscaloosa. Let's get you to the highlights from the first half as called by the voice of the Tigers, Andy Burcham. Alabama won the toss and deferred to the second half, so the Tigers got the ball first, but a false start on the very first snap of the ball game set Auburn behind the chains. Tigers went 3 and out. Alabama picked up 1 first down before the Auburn defense rose up and forced a punt from the Tigers' 46-yard line. Auburn's second possession started at the Tigers' own 20 on the second play, a 25-yard scramble by Robbie Ashford to the first down, or for the first down to move the ball out 5 yards shy of midfield. And then a 6-yard and 9-yard carry from Tank Bigsby moved it into Alabama territory at the 40-yard line. A couple of plays later, in a pass interference call, it was set up inside the Alabama 25.
Ashford's going to run it around right end. He's to the 20, makes a move at the 50. He's to the 10. Ashford to the 5. Ashford is in. Touchdown, Auburn.
For some reason, the officials inexplicably ruled him down at the 1.5-yard line. They went to the replay, and it obviously clearly showed that he was into the end zone by a full yard before a knee was down. Touchdown for the Tigers. It capped a 7-play, 80-yard drive, and Auburn broke out on top at 7-0 midway through the first quarter. Alabama answered, though, on the second play of the ensuing possession. Jermaine Burton with a 47-yard catch down to the Auburn 10-yard line. 3 plays later from the 4, Bryce Young scrambled to the right into the end zone untouched, capping a 5-play, 62-yard drive. Game was tied at 7 with 6.5 minutes to go in the first quarter. Auburn 3 and out on its next possession. Alabama set up shop at its own 35-yard line. Kendrick Law hauled in a 13-yard pass on the third play to convert on third down and move the ball out past the 50 into Auburn territory. 3 plays later, little used tight end Oots hauled in an 18-yard catch down to the 11. 2 plays later, Bryce Young right back to the air.
Young rolls to his right, sets and he throws it back across to McClellan. 5 and he's in, touchdown.
So Jace McClellan, the running back, on the receiving end of the touchdown pass, a 10-yard pitch and catch, and Alabama broke out on top 14-7 with 1:37 to go in the first quarter. An 8-play, 65-yard drive for the Crimson Tide. Auburn's next possession started with a 13-yard pitch and catch to Shed Jackson, and then Jarquez Hunter had a lot of running room, ran into his own man, though, and fumbled the football. Auburn's first turnover of the day gave Alabama outstanding field position at the Auburn 48-yard line. The first 3 plays, a 13-yard pitch and catch to Bond, 25-yard pass to Brooks, a 5-yard run to Jace McClellan, and that was the end of the first quarter. Alabama started quarter number 2 at the Auburn 6-yard line.
Flanks Bryce Young to his right, out of the shotgun. 2nd and 4, brings a man in motion. Hands the ball to Roydell Williams. Roydell Williams is into the end zone for a touchdown, going off left tackle.
Crimson Tide capitalized on the short field. 4 plays, 48 yards, 21-7. They led it after 1 play in the second quarter. Auburn, though, with an answer on its next possession after again starting a possession with a false start. Tigers were behind the chains, 1st and 15 at the 20. Jarquez Hunter ripped off a 19-yard gain, got the Tigers a little more room. 2 plays later, a 10-yard run by Tank Bigsby. A first down catch for 17 yards by Corey Moore. 3 plays later, a 3rd and 1 conversion on a run by Jarquez Hunter. Ball inside the 25-yard line. After short runs by Bigsby of 2 yards and 1 yard, Robbie Ashford went to the air on 3rd down.
3rd down and 7. Ashford looks to throw. He throws it to the end zone, has a man open. Got it. Touchdown. Touchdown, Auburn. Javarius Johnson.
A tremendous pass, maybe a better catch by Javarius Johnson, 1 foot in the corner of the end zone. 10 plays, 75 yards, 5 minutes and 22 seconds off the clock, and Auburn had closed the gap to a touchdown at 21-14. But Alabama answered, moving down the field, starting from their own 7-yard line. Next play, the next drive featured 19-yard pass, a 19-yard pass to Burton and a 40-yard pass to Law. A couple of plays after that, a 33-yard strike to Brooks. Capped a 9-play, 93-yard touchdown drive, and with 5:39 to go in the half, the Crimson Tide led 28-14. After Auburn started with back-to-back false starts, facing 1st and 20 from their own 23-yard line, Tigers weren't able to get anything going and had to punt the ball away. After Auburn stopped Alabama for the first time since the Tide's first possession of the ball game, Keontae Scott was on the receiving end of a punt. It was ruled that he muffed the punt. Multiple camera angles showed fairly clearly, quite frankly, that he didn't touch the ball. However, it was ruled a muffed punt. They went to replay review very quickly. Birmingham said that the play stood. So Alabama, again, with excellent field position at the Auburn 38-yard line on 2nd down and 20, a 21-yard scramble by Bryce Young, and 2 plays later, a 27-yard screen pass to Holden for a touchdown, and Alabama led 35-14, and that is our score here at halftime at Bryant-Denny Stadium. We'll give you the numbers from the first 30 minutes when the Truckworks halftime report continues in a moment.
Andy Bertram here to tell you about our friends over at Truckworks, the official commercial truck dealer of the Auburn Tigers. Truckworks is Alabama's exclusive Kenworth, Hino, and Isuzu commercial truck dealer and the Southeast headquarters for dump trucks, sleeper trucks, box vans, and everything in between. They've also got Bluebird school buses. Stop into their brand new TRP parts store, now open in Opelika, for all your commercial truck, trailer, and bus parts needs. Truckworks, the partner you can count on in the transportation industry since 1978.
Putting together a winning drive
30 long from the shotgun.
takes focus, determination,
There's the snap, dropping back.
and that powerful form of energy
Scrambles to his right, looking downfield.
called belief.
Launches it toward the end zone.
That belief in a team, in a community of fans, in each other.
Touchdown!
That powerful energy connects us all. Alabama Power is a proud supporter of the Auburn Tigers. Power for a better Alabama.
Who out there likes to eat chicken? Did you know that when it comes to chicken production, Alabama rules the roost? In fact, we're ranked 2nd in the country in broiler production. That's meat-type chickens, with nearly 2,600 poultry farm families raising more than 1 billion birds a year. Alabama's poultry industry adds more than $15 billion a year to the state's economy and provides jobs for almost 90,000 Alabamians. So be sure to prepare your favorite chicken dish this football season.
We've invented a new messaging system using the crisp sounds of Bud Light. Crisp code, lesson 86. This is how you say, gee willikers, it's a hot one. Let's cool down with some Bud Lights. That's it for today. Bud Light, crisp.
Enjoy responsibly. Bud Light Beer, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
This copyrighted broadcast is authorized under rights granted to play Fly Sports by Auburn University and is intended solely for the entertainment of our audience. It may not be rebroadcast or retransmitted in any form without the documented consent of Auburn University and Play Fly Sports.
35-14, Alabama leads Auburn here at halftime. It's the Truckworks halftime report, and we'll look at the numbers from the first half of play. Auburn put up a very respectable 193 yards of total offense, 133 on the ground, 60 through the air. Auburn on pace for another 250-yard rushing game, but Alabama's passing attack has clicked on all cylinders thus far here today. The Crimson Tide have 84 rushing yards and 264 yards passing. Bryce Young 13 for 20. 264, 3 touchdowns. Robbie Ashford 8 for 15, 60 yards and a passing touchdown. Both quarterbacks also have rushing scores tonight. Ashford 8 for 15. He started, though, 8 for 10. After the touchdown pass to Javarius Johnson, he has gone 0 for his last 5. Alabama with 38 plays, for 348 yards of total offense. They're averaging 9.2 yards per play. Auburn 31 plays for 193 total yards. That is an average of 6.2 yards per play. The Tigers are averaging better than 8 yards per rush. The Crimson Tide under 5 yards per rush. Time of possession about 50 seconds in favor of the home team. Auburn, though, with 2 turnovers, and Alabama capitalized with touchdowns off of those turnovers both times. Both teams with 2 tackles for loss. Red zone opportunities, Tigers 1 for 1. Crimson Tide are 3 for 3. Jahmyr Gibbs, their leading rusher, 10 carries for 38 yards. Bryce Young, 3 carries for 26. Jace McClellan, 4 for 15. And Roydale Williams, 1 touch for the 5-yard touchdown run. Robbie Ashford is Auburn's leading rusher, 4 carries, 61 yards in that 25-yard touchdown run. Tank Bigsby, 9 carries for 41 yards, an average of 4.6 yards per carry. Jarquez Hunter, just 3 carries for 31 yards, better than 10 yards a carry in the first half of play. Auburn's leading receivers are also Tank Bigsby and Jarquez Hunter. They have 3 and 2 catches apiece. Leading receiving yardage goes to Javarius Johnson, 1 catch for 20 yards. Alabama led in receiving by Ja'Cory Brooks with 3 catches. He had 67 yards and a score. Jermaine Burton, 2 catches for a team-best 70 yards in the first half for Alabama. 35-14 your score. The first half stats are presented by the Alabama Department of Public Health. Together we create the best opportunity to support health and well-being for all Alabamians. For more, visit alabamapublichealth.gov/COVID-19. You're listening to the Truckworks Halftime Report. Comments from head coach Carnell Williams from the sideline next. This is the Auburn Sports Network.
Check out the Talking Tigers podcast wherever you listen to podcasts. The Talking Tigers podcast is a series of one-on-one interviews hosted by the voice of the Tigers, Andy Burcham. Each week, Andy is joined by a featured guest with Auburn ties from athletics, entertainment, and other walks of life. Past legends and present trailblazers, insightful and entertaining. It's the Talking Tigers podcast with Andy Burcham. Like and subscribe wherever you listen to podcasts today.
Sports matter. They bring us together. That's why we're a proud sponsor of athletic programs across the state. More fans, families, and friends trust Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Alabama to provide the health insurance coverage and services they depend on. We're proud to support Alabamians. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Alabama. We cover what matters.
We've all fallen into boring routines. We just keep doing what has to get done. Isn't it time to escape the old routine and make time for yourself? Make time to go out with old friends. Make time to add excitement back into your life. Make time to feel like a winner again. Life is more fun when you live it. So what are you waiting for? Escape every day at Wind Creek Casino and windcreekcasino.com.
Andy Burcham here to tell you about our friends over at Truckworks, the official commercial truck dealer of the Auburn Tigers. Truckworks is Alabama's exclusive Kenworth, Hino, and Isuzu commercial truck dealer and the Southeast headquarters for dump trucks, sleeper trucks, box vans, and everything in between. They've also got Bluebird school buses. Stop into their brand new TRP parts store, now open in Opelika, for all your commercial truck, trailer, and bus parts needs. Truckworks, the partner you can count on in the transportation industry since 1978.
Back in Tuscaloosa at Bryant-Denny Stadium as we get ready for the second half here. We thank you for listening to the Truckworks Halftime Report. Let's send it down to the sideline now. Ronnie Brown with Carnell Williams.
All right, Coach, offensively in the first half, you had some opportunities running the football well. What's the message going into the second half?
Look, we got to screen more. We got to screen. We got to hit some explosive plays up front. I mean, on defensively, man, we got to freaking disguise the coverage, man. We got to get pressure on Bright. We got to eliminate those explosive plays. Then offensively, man, we got to continue to do what we do. We had a pretty good first half in the run game. I thought Robbie played good, man. We just got to be aggressive. We're going to have to make a play on special team to win this game.
All right, on the defensive side, to start the second half, you've been there. Just got to get a little bit of pressure. They haven't been able to run the ball at all pretty much. What was the key coming out for them to start the second half in terms of defense? Is it turnovers?
We need a takeaway. Like, we need a takeaway. That's the message in the second half, man. We need takeaways to get back in this game to regain the momentum.
All right, Coach, good luck the rest of the way. All right, guys, you heard it. To start this second half, Alabama gets the ball. But this defensive unit needs to do something to turn the ball over. And that's been the key. That was addressed at the half.
All right, Ronnie, thank you very much. Stan, my quick question to you before the second half begins. How does Auburn get pressure on the quarterback?
The one thing is he is such an elusive player back there. When you come after him, you have to hit home. I mean, there's no question. You got to stay you cannot compromise your rush lanes. You've got to stay strong in your rush lanes. And when you bring one guy in a pressure situation, you can't allow him to elude you or to escape.
Evan McGuire kicks it away for Auburn. And it's taken at the 3. Good return out to the 28-yard line by Gibbs, Jahmyr Gibbs.
And like Carnell said, you're going to have to make a play on special teams. You got to get a takeaway. You know, and Alabama comforted with a 21-point lead now. You know, I don't see them taking a huge amount of chances. Now, Auburn's been good against the run. I mean, they only have 84 yards rushing, but now through the air, it's just been deadly for Bryce Young. 264 yards through the air. Some of those on busted plays. A couple of them, they got a little fortune. He was trying to throw a post route and actually overthrew the post route and hit the clear route for a touchdown.
Gibbs, 25-yard return out to the 28-yard line. He stays in at tailback for Alabama. First play of the second half. It's a pitch to Gibbs trying to get to the Auburn boundary, and he's taken down on the play by number 29, Derek Hall. Another tackle for loss for Derek. That gives him 29.5 for his Auburn career.
Yeah, and Auburn has done a really good job of frustrating the Alabama running game. It's just the passing game with Bryce Young able to elude would-be tacklers has just really been deadly. 3-yard loss on that play.
Back to the 25. Gibbs goes in motion out of the backfield. An empty set for Bryce Young. Trips to the wide side of the field, the Alabama boundary. From the right hash mark, Bryce Young to throw. He throws it to number 17, Isaiah Bond. And Bond up the Auburn sideline gets to the 35-yard line.
Wow, it looked like a little sit-down route, but he gets about 8 yards on that play, setting up a third down, and actually third about 3.5, maybe 4 at the most.
Nose of the football at the Alabama 34. Jason Jones comes out. Morris Joseph Jr. in on Auburn's defensive front. He's joined on the interior by Marcus Harris.
But I think Alabama's going to pass it right here on 3rd and short.
3rd down and 3. Bryce Young out of the shotgun. To throw. All day to throw. Looks and throws across the middle. It's a first down out to the 50-yard line and into Auburn territory at the 48-yard line.
Well, what happens is they got a zone coverage there, but zero protection. So it allows receivers just to find the opening. And he gets 17 yards on that. Because of the lack of rush at all, they really just improvise their routes and find open grass.
Alabama now 5 of 7 on 3rd down today. First down from the Auburn 48-yard line. From the left hash mark, McClellan the tailback. Young to throw it. And pressured. Now out of the pocket to the Auburn 45-40, 35, and down to the 34-yard line. Tripped up by DJ James. That's a first down carry of 12 yards and a first down for Alabama.
Yeah, and
pick your poison. It's pick your poison right now.
And he has such good vision and he's got such good body balance that, you know, if you keep him in the pocket, you're doing your best, but you got to be able to put a little pressure on him and keep him in the pocket. Easier said than done, quite honestly, but 14 yards on that scramble.
First down to the Auburn 34-yard line. Hand off McClellan right up the gap. And McClellan inside the 30, head down to the 26-yard line before Owen Papo brought him down.
And that may be their best run so far.
It's an 8-yard gain, yeah.
And you know that Auburn, it's really just got to be a frustrating situation where you want to keep Bryce Young in the pocket, but you've got to put a little bit of pressure on him to be able to just crash the pocket, or he's just dangerous.
2nd and 2 for Alabama. From the Auburn 26. Play action by Young. He throws to the boundary, complete to the 20-yard line to Isaiah Bond. First down for Alabama. They give him the 19-yard line. 6 yards and a first down for Alabama. 35-14 Crimson Tide. Just the start of things in this third quarter of play. The initial drive, Alabama down to the Auburn 19. Kendrick Law splits to the Auburn boundary. Double wide receivers stacked at the Alabama boundary at the hash mark. McClellan, the tailback. Young from the shotgun. 2 throw. Young in the pocket, runs out of the pocket. He's to the 15-yard line, run out of bounds at the 11. Derek Hall tried to peel off, and Hall asking for someone to come in and relieve him. J.C. Latham got a piece of Derek Hall. I'll just let your imagination go wild there.
Yeah, I think Derek Hall may have gotten slowed up a little bit with a hold, but Dylan Brooks comes in to replace Derek Hall, give him a breather.
9-yard gain, second down for Alabama at the Auburn 11. McClellan up the middle, inside the 10. He's down to the 5, and that's a first down for, they'll mark him down at the 6. It's a first down for Alabama. And they're just systematically driving on Auburn right now.
Yeah, Alabama's offense is just really having a day against this Auburn defense.
They score here. They've gone over 400 yards in total offense.
Yeah, early in this game. So credit them. They're leaning on Auburn right now.
First and goal from the Auburn 6. McClellan behind, now to the right of Bryce Young. Young throws, and it's incomplete.
Oh, wow.
And flags come in. They're going to get Auburn for coming over the back. They're going to get DJ James for a hook on Ja'Cory Brooks.
Pass interference. Defense number 4. The penalty will place the ball at the 2-yard line and includes an automatic first down.
It was thrown to where the only call could be that he thought that James hooked him with the left hand.
Yeah, he was able to get inside, was Brooks, but James came across and was able to knock it away, but his backside left arm.
Yeah.
You're going to get, that's an easy call because the back judge can see that. So it's a pretty easy penalty.
Approaching the 10-minute mark of the third quarter. First and goal now for Alabama from the 2. McClellan up the middle. And McClellan is into the end zone for a touchdown. He got stood up at the line. He moved to his left and is easily in for the score. And this is what you were afraid of when Alabama got the short field and made it 35-14 before the half, because you knew they were going to have the ball coming out of the locker room in the third quarter.
Yeah, and they just kind of asserted themselves on this drive right here, running it and passing it, and they're just really, I mean, so far today, Auburn's defense has not been able to stop Alabama hardly at all. And when they did stop them, they're only 3 and out. They gave it right back to them on a punt fumble.
Reichard's extra point is good. And with 9 minutes and 57 seconds to go in the third quarter, Alabama has opened up a 42-14 lead on Auburn. Stay tuned. Auburn football continues in a moment.
Game day is full of ifs. Like if Auburn has another kick 6 up its sleeve. Who knows? But if you want the most convenient way to pay on the planes, get the Auburn University Regents Visa debit card. Tap to pay contactless card technology and lock-it card controls give you what you need on game day or any day. To order your card, visit Regents.com/Go Tigers. Regents, official bank of the SEC. Member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey, I'm Charles Barkley. Call for a Redmont and water at bars and restaurants throughout the great state of Alabama. Redmont Vodka, available at select ABC stores and package stores. Redmont Vodka is 8 times distilled, gluten-free, and is made from non-GMO corn. Looking to support a local business? Redmont Distilling is Alabama proud and minority owned. Learn more online at redmontdistilling.com.
The year was 1919. Barbasol shaving cream was invented by a dreamer named Frank Shields. The world's first modern shave cream Barbasol changed the face of shaving forever. A few billion shaves later, Frank's dream lives on. Behind every face is a dream. Barbasol proudly salutes every fearless, self-assured, wide-eyed dreamer all across America. Celebrating 100 years. Barbasol.
Shop millions of cars on AutoTrader. New cars, used cars, and electric cars. Find your 1 in a million car and leave the hassle of car shopping in your rearview mirror. Finally, it's easy. AutoTrader.
Truck drivers are critical to our nation's economy and growing infrastructure. Did you know trucks are involved in 1/3 of fatal work zone crashes? Let's help keep them safe on our roads. All drivers should stay alert, slow speeds, and keep their distance to stay safe in work zones. Paid for by FMCSA.
42-14, Alabama, 9:57 to go in the third. When we say we're an everything school, we mean it. Since 1872, Auburn University graduates from the College of Agriculture and the Samuel Ginn College of Engineering have exemplified the meaning of work, hard work. Come see why Auburn's College of Agriculture and Samuel Ginn College of Engineering continue to be pillars of the past, pioneers of the present, and foundations for the future. Visit auburn.edu. Jarquez Hunter thought about returning that kickoff by Will Riker, but it carried him about 2 yards deep into the end zone, and he thought better of it. So Auburn's first drive of the third quarter coming up. And the Tigers with a monumental uphill drive right now, or uphill climb, with trailing 42-14. And Auburn getting the ball for the first time here in the third quarter, 9:57 to go in the third.
Well, and Auburn has not been a quick strike offense, and Cadillac Williams talked about coming out. They've got to get some quick strikes, some big plays.
Brendan Coffey splits wide to the Auburn or the Alabama boundary, Auburn's right tackle. And it's the straight snap to Jarquez Hunter. Hunter across the 30, carries defenders with him out across the 35-yard line to the 37-yard line. 12 yards and a first down. Brian Branch made the stop.
Little wildcat right there. They sent Robbie Ashford in motion out of the backfield. Direct snap to Jarquez Hunter. 12 yards out to the 37-yard line.
Hunter, after that 12-yard gain, now with 43 yards and 4 carries on the day. And Tank Bigsby, the tailback. First down for Auburn from the 37. High snap. They get the ball to Tank Bigsby, and he submarines forward across the 40-yard line, and he gets to the 42. 5 yards in the play, and Auburn's fortunate to get 5.
Yeah, it was a high snap, bobbled snap, but Tank Bigsby actually took it, and he tripped himself up, it looks like. He just didn't. He got to going too far forward, and it looks like his legs or his feet couldn't catch up to him. Got 5 yards on the play, but he may have gone for a lot further if he gets by that initial surge.
2nd and 5 from the Auburn 42. Hand off again to Tank Bigsby. Head of steam, gets to the 45-yard line, and he's going to be about a yard shy of the first down. So he has 4 of the 5 yards needed, and here's 3rd down and 1 for Auburn. On 3rd down, Auburn 2 of 6 in the first half.
And Auburn will shuttle in. It's 3 tight ends set, heavy set.
3rd down actually in 2 out of the pro eye set. Ashford under center, Schenker the fullback, and Tank Bigsby the tailback. They flip it back to the near side. Jarquez Hunter 50, 45, 40. One man to beat to the 30. He's down to the 25, inside the 20, down the sideline to the 10. Jarquez Hunter.
Well, I love that play call right there. It almost looks like a toss sweep, but it's a reverse toss sweep to Jarquez Hunter, 46 yards into the Chick-fil-A red zone.
Thank you, Stan. 1st and goal for Auburn from the 9. And as good as you want to be 1st and goal from the 9 has not been kind to Auburn this season.
Well, it's the most difficult 10 yards to get on the entire football field.
Empty set for Robbie Ashford from the left hash mark. Now Tank Bigsby in motion. It's the pitch to Tank Bigsby, and he loses yardage back to the 15. No chance for Tank Bigsby, taken down by Dallas Turner. And Auburn loses 4 yards, make that 6 yards in the play, back to the 15-yard line.
Yeah, and that's considered a pass because it's a drop pass, and he just beat Zier. Turner did. He pushed it back, was able to come underneath, and he saw that the whole way. And Now you're sitting there, and it's 4-down territory. I mean, you're down by, is it 28?
Turner goes off the field, a little bit hobbled, but not before he gets a big loss back to the Alabama 14. 2nd and goal from the 14 for Auburn. Tank Bigsby flanks Robbie Ashford. Play action. Robbie throws it to the end zone. Oh, that should be a flag.
Yeah, is that not a...
John Samuel Schenker tried to make a cut on the ball and was stood up by the Alabama defender.
Yeah, he was clearly hit as the ball was in the air, but didn't garner a flag or anything. The ball was clearly...
Good night.
Wow. That was, Lawson was in coverage.
Yeah, Deontay Lawson prevented John Samuel Schenker from coming back to the football.
Yeah, it was just a little wheel route, a little behind shoulder throw, and he hit him, but man.
I guess it happened too far into the clear for everyone to see it. 3rd and goal from the 14.
Yeah, I'm not sure how that didn't get a flag.
Ashford sends Tank Bigsby in motion. It's going to be a quarterback draw. He's to the 5. He's still on his feet. He's into the end zone. Touchdown Auburn. 14 yards on the quarterback draw for Robbie Ashford. Had to wait and make sure they gave him the touchdown.
Well, and 3rd down and goal, you would think that would be one thing they were looking at, especially having an empty set, and just he clearly made it into the end zone pretty easily there to get that touchdown on 3rd and goal from the 14.
Tank Bigsby's 2nd touchdown run of the day. Comes with 5 or 6:38 to go in the 3rd quarter. McPherson for the extra point. It's on the way and it's good. What a nice drive by the Auburn Tigers.
All set up with a kind of a toss sweep reverse on 3rd down and 1 for 46 yards to Jarquez Hunter, and then Robbie Ashford does the rest on a quarterback draw from 14 out.
Sun South John Deere drive summary for Auburn. 7 plays, 75 yards, 3 minutes and 19 seconds. On 3rd and goal from the 14, a quarterback draw by Robbie Ashford for the touchdown. Sun South John Deere, preferred tractor of the Tigers. Find your local dealer at sunsouth.com. Ashford has thrown for a touchdown. He's run for 2 here this afternoon in his very first Iron Bowl.
Well, and the kind of drive that at least give you some hope to possibly get back. Still about an uphill climb down 21, with 6.5 minutes to go in the 3rd quarter, but it gives you a little bit of hope.
Let's send it down to the field. A Cook's Pest Control sideline report. Here's Ronnie Brown.
All right, fellas, nothing new on that drive. Auburn's been emphasizing the run. The first half, they averaged 11 yards per carry. Nothing new. They did the same thing starting out with the drive with a direct snap to Jarquez Hunter. They finished it off with a run by Robbie Ashford. They've been able to rush the football. What they haven't been able to do is stop Alabama from throwing the football. So you got to get a little bit of rush. Like Coach Cadillac says, we got to get a turnover, either on special teams or you have to do it on defense or get a 3 and out. That's just as good. So that's going to be something that this defense has to wear on their shoulders, and hopefully they can come out and make a big play coming off that touchdown by Robbie Ashford.
All right, Ronnie, thank you. From down in the field, let's go to Brad Law with a check of the Yellowwood scoreboard.
All right, Andy, thank you. And Lexington, Kentucky is doubling up Louisville 26-13. They've got 4 minutes to play. Kentucky has the ball, trying to bleed the clock en route to a 4th straight victory over the Cardinals. Meanwhile, in Corvallis, 9th-ranked Oregon comes out of the locker room barnstorming. 2 touchdowns already in the 3rd. Ducks have lengthened their lead over the Beavers. It's 28-10 in that top 25 Pac-12 rivalry, still midway through the 3rd quarter in Corvallis. And they've reached the half in Fort Worth. 4th-ranked TCU trying to become the 3rd team to finish 12-0. Horned Frogs in control over Iowa State, 34-7. Andy, that's a Yellowwood update.
All right, Brad, thank you very much.
Boy, Jarquez Hunter, 5 carries, 88 yards, averaging 17 yards per attempt. Robbie Ashford averaging 15 yards per attempt. Tank Bigsby got 50 yards as well, averaging 4.5 yards. Auburn is able to move the ball on the ground. They just have not, like Ronnie said, been able to stop Alabama.
McGuire kicks it away for Auburn. It's a short kick to the 15-yard line, 20-25, and out to the 30-yard line. Number 7, Ja'Cory Brooks for Alabama. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Auburn Sports Network. 42-21. Alabama with the lead, 6 minutes and 31 seconds to go. For Auburn to have any shot at this, they've got to start coming up with some stops.
Yeah,
in any way imaginable.
You gotta not only get some stops, you gotta get a turnover here or there. Auburn's given Alabama 2 turnovers, and they turned it into 14 points. You gotta try to get some turnovers yourself if you're gonna have a chance.
McClellan, the tailback, flanking the quarterback. They throw to the near sideline to Ja'Cory Brooks up the sideline. Brooks stays on his feet and goes out of bounds. And near the first down marker. Looks like he may be about a half-yard shy of the first down.
Yeah, just a little quick screen into the boundary, and Ja'Cory Brooks does a good job of squeezing through that blocking of the defensive back. He gets 9 yards.
2nd and 1 for Alabama. Young now 17 of 24 for 303 yards. McClellan flanking Young to his right.
Alabama may take a shot here.
Nope, they give the ball to McClellan, tries around the left end, and McClellan gets a first down across the 40 to the 42-yard line. Going around the left side, Cam Riley comes up to make the stop for Auburn.
Well, that's what Alabama did the last drive. They threw it on first down to get 6 and 8 yards and set themselves up in 2nd and 3rd, very, very short. And it opens up your playbook, and that's what they did this drive too. A quick screen for 9 yards. It's an easy run for first down.
To the Alabama 42. Young from the gun. Hands off to McClellan. McClellan to the 45, and he's pushed back there by a host of Auburn tacklers. Leading the charge, number 20, Caden Bridges, the redshirt freshman from Pregame, Mississippi. He got 4 yards on the play. 2nd and 6. Approaching the 5-minute mark of the 3rd quarter. Alabama 42, Auburn at 21. 2nd and 6 for Alabama from its own 46-yard line. And Jahmyr Gibbs is in at tailback. Young from the gun. Snap to him. He looks and he throws it. Gibbs on the wheel route. Had it twice on his right hand, but couldn't bring it in.
Well, and it was a missed coverage, a blown coverage. No one was covering Gibbs. You had Latu coming in motion, and the only one that was supposed to be Papo and Cam Riley. Papo looked at Cam Riley like they were trying to swap off.
Caden Bridges came over.
Yeah.
He was going to have a shot at it, but that's a potential big play for Alabama. 3rd and 6.
I mean, that was just a blown coverage and a missed opportunity for Alabama.
Alabama 5 of 7 on 3rd down. Gibbs the tailback. Young to throw. Across the middle, throws it incomplete. In and out of the hand of Trayshawn Holden. With coverage from behind by Nehemiah Pritchett.
Boy, Auburn got a little bit of pressure on Bryce Young right there and kept him in the pocket. And is going to force what will be only the 3rd punt of the day for Alabama. Now, if you're Keontae Scott, if there's one that gets in the rafters, let it go.
Yep. He will drop deep to receive for Auburn. One of the replays we've seen since halftime showed that he came nowhere close to touching the punt that he was credited with a fumble on, by the way, in the first half. Auburn came after it a little bit. Reichert goes down. Nice acting job. It bounces, and it is picked up by Keontae Scott up the sideline. And then he is knocked out of bounds after he gets to the 21-yard line. Well, okay. It's a 43-yard punt and a 10-yard return by Keontae Scott on a bounce.
Well, and Auburn all of a sudden a little bit of momentum.
All right, Alabama on top. The lights are off here. 42-21 Alabama, 6:31 in the 3rd. This is the Auburn Sports Network.
When Auburn basketball hits the half, keep it locked on the Auburn Sports Network for the Conecuh Sausage Halftime Show. Conecuh Sausage Company is proud to be the official smoked sausage and hot dog of the Auburn Tigers. Stats and scores from around college basketball, plus a look around Auburn athletics, getting you ready for the rest of the game. The Conecuh Sausage Halftime Show, only on the Auburn Sports Network.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of Auburn Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
The Edward Via College of Osteopathic Medicine in Auburn is dedicated to its mission of transforming medical students into caring, compassionate physicians. VCOM partners with Auburn University for student activities, shared learning experiences, and research opportunities. Students are instructed in a hands-on learning environment by outstanding faculty members that are dedicated to student success. VCOM is working to improve the health of Alabama's citizens by increasing the number of primary care physicians throughout the state, especially in rural and underserved areas. Find out more at vcom.edu.
In SEC sports, the ifs come at you every minute. What if your QB had released the ball a second earlier? What if the head coach hadn't used his last time out? What if your team goes all the way this season? If you love the tradition, if you live for the rivalry, if you can't wait each week for the absolute edge of your seat action, Regions is right there with you as the official bank of the SEC.
Regions can't help you with the ifs in sports. Regions helps you embrace the if in life.
Member FDIC.
First down for Auburn. Tank Bigsby cuts upfield at the 25-yard line and gets out to the 29-yard line. 8 yards on first down for Auburn for Tank Bigsby. That gives him 58 yards on 12 carries today.
That's more of it's a jet handoff, but it also looks like a read because Robbie Ashford could obviously keep that as well. But nice job right there on 8 yards on first down.
2nd and 2 for Auburn, under 4 minutes to go in the third quarter.
But Ashford's going out wide.
Tank Bigsby is the Wildcat. Snap to Tank. Tank cuts it back. He's got the first down. Tank Bigsby close to the 44, the 39. And that's a first down for Auburn. 5 yards on the carry.
Well, it's the second time we've seen a direct snap to the tailback. Get nice yards.
Have we ever seen Tank Bigsby throw the football?
I don't think so. We've seen, of course, we saw Jarquez throw it last week.
First down for Auburn at its own 34-yard line. Empty set for Robbie Ashford. Tank Bigsby wide left. That's the Auburn boundary. It's going to be Robbie Ashford around left end. He gets to the 40, gets to the sideline, and a first down. Goes out of bounds just shy of the 45-yard line. He goes out at the 44, and that's another first down carry. 10 more yards for Robbie Ashford. That gives him 85 in the game.
Well, you got to love Auburn coming out, just playing a little smash mouth, hard nose running the ball, and staying ahead of the change. That's the big thing.
1st and 10 for Auburn at its own 44. Jarquez Hunter is the tailback. Man in motion near side. Robbie Ashford around right end. Cuts it up. He's across midfield. Robbie Ashford stood up or taken down at the 46.
I think that's another first down carry.
11 more yards for Robbie Ashford. And Ashford now with unofficially 96 in the game. Trying to become the first Auburn quarterback since Nick Marshall to go over the 100-yard mark. He could be doing it in consecutive road games for Auburn.
247 rush yards.
First down for Auburn at the Alabama 46. Low snap. Ashford gets the ball to Jarquez Hunter. Makes the first man miss, and he is able to get down to the 42-yard line.
Well, and that ball was low and left, and Robbie Ashford did a good job of corralling that ball in and getting the handoff to Jarquez Hunter, who gets about 4 yards on that play.
Hunter made Deontay Lawson miss and got 4 yards in the play. 2nd and 6 from the Alabama 42. 42-21 Alabama. 1:32 to go on a counting clock in the third quarter. Jay Fair in motion for Auburn across the line of scrimmage. Snap to Ashford. Steps up and he throws it. Downfield, got a man open and overthrows it.
That's Amari Kelly.
Amari Kelly, the freshman out of Trussville. Boy, he had a one-on-one coverage and just overthrew him.
Yeah, and a post route, if he leads him a little bit more across the field, he's got a chance at that because Kelly had kind of an inside position. So what you want to do is you want to utilize the grass. Just throw him across the field. No one was on the other side. Throw him across the field so he can at least garner a flag instead of throwing him up the field.
3rd and 6 at the Alabama 42. Jarquez Hunter, the tailback. Handoff to Jarquez Hunter to the boundary 40 and scoots forward down to the 36-yard line and an Auburn first down.
Boy, nice play call right there. 3rd down and 6, and they move the chains and get 6 yards to keep the drive alive.
6 more yards for Auburn gives the Tigers 256 yards rushing against an Alabama team that's number 2 in the SEC.
The runner was down beyond the line to gain. The previous play is under review.
It's under review.
It's an Alabama team that came in holding opponents to 107.8 yards per game. Auburn is at 256 right now, and that may be shy of a first down where Jarquez Hunter went down.
I think it's going to be about a foot or so shy. His forearm hit the ground. It wasn't his knee, it was his forearm that hit the ground. And it was closer to about the 37, roughly. So it's going to be a few feet shy, I believe, of a first down.
After further review, the runner is ruled down at the 36.5-yard line. That's short of the line to gain. Therefore, it'll be 4th down.
4th and 1 for Auburn. 4th and less than 1 for Auburn.
Yeah, and you know, if you're Auburn here, do you use one of your exotics where you thinking you're going to pack it in and maybe do something?
Well, if they huddle, I think they're going to come out in the heavy set, and Robbie Ashford will go under center, don't you? That's what we used to call the sugar huddle.
Yeah. Well, we clearly think that Alabama knows that they're going to be coming between the tackles, and this is one. Do you try something?
Play clock at 20. Ashford under center. On 4th and a half yard. He turns. He's going to run it around right end. Ashford's got the first down up the sideline and out of bounds near the 30.
They did that. They tried something exotic. They ran that earlier, Andy, where they got about 3 yards on 4th down and the first down. That time they fake it and run. Robbie Ashford just uses his speed to get outside and get 6 yards to move the chains.
To the 31-yard line.
That was not badly defended. Robbie Ashford just used his speed to get outside.
First down and 10 for the Tigers at the Alabama 31. Final 30 seconds of the 3rd quarter. Auburn trails 42-21. Empty set for Robbie Ashford. Ashford up the middle. Robbie Ashford taken down at the line of scrimmage. That's just a fine play for Alabama by Henry To'oto'o.
Yeah, good play. If he gets by that, he may have a long way to go.
And that will be the final play of the 3rd quarter. Alabama 42, Auburn 21. 2nd and 9 for Auburn from the Alabama 30 when we start the 4th. Stay tuned. Auburn football continues in a moment.
And we're back with breaking news. Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any Coke fan, so make sure you... Jim. Jim. We're on the air.
Ooh, yes, this tastes like the best Coke ever to me. Your thoughts, Jen?
Well, can I have a sip?
Jen, we're in the middle of reporting the news.
I need to try it first.
Are you looking to advance your career without putting your life on hold? Consider the flexibility of an online MBA at Auburn University's Harvard College of Business. Ranked among the nation's best by U.S. News and World Report, our 100% online MBA program provides the flexibility you need to pursue a degree while maintaining your personal and professional life. Learn more at harvard.auburn.edu.
Hi, my name is Jackie, and a little thing that I love about the Chick-fil-A peppermint chip milkshake is the whipped cream and the cherry on top. It's like a little bow on top of this great present of peppermint chip goodness. It tastes like the holidays.
Hey, my name is Chandler, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Peppermint Chip Milkshake is the little pieces of the peppermint that you get. For me, no milkshake is topping the Peppermint Chip Milkshake.
Order a Chick-fil-A Peppermint Chip Milkshake on the Chick-fil-A app today. Available for a limited time. Real customers paid for their testimonials.
Brad Law back at Bryant-Denny Stadium in Tuscaloosa. Time for a game recap, which is sponsored by Wind Creek Casino and Hotel. With 3 Alabama locations in Atmore, Montgomery, and Wetumpka, you can escape every day at Wind Creek Casino and Hotel and online at windcreekcasino.com. In that third quarter, Auburn put up 123 yards of total offense. That's 128 yards on the ground, -5 through the air. Alabama with 84 total yards. They got a touchdown drive, and then Auburn forced a punt. Both teams with just 2 possessions. In fact, Auburn won full possession in the third quarter. Tigers are still in the midst of their second half possession. Both teams with a touchdown in that third quarter. And as we go to the fourth, 42-21, Alabama on top. Auburn driving, 2nd and 10 from the Alabama 31-yard line. The Tigers with 261 rushing yards, 316 yards of total offense. Alabama with 125 yards on the ground, 307 through the air, and 432 yards of total offense. Auburn, though, continues to fight as we send it back to the voice of the Tigers, Andy Burcham and Stan White, for the fourth quarter from Tuscaloosa.
Tackle hard work, make weekends more fun in a new Ford F-150. Check one out at your local Ford dealer. Proud sponsor of the Auburn Tigers. 261 yards rushing offense for Auburn through 3 quarters against a team that has been holding opponents, Stan White, to just under 108 yards a game on the ground.
Yeah, it's been amazing. Robbie Ashford, 101 yards rushing, 97 for Jarquez Hunter. Tank Bigsby has the most carries, the least yards, 63 yards, but averaging 11.5, 13.9, and even Tank Bigsby almost 5 yards per carry.
As a team, Auburn is averaging 9 yards per run today. And as the fourth quarter begins, it's 2nd and 10 for Auburn at the Alabama 31. Bigsby goes in motion to the Auburn boundary. An empty set for Robbie Ashford. The snap to Ashford, and a flag is down.
False start. Offense number 4. 5-yard penalty. It remains 2nd down.
Tank Bigsby must have gone forward after he came in motion.
Yeah, he did a little bit of a hop just to jump before the snap. And you got to just, if you're a receiver, you know, he became a receiver when he went in motion. You just watch the ball. You don't even listen for the snap count. You watch the ball.
2nd and 15 for Auburn now at the Alabama 36. That is the 8th penalty against Auburn for 39 yards. Second and 15, it's the pitch to Tank Bigsby. Tries to get to the boundary and is run out of bounds at the 36-yard line. Will Anderson Jr. with the stop for Alabama. We haven't mentioned his name a whole lot tonight.
Yeah, that ball was bobbled a little bit.
It was.
But it was Will Anderson actually helped just string that play out. Instead of being able to hook him and get outside, Anderson did a good job of riding down the line of scrimmage and not allowing Tank Bigsby to get outside.
3rd and 15 from the Alabama 36. Trips to the wide side of the field for Auburn. That's the Alabama boundary. Tank Bigsby goes in motion the same way. Ashford wants to run the football. Ashford at the 30, at the 25, and wrestled to the turf at the 24-yard line. He will be about 4 yards shy of the first down.
Yeah, second effort got him almost to within a couple of yards. He got hit around the 25, but kept pushing and kept pushing. And they're going to give him down in between, I think, the 23 and 24.
And it will be
personal foul, face mask, defense number 14. Half the distance to the goal and an automatic first down.
I saw someone react. It's Brian Branch. I saw an Alabama defender react, and then I was looking for the flag.
Yeah, I didn't see.
Couldn't find it.
It was at the end of the tackle, and I'm looking at the replay now. It's at the end of the tackle, where Robbie Ashford got his face mask pulled, and it allows for a first down at the close to inside the 12-yard line.
Ashford now with 114 yards. Auburn in the Chick-fil-A red zone. 1st and 10 from the Alabama 11 and a half. Ashford in an empty set, and Luke Deal moved on the right side of the Auburn line. I think it's Deal. Excuse me, it's
Schenker.
It's a tight end.
Well, Auburn has had several false starts, but they may.
Offside. Defense number 31.
Well,
a movement by the defense caused the offense to react. The penalty is 5 yards. It remains first down.
I apologize to John Samuel Schenker.
Yeah,
he was drawn offside.
Will Anderson. They're saying his movement caused that.
Well,
I didn't see it, honestly.
I just saw the movement by Schenker.
Yeah, well, actually, Will Anderson did come forward.
1st and 5 now for Auburn at the Alabama 6. Tank Bigsby in the Wildcat. Snap to Tank to the near sideline. Bigsby taken out of bounds at the 5. Got a yard of the play. 2nd down coming up for Auburn. 2nd and 4, just inside the Alabama 5-yard line. Did they say he went out of bounds at the 6? Yes, they did. Wow, okay.
So I'm not sure. I don't think he got a yard on that correct snap.
Ashford back at quarterback. Jarquez Hunter also in the game for Auburn. Ashford low snap, and he picks up the ball with his knee on the turf back at the 11-yard line. It was just a low snap.
Well, and Robbie Ashford, not sure he had any choice. Oh, it wasn't actually. It was not a bad snap. That was not a bad snap. No, it was a little bit low, but not one where we'd have to go down to a knee and get it. He just bobbled it. I thought at first it was a low snap too, but it was around his hip area, his waist. He shot it back there fairly quick, and it just surprised him.
All right, 3rd and 9 from the 10 for Auburn. Right hash mark. Both Jarquez Hunter, Tank Bigsby in the game. Ashford looking, throws it to the end zone, incomplete, intended for John Samuel Schenker. And it's 4th and 9 for Auburn from the 10.
Well, and this is a decision you got to make. You know, do you go and try to kick the field goal? It's 4th and, it's basically 4th and goal from the 10-yard. You got to get 10 yards, and Auburn's going to opt to go for the field goal. But Auburn is just self-inflicted a lot of wounds here with penalties.
McPherson has not missed inside 30 yards briefly. John Samuel Schenker had set up all the way to the Auburn boundary. Numscout comes back into coverage for Auburn. Tigers are down to 1 on the play clock.
You're going to get delay a game now.
I think Auburn was going to try some trickery there, Stan.
Yeah, they had Schenker split out wide.
Offense, 5-yard penalty.
He had Schenker split out wide,
but he picked up coverage eventually by Alabama.
Yeah, sure did. And now you got to kick it now.
This will be a 32-yard field goal attempt by McPherson. .32-yard attempt by McPherson, just inside the right hash mark. Quattlebaum to snap it, Chapman to hold it. Kick is on the way by McPherson, and the kick is good. And in his brief Auburn career, he's now 5 of 6 in field goals. 12:18 to go in the 4th. Alabama 42, Auburn at 24. Stay tuned, friends. This is the Auburn Sports Network.
Put an orange and blue bow on an Auburn basketball game day with the Regions Bank postgame show. Exclusive interviews with Coach Pearl and players, plus final analysis, a complete breakdown of the numbers, and a look ahead to the next game. Regions Bank is a proud supporter of Auburn athletics and the official bank of the SEC. It's the perfect way to put the finishing touches on an Auburn game day. The Regions Bank postgame show, only on the Auburn Sports Network.
Game day is full of ifs. Like if Auburn has another kick six up his sleeve. Who knows? But if you want the most convenient way to pay on the planes, get the Auburn University Regents Visa debit card. Tap to pay contactless card technology and Lock-It card controls give you what you need on game day or any day. To order your card, visit Regents.com/Go Tigers. Regents, official bank of the SEC. Member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey, this is head coach Bruce Pearl. Here at Auburn, we revere our traditions. But it's the tradition of hard work that really speaks to me. It's about improving your game every single day and being the best that you can be. In the truck game, Ford has a tradition too. A relentless commitment to building smarter, tougher, and more dependable trucks. That's why I drive Ford F-150, the official truck of the Auburn Tigers. Learn more at buyfordnow.com.
Not all models, trims, or features may be available. Contact your dealer for more information.
North American beavers are excellent swimmers, but on land, they waddle about clumsily. That is until they spot the yellow tag on a stack of Yellowwood brand pressure-treated pine. Their instincts kick in, and the colony springs into action. Just like that, these master builders make off with their newfound building materials.
For 5-star backyards, Yellowwood brand pressure-treated pine. If it doesn't have that yellow tag, you don't want it.
Sun South John Deere drive summary, 64 yards, 15 plays, 2 minutes and 42 seconds. McPherson 32-yard field goal makes it 42-24, 12:18 to go in the fourth quarter. McGuire to kick this one away for Auburn. McGuire booms it out of there with the left foot. Ja'Cory Brooks 10, 15, 20, up the middle, 25. And out to the 28-yard line. This broadcast brought to you in part by the Alabama Department of Commerce. Welcome to the land of opportunity, Alabama, where career opportunities in the field of tomorrow are waiting for you today. Learn more at madeinalabama.com. Wesley Steiner on the stop for Auburn. And Alabama 1st and 10 at its own 26-yard line, leading Auburn 42-26.
Well, they need something. They need a turnover or something.
And it has started to rain here at Bryant-Denny Stadium. McClellan flanks Young at the left hash mark for the Crimson Tide. Man comes in motion, handoff to McClellan off the right side. Hit at the line of scrimmage, goes forward and gets to the 28-yard line. Marcus Harris made the first stop for Auburn.
Well, I'm going to give him about 2 on the play.
Eventually taken down on the play by Marcus Bragg. When the Marcus brothers.
Jameer Gibbs is going to check back in, the more electric running back. Auburn is, for the most part today, has done pretty well against the run. Only 127 yards for Alabama.
2nd down and 8. Young from the gun to throw. Young with time throws it across the middle, complete. Out to the 46-yard line for Alabama. And that's the big tight end, Cameron Latu. His 25th catch of the year, and an Auburn player is down. I think that's Jalen Simpson.
Jalen Simpson. I think he was the victim of getting hit by Latu and getting bowled over pretty well. And Bryce Young having a day in the pocket so far.
We'll update Jalen Simpson when we come back. 11:24 in the fourth. Alabama 42, Auburn at 24. Auburn football continues in a moment.
People take their chili seriously. At Whataburger, we also put chili on a pedestal made of 100% fresh beef. The new Whataburger Chili Cheeseburger, made to order with our own chili on 2 all-beef patties, melty cheese, onions, mustard, and crunchy corn chips. This is chili elevated to burger height. Introducing the all-new Chili Cheeseburger from Whataburger. Just like you like it. For a limited time at participating locations.
Most creatures blend in with their natural surroundings. However, one North American beaver colony is doing anything but. This group, having discovered new Yellowwood Protector semi-transparent stain and water repellent, has coated their lodge in a lovely smoky grey color. Modern look and powerful protection, backed by the yellow tag. Well done.
Introducing the first stain worthy of the yellow tag. Yellowwood Protector semi-transparent stain and water repellent. Find a dealer near you.
Things we take for granted, ordinary opportunities for parents and their children, can be a foster child's extraordinary. You have the power to do something positive that will change the life of a young person right here in Alabama. Open your heart and open your home to a foster child today. For more information, visit www.dhr.alabama.gov or call 1-866-64-AL-KIDS. Brought to you by the Alabama Department of Human Resources, the Alabama Broadcasters Association, and this station.
In SEC sports, the ifs come at you every minute. What if your QB had released the ball a second earlier? What if the head coach hadn't used his last time out? What if your team goes all the way this season? If you love the tradition, if you live for the rivalry, if you can't wait each week for the absolute edge of your seat action, Regions is right there with you as the official bank of the SEC.
Regions can't help you with the ifs in sports. Regions helps you embrace the if in life.
Member FDIC.
Jalen Simpson walked off the field under his own power after that hit by Cameron Latu. 70% of his catches go for first downs like that play. 1st and 10 for Alabama at the Crimson Tide 46. Gibbs, the tailback. Handoff to Gibbs up the middle, and Gibbs burrows inside the 50. A bit of pushing and shoving going on after the play. Morris Joseph Jr., who had the big fumble recovery against Texas A&M a couple weeks ago on the stop of Jahmyr Gibbs. 6-yard gain.
Yeah, I think Alabama's going to try, if they can get 4 or 5 yards, they're going to just run it.
Just inside the left hash mark for Alabama. Gibbs tries to get to the boundary and does inside the 45-yard line, tripped up at the 45 by number 18 Nehemiah Pritchett, but it's enough for a first down for Alabama.
And Zion Puckett got hooked just enough by Harrell, the receiver, to allow Gibbs to get outside and break outside as he'll check out of the game for that first down. And Alabama just very content to be running this clock down inside of 10 minutes now in the game. And Auburn's they have to make a stop. Can't allow any more points.
First down from the Auburn 42. Bryce Young looks to throw. Downfield, he throws. It is complete to Oots. Sheds one tackle, gets a first down to the 30-yard line. Robbie Oots had 2 catches this season. He has 3 tonight. That's good for 13 yards and a first down.
Well, that's clearly just it's a lot of teams will call it like a fox. It's a quick screen, a fake of a quick screen, and the man blocking just releases down the field, and you hit him on a little seam route for a first down. Another first down completion.
First down to the Auburn 30. From the left hash, out of the gun. Young hands the ball McClellan. McClellan for 5 yards to the Auburn 25-yard line.
Well, now Alabama just trying to milk that clock and doing a good job of it. That time again, 5 yards to McClellan as Gibbs checks back in.
9:08 to go in the fourth quarter. Alabama 42, Auburn 24. Gibbs flanks Young to his left. Gibbs tries the right side. He's got I thought he was going to get the first down to the 30, but taken down on the play by number 21, Caleb Wooden.
Yeah, nice job by Caleb Wooden. The safety has to run the lane right there. He's the unblocked one, and he jets up and only allows Gibbs only a few yards on that play. 3rd down, 2 coming up.
Stan, I think it's about 3rd and 3.
Actually 3rd and 3, that's correct.
From the right hash. Gibbs, the tailback. Young from the gun.
I imagine they may just run it again with Gibbs.
Young looks to the sideline. Now brings a man in motion. That was Latu. Gibbs looks and he throws. It's complete across the middle. First down to Isaiah Bond. Bond inside the 20 down to the Auburn 18.
Well, and Bryce Young just does a really good job at taking what they give him. It's just a little crossing route. It's a mesh route. And he throws it. Actually, it's only about a 1-yard completion, but he gets it on the run, and Bond's able to get about 4 yards to move the chains.
Eugene Asante with the stop for Auburn. First down from the Auburn 18. Low snap, handoff Gibbs. Around right side, and he loses his balance.
Was Bryce Young not down when he caught that snap? And it was a low snap. He may not have been. It looked like his knee went down, though.
Gibbs did a nice job to get to the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, he slipped down. Looks like this rain, it's a slow little rain coming down. It's starting to cause some slickness down there on the turf. Bryce Young just went down. His knee did not hit the ground when he caught that snap. It was just a low snap.
Second down for the Crimson Tide. 2nd and 10 from the Auburn 17. Young to throw. Throws to the boundary. It is complete. Flag comes down at the ball complete to the 15 to Isaiah Bond.
Yeah, late flag.
This may be Latham and Derek Hall going at each other.
Holding offense number 65. 10-yard penalty from the previous spot. 3-second down.
I think if you ask Derek Hall after this game and he's honest with you, he will tell you that he was held many more times than the one time it was called tonight on Latham.
Yeah, that'll give Alabama 97 yards and penalties.
And Auburn defenders in years past will say, that's par for the course.
Yeah, it was a late flag coming in, but Hall was on the ground.
2nd and 20 for Alabama. Backed up to the 27-yard line. Empty set for Bryce Young. Looking for to throw, and he does. And it's intercepted.
That Owen Papo?
That is Owen Papo with the stop. Look at that Auburn sideline react. And that's the 6th interception of the year for the Tigers. That means another $1,000 for Children's in Alabama through the Picks for Kids program. Is it coming back? I'm going to go ahead and read it anyway. Chick-fil-A donating thousands of dollars for each Tigers pick. Perhaps 6 interceptions, $6,000 for Children's of Alabama. Eat more chicken and more Eagle from Chick-fil-A.
Let's look at the replay on this. Owen Papo's there. Oh, he's underneath that, I think. Yeah, it's hard to see where the ball is.
We'll tell you about it when we come back. This is the Auburn Sports Network.
Be sure to collect a piece of Auburn history with the 2022 Auburn Football Yearbook. Get your copy for just $10 in and around Jordan-Hare Stadium on game days. Special features include senior spotlights, opponent profiles, and introduction from University President Chris Roberts, plus game day information. Look for digital game programs before every game, home and away. And buy the Auburn Football Yearbook for just $10 in and around Jordan-Hare Stadium.
Conecuh Sausage is a product we all know and love, and it's the official sausage and hot dog of the Auburn Tigers. Conecuh Sausage is made from the finest cuts of pork, patented blend of seasonings, all natural casings, and smoked over a pure hickory fire for that true Southern flavor. Enjoy a crowd-pleasing Conecuh Sausage dog or premium hot dog while watching the Tigers, and make Conecuh part of your game day or any day. Conecuh Sausage is celebrating their 75th year at the Sessions family, making their premium smoked sausage in Evergreen, Alabama. Be sure to visit the new Conecuh gift shop right off I-65 at exit 96.
Nobody protects you from mayhem like Allstate. I'm a grill at your college football party. My full grease trap, that's something you clean? Now you're smoking your car and garage instead of your meats. And if you don't have the right coverage, fixing this could be a trick play. So bundle your home and auto with Allstate to save up to 25% and get protected from mayhem like me.
Bundled savings discounts will vary by state. Saving up to 25% is a countrywide average of savings off the home policy. Combining the multiple policy discount for having auto insurance with Allstate and the welcome discount savings at enrollment.
When we say we're an everything school, we mean it. Since 1872, Auburn University graduates from the College of Agriculture and the Samuel Ginn College of Engineering have built on the land-grant mission to drive economic development, improve quality of life, promote social well-being, and enhance national security. Celebrating 150 years, come see why Auburn's College of Agriculture and Ginn College of Engineering continue to be pillars of the past, pioneers of the present, and foundations for the future. Visit auburn.edu.
After further review, the ruling on the field stands. First down, Auburn.
And you hear Ken Williamson. That interception will stand for Owen Papo. If you want the most convenient way to pay for on the plains, get the Auburn University Visa debit card from Regions Bank. Visit Regions.com/GoTigers to order yours. Stick around after the game for the Regions Bank postgame show, featuring interviews, highlights, scores, stats, and a whole lot more. So, the first turnover by Alabama gives Auburn the ball, 1st and 10 at its own 18, trailing 42-24, 6:36 to go in the 4th quarter. It's the direct snap to Jarquez Hunter, and Jarquez is taken down trying to get to the Alabama boundary.
That was a direct snap with Robbie Ashford coming into motion, and you'd like to think, Jarquez, he threw a touchdown pass last week. Maybe that's being set up, but now you're looking at about 6 minutes to go in this game. You got to get a little bit more of a NASCAR set.
Loss of 1 on the play, 2nd and 11. Jarquez stays in the game at tailback. Robbie Ashford under center. Ashford the pitch to Jarquez Hunter, trying to get to the Auburn boundary. Cuts it up, gets across the 20, maybe to the 21. We'll give him 4 yards on the play. It's going to bring up third down and about 7 for Auburn.
A little toss sweep to the wide side. He was able to get outside the initial would-be tacklers, but Alabama did a good job of straightening that out. 3rd down. It's like 3rd down at about 6. Auburn today 4 of 11.
4:32 counting down in the 4th. 42-24. Alabama 3rd and 6 for Auburn. Hunter flanks Ashford, working from the gun. Ashford is going to run it, and Robbie Ashford is taken down at the 20.
Well, I think now you're working on just outside of 5 minutes to go in the game.
Henry To'o with the stop.
Do you go ahead and go for it? You're down 42-24. You're down by 18. I think you got to go ahead and go for it.
Inside 5 minutes to go in the 4th. It's a 4th and 8 right now for Auburn. Jarquez Hunter back into the ball game for the Tigers. On 4th and 8 from the Auburn 20.
Well, Alabama calls timeout.
4:39 to go in the 4th. 4th and 9 for Auburn from its own 20 when we come back. Alabama 42, Auburn 24. Auburn football continues in a moment.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of Auburn Athletics, helping the world keep promising.
If SEC football runs deep in your veins, then Sirius XM SEC Radio is where you need to be. We're talking conference and team previews, live games, news, and analysis from experts like Chris Doering, Jacob Hester, Aaron Murray, and Max Starks, coaches shows, championship specials, and more. Get inside SEC football like nowhere else. Feed your fandom on the Sirius XM app. Stay up to date anywhere you go. Just download the app to start streaming.
Welcome to the land of opportunity, Alabama. It's a place where the jobs are plentiful with great pay, great benefits, and even greater opportunities to show what you can do. Whether you want to build the next great tech product, discover the next biotech breakthrough, or design rockets that touch new parts of space, Alabama is where your career can take off. Incredible opportunities in the fields of tomorrow: aerospace, bioscience, automotive, and IT. They're all waiting for you today in Alabama. Learn more at madeinalabama.com.
4:39 to go in the 4th. 4th and 8 for Auburn. We'll send it downstairs to Ronnie Brown.
All right, guys, as I'm in the middle of all this, I don't know what you call it. As in the words of Jason Campbell, hoopla. I guess it's their favorite song, I would say that. But let's talk about field conditions. It started to rain a little bit. Hasn't been really a lot, just consistent drips and a little drizzle, causing guys to slip a little bit. So that's something to watch out for as we come to an end of this 4th quarter. But hasn't gotten too bad. It hasn't picked up too much. As you can see, a couple people have rain jackets on, but it's not too slick. But the field's starting to get beat up, as you can imagine, at this point in the game.
4th down and 8 for Auburn, with 4:39 to go in the 4th quarter.
You got to stop the music. The clock's already started.
Yeah. From the gun, Ashford drops to throw. Cushed out of the pocket, loses the football, picks it up, back in the end zone, now rolling forward at the 10. He looks and he throws downfield. That may be complete for a first down, or was it caught? Coy Moore, the intended receiver for Auburn, I don't know if he got enough for the first down.
I'm not sure it was caught. You saw one official waving incomplete, but now you got a flag. You got a flag downfield, way downfield. There was a fumble by Ashford.
On the other side of the field, on the Alabama sideline.
There was a fumble by Ashford. He picked it up.
All right, here's the call.
Illegal substitution on defense. 12 in the formation when the ball is legally snapped. 5-yard penalty from the previous spot. Repeat, 4th down.
So they had 12 men on the field. Wow. That's the kind of mistake you usually wouldn't make coming out of a timeout.
That's a heck of a play by Robbie Ashford just to throw the football.
Well, and you had the music blaring after the play clock had already started winding down.
So it will be 4th and 3 now for Auburn at the Auburn 25. Auburn huddles up. To the line of scrimmage. Jarquez Hunter flanks Robbie Ashford on 4th and 3 for the Tigers. A man in motion, Ashford, first down and more. Robbie Ashford out across the 40, still on his feet, midfield and down the sideline. What a run by Robbie Ashford. They'll say he went out of bounds at the Alabama 40.
Nice run right there. 44-yard line. Great job right there. Another great play call. A little fake of the pitch. And Robbie Ashford calls his own number, 31 yards down the sideline.
First down for Auburn. The pitch, Jarquez Hunter to the Alabama boundary up the field and taken out of bounds at the 38-yard line. A gain of 6 on the play for Jarquez Hunter. He's over 100 yards. Ashford's over 100 yards today. Jarquez is averaging over 11 yards a carry. 3:50 to go in the 4th quarter, 42-24 Alabama. Auburn on the move. 2nd and 4 from the Alabama 38. Ashford, here comes the blitz. Ashford steps and he throws. It's complete to the 35-yard line and an Auburn, or the 25-yard line. Shed Jackson with the catch. And out of bounds at the 25. 13 yards and an Auburn first down.
Nice throw right there. Robbie Ashford staying in the pocket, threading the needle down to the 25 to the senior from Hoover, Shed Jackson.
First down from the Alabama 25-yard line. The snap to Ashford. He looks and he throws. It's a screen to Jarquez Hunter. Hunter stays on his feet inside the 20, close to the first down at the 15. He may be just shy of the first down.
Nice hard running right there. Gets about 9 yards back on that screen play as both teams are tired and winded, but Auburn keeps fighting.
3 minutes to go in the 4th. 2nd and 1 for Auburn. From the Alabama 16. Ashford to throw again. He's taken down back at the 22-yard line. Well, Anderson Jr. with the stop.
It's a tough ask. It was a quick throw, a quick catch and throw, and had no one there. Zare against Will Anderson, and 6-yard loss on that sack. That was more of a coverage sack.
That gives him 33.5 sacks in his career here. 3rd down and 7 for Auburn, back at the 22.
A man-to-man situation.
Ashford to throw, flushed, throws to the boundary and out of bounds. Intended, the closest Auburn defender or receiver was Coy Moore at the 15-yard line.
Boy, and you saw no safety in the middle of the field. He had Javarius Johnson on a post route, and that's what you want. When you have no safety and you have a speedster like Javarius Johnson, you just lay it up to grass. But he clearly wanted to go to the other side of it and didn't go to the wide side where there was no safety, but that may have been the play call to go to that side.
So 4th and 7 now from the Alabama 22. Auburn is 2 of 2 on 3rd down today.
Boy, the clock's playing down within 5 seconds, and you still got...
There's the snap, and Auburn called a timeout. Well, just judging from Robbie Ashford's reaction, I think he wanted that snap quicker. 4th and 7 when we come back from the Alabama 22. 2:10 to go in the fourth. Alabama 42, Auburn 24. This is the Auburn Sports Network.
AuburnTigers.com is the official website of Auburn Athletics. Read the latest feature stories on your favorite Tiger teams. Get critical game day info, search videos and audio. Find how to get connected through social and digital media or by joining Tigers Unlimited. Shop the AU Photo Store or just find the next event on the athletic calendar. Plus, all athletics broadcasts are streamed free at AuburnTigers.com/watch. AuburnTigers.com, the official online home of Auburn Athletics.
Andy Burcham here to tell you about our friends over at Truckworks, the official commercial truck dealer of the Auburn Tigers. Truckworks is Alabama's exclusive Kenworth, Hino, and Isuzu commercial truck dealer and the Southeast headquarters for dump trucks, sleeper trucks, box vans, and everything in between. They've also got Bluebird school buses. Stop into their brand new TRP parts store, now open in Opelika, for all your commercial truck, trailer, and bus parts needs. Truckworks, the partner you can count on in the transportation industry since 1978.
Oh Camry, and Highlander, and RAV4, and Corolla, and even more, available at Toyotathon.
Lease a new 2022 Toyota RAV4 LE for $299 a month for 36 months. Toyota, let's go places. Offer valid through November 30th, 2022. Well-qualified lessees with approved credit through Southeast Toyota Finance. $35.98 due at signing. No security deposit with select equipment. $350 disposition fee. Excludes tax, tag, registration, title, and dealer fees. See dealer for details.
Hey Auburn fans, Hibbett and City Gear have all the hottest brands. Nike, Adidas, Jordan, and many more. Check out a Hibbett or City Gear store near you, or visit Hibbett.com for the latest sneaker drops, trending denim, and fashion-forward apparel and accessories. Hibbett and City Gear have the apparel and footwear hookups you need to keep the entire family fresh, toe-to-head. Hibbett and City Gear, proud sponsor of Auburn football. War Eagle!
2:12 to go in the fourth, and Auburn lines up for a field goal attempt. This will be a 39-yard attempt from McPherson, just inside the left hash mark. After the Auburn timeout, 2:12 remaining in the fourth, 42-24 Alabama. Snap down, the kick by McPherson is on the way. And the kick is good.
Well, that gets you within 15.
It certainly does. 2 minutes and 8 seconds to go in the fourth quarter. It's 42-27 Alabama. Auburn has set a record tonight. We understand. The third straight game that Auburn has had at least 2 runners go over 100 yards. 2 weeks ago against Texas A&M, it was Tank Bigsby and Jarquez Hunter. Last week against Western Kentucky, it was Tank Bigsby and Jarquez Hunter. Tonight, Robbie Ashford and Jarquez Hunter. It's the first time in Auburn history that Auburn has had 2 tailbacks or 2 runners get over 100 yards in 3 consecutive games.
And I'd be curious to know when the last time Alabama has given up over 300 yards rushing. 303 rushing yards for Auburn tonight. Only 77 passing, and we figured that was the strength of Auburn, obviously, but Alabama equalizing. 343 passing yards for Alabama as well.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Auburn Sports Network. Sun-South John Deere dry summary, 60 yards, 10 plays, 428, set up by the Owen Papo interception. Alex McPherson with a 39-yard field goal. Sun-South John Deere, preferred tractor of the Tigers. Find your local dealer at sunsouth.com.
Yeah, you may want to pop it deep and just try to outrun them down there because no one's back.
Onside kick for Auburn, and it is taken at the 50 and returned down the sideline by Alabama inside the Auburn 30. They had their hands team out there, came right to an Alabama receiver, and he moved forward for the Crimson Tide.
Yeah, that was Brooks that got that to Corey Brooks. They walked Jahmyr Gibbs all the way up to within 10 yards of the online. So no one was deep whatsoever. You know, you could have actually just knuckleball one back and just try to basically have a race to the ball.
2 minutes and 4 seconds to go in the fourth quarter. Alabama up 42-27. Alabama ball first and 10 at the Auburn 27. Gibbs, the tailback, just from the right hash mark for Alabama. Young from the shotgun. Hands the ball to Jahmyr Gibbs. And Gibbs inside the 25-yard line to the 24-yard line. Taken down on the play by Marquise Burks. And a timeout called by Auburn with 1:55 to go in the fourth quarter. Well, I'll tell you what, without the 2 turnovers, one of which, in looking at the muffed punt by Auburn, that doesn't appear that it was a fumble at all. But without those 2, and the subsequent touchdowns by Alabama, it's a completely different football game tonight.
Well, and the second quarter is really what killed Auburn, and that included that punt, the muff punt. 21 points by Alabama in the second quarter is really your difference, because it was 14-7 into the first quarter. Then it was 21-7. It was 35-14 at half. But that second quarter really hurt Auburn, and it was a turnover that obviously caused it. Auburn's played toe for toe. Is the score in the second half 13-7. Just a little too late for this Auburn team. They fought hard, but Alabama, hey, credit them. They played well. They've taken advantage of the turnovers. They've scored 14 points off turnovers.
Clock stop with 1:55 to go in the fourth quarter, and Alabama up 42-24. Alabama outscored Auburn 21-7 in the second quarter of the game. Since then, Auburn has outscored Alabama 13-7.
Yeah.
Rain falling harder now here at Bryant-Denny Stadium. And it appears Alabama's streak of wins here since the comeback in 2010 will continue tonight. Second down for Alabama. Young hands to Gibbs. Tries to cut it up from the right guard. Jahmyr Gibbs is going to score a touchdown for Alabama. 24-yard touchdown run by Jahmyr Gibbs. His 7th touchdown of the season.
Yeah, it was just a matter of time. He's an electric ball player. When he gets in open field, he's a good ball player. Obviously, he's a really good ball player. But Auburn's done a great job all night of bottling him up, but that time he was able to cut back against the grain and outrun him.
He cut back at the line of scrimmage, and when he did, he was free. Extra point by Will Reichard. On the way, and good. And with 1:48 to go in the fourth quarter, Alabama extends its lead 49-27.
Well, and the way this Auburn team, they kept fighting. It's going to be a little too late, but hopefully you can do something this last minute 48 to see if you can just have something positive happen to end this game.
.148 to go in the fourth. Alabama on top of Auburn 49-27. Auburn with 303 total rushing yards tonight. Alabama 516 yards in total offense. And Reichard out to kick this one away. With Alston and Hunter to return for the Tigers. Gibbs 17 carries for 76 yards, a touchdown. Bryce Young a touchdown run. Jace McClellan a touchdown run. Roydell Williams with a touchdown run. Young 20 of 30 for 3 touchdowns and 343 yards tonight for the Heisman Trophy winner from a year ago. Reichard kicks it away. And it's Damari Alston from the 1, 10, 15. Stood up across the 20. It's close to the 25-yard line. And they'll give him the 25-yard line. A 24-yard return by Damari Alston.
Credit Bryce Young. He's had a heck of a night. 20 of 30, 343, and 3 touches. Had one ill-advised throw on an interception late in this game, but his escapability and ability to extend plays is really what helped him. I mean, it was very, very costly to the Auburn defense, and he's just difficult to defend.
Part of that due to the Alabama offensive line. They keep him clean back there. Robbie Ashford to run the football, and Robbie Ashford run out of bounds, 5 yards out of bounds. And maybe not 5 yards, but he was hit out of bounds on the play.
He was hit 5 yards out of bounds.
All right.
He bounced outside, still in the play. Toe did come in pretty late, knocked him probably 8 yards out of bounds. But I guess they said he was still on the side on the field of play. I guess when contact occurred.
Amari Alston checks in the Auburn backfield. Clock stopped with 1:35 to go. Alston the tailback. Ashford under center. Offset eye for Auburn. It's the pitch to Jarquez Hunter. Tries to get around left in. Now back to the Auburn sideline with room. 35-40. Jarquez Hunter across midfield. And a first down for Auburn to the Alabama 48. 27 yards for Jarquez Hunter. That gives him 134 yards on the night.
That was kind of that reverse pitch to Hunter, which wound up being actually cutting back all the way across as if it was a sweep to that side. Really good vision, good improvising by Jarquez Hunter to get inside of midfield to the 47.
Hunter and Ashford 134 yards apiece. Snap to Robbie. To throw. Out of the pocket to the sideline, and he goes out of bounds back at the Auburn 46.
Well, and Robbie Ashford again had Javarius Johnson, a one-on-one. Sometimes you just want to give your wide receiver a shot. He had a one-on-one, just basically a streak route going down the seam.
On the complete other side of the field,
on the other side of the field. Well, and Robbie Ashford's a little bit hobbly now, but he scrambled to the opposite side of where Javarius Johnson was.
Second and 15 for the Tigers. Ashford again drops out of the shotgun. He throws it. Pass is incomplete. The intended target was Chad Jackson for Auburn. He was covered by Kool-Aid McKinstry. And it's 3rd and 15 for Auburn.
Yeah, that was a corner route, and McKinstry just had outside leverage on him and just didn't let him get outside. Good coverage downfield.
3rd and 15 for Auburn. 52 seconds to go in the 4th quarter. Crimson Tide on top, 49-27. From the right hash mark. Alston the tailback. The snap to Robbie. He wants to run it. He's in trouble, and he goes down inside the 40. He just had nowhere to go, friends. Had nowhere to go, and he is slow to get up.
Yeah, they brought 5 that time, a little exotic, and I'm not sure even he wasn't really looking downfield as much because of the pressure coming on. It was not going to matter, but
Ashford's up now. And Auburn will need to run one more play. Play clock is about 2 or 3 seconds in front of the game clock. And it's 4th and 23. Auburn may take a delay.
Yeah.
Auburn takes a delay of game with 5 seconds to go in the 4th quarter. And Alabama's going to get out of here with a win, but not without a fight against Auburn. Second quarter was a killer. Turnovers were killers tonight for Auburn.
Yeah.
And this game has ended as the clock runs out. And we'll have plenty more coverage coming your way, including highlights, stats, scores, and analysis from Brad Law and Stan White. Plus, I'll have exclusive locker room interviews with players, assistant coaches, and Coach Williams coming up on the Regions Bank postgame show. For spotter and statistician Gene Dulaney, I'm Andy Burcham. Again, your final score tonight. Alabama 49, Auburn 27. Stan, it has been an absolute pleasure to work with you, my friend. Thank you for your years of service to the Auburn Sports Network.
The pleasure's been all mine, and I just can't put into words what you guys, the whole crew, has meant to me and my family, and just thank you for all the years.
My pleasure, my friend, War Eagle. I'm heading to the